Volume 2, Chapter 1. The City of Adventurers La Colina. 3 or 4 story tall buildings stood all along the street. The walkways were neatly maintained with quite a bit of pedestrian traffic. Even at a surface glance, the presence of ornate water fountains and statues of various adventurers clearly showed the city's prosperity. The City of Adventurers La Colina, I've heard rumors about it, but it's more than I expected. This is an amazing city. I've never left the area near Rondome, so this is the first time I've seen a cityscape like this. Hearing my words, Luce also expressed her excitement. In this world, moving between cities is not an easy matter. With the always present possibility of running into monsters along the way, it's absolutely necessary to hire adventurers as guards. There are even adventurers that make a living solely from those relatively safer escort missions after raising their levels to a suitable standard in a dungeon. However, even though it's said to be safer than delving into a dungeon, there are some failed higher-level adventurers who turn to banditry. So it's strictly only safe by comparison and not truly safe. To sort out my feelings after my duel against Maris, the heir of the Edvan family, and to further raise our ranks as adventurers, we decided to leave the city of Rondome, which was under the jurisdiction of the Edvan family, which led us to this place, the city of La Colina. This city is in an area with the tendency of higher-level dungeons to appear. Furthermore, with all the mid-ranking promising adventurers that consider the place their base, it came to be called the Holy Land of Adventurers. Dungeons are important resources for cities. Drop items provide a definite advantage by themselves, but being able to ensure a proper growth of adventurers to a high level benefits the whole territory. With the average level of spawning dungeons above a certain point, it would be too difficult to defend or even establish a settlement in the area. But in that respect, it's said that La Colina is right in the range of levels that's best for the development of a city. Of course, it's also thanks to the governing capabilities of the noble family that rules the surrounding territories. But my Rondome doesn't fall behind too much either, right? It's one of the more developed cities in the entire kingdom. Luce expressed a strange hometown pride. If asked whose city it really is, then I would say it belongs to my father, Count Izza's instead. I think Rondome should be one of the more developed ones indeed. I opened my status with a brittle smile on my face. Elma Edvan, class heavy knight level, 41 health, 100/100 mana. 41/41 attack, 27 plus 5 defense, 60 plus 5 magic, 32 agility, 32 equipment, sword of a low-ranking soldier, mad demon shield, iron armor, special skills. Half-dead savage dragon, normal skills, rampart reversal, disarm, parry, vital blow, shadow stomp, shield bash, life shield, titles, immovable 1, D-rank adventurer, unexpected upset. I can finally say I'm not a beginner anymore. I would like to raise my level right away, but the weakness of my equipment is a problem. My armor is something I would like to swap for a better one, but a lack of attack power can be fatal in this world. Skill trees, remaining skill points, 1, Vow of the Heavy Armor, 34/100, Beginner Swordsmanship, 5/50, Smoldering Fang of Madness, 5/70. In terms of my skill trees, no matter where I would put my remaining point at this time, I wouldn't get any new skills. My immediate goal for now is to employ the skills from the Vow of the Heavy Armor, to mitigate the risk that comes with using skills from the Smoldering Fang of Madness, and make them easier to use. I guess it will be the Vow of the Heavy Armor for a while. Or rather, I need to get a proper weapon first. That's the fastest way to make up for my lack of attack power. I already spoke with Luce about how our first priority now is trying for weapon drops or making money from other drop items. After taking a look at the Adventurers Guild here, we will be heading straight for a dungeon, right? I should also distribute my skill points I got from taking down the embryo soon. Luce opened her own status too and started pondering on what to do. Well, you can just decide later when we'll know which dungeon we will be going for next, right? If not that, then you can at least save it until we get to the guild. Ah, you decide please, Elma-san. I just don't know what to do. Luce flipped her status to show it to me. I keep saying that she shouldn't share her status so casually like this. Luce Rubus, class clown level, 39 health. 49/49 mana, 48/48 attack, 28 plus 3 defense, 22 magic, 30 agility, 52 equipment. Iron Piercer, special skills, Beckoning Kitty, normal skills, dice thrust. Acrobatic steps, Doppel illusion, titles, D-rank adventurer, unexpected upset. She didn't get any new skills at all. That means that it's really high time for her to decide where to put her skill points. Skill tree. Remaining skill points, 18. The Fool's Acrobatics, 10/100. Great Fortune, 15/70. Attack power-up 0/50. She really has a lot of skill points saved up. Well then, the best way to distribute your points depends on whether you want to aim for a stability build, a magic build, a rapid hit build, or a critical focused build. That being said, for any other than the stability build, she will need to get a skill book sometime. You said that the stability build was ultimately pretty weak, right? There was no such thing as a clown with a stability build in Magic World to begin with. In this world, to operate as a somewhat accomplished adventurer, the best is to raise your stats as fast as possible with the skill trees, instead of focusing on what a completed build could be in the end. Well, yeah, that's true, I guess. If you want to go for a stability build or a magic build, then you shouldn't put more points into Great Fortune until you have some leeway. The increase in luck, and therefore the increase in drop rates provided by the Great Fortune, is very powerful and would be a great help for me too. However, with a stability or magic build, there aren't that many things increased luck is good for during fighting. Tell me which one would be the most powerful, please. I also want to aim high, also. I don't want something like you can't keep up with me in battle anymore, so let's part ways here to happen. In that case, the critical focused build would be the best, which would mean putting 15 points into Great Fortune first. Especially with Luce, who must have a high hidden luck stat, the critical focused build that best makes use of it would be ideal. If she were to proceed with another build, then it would just make her a bargain bin version of another class. Got it, then right away, without any hesitation she allocated her skill points. Skill tree, remaining skill points 3. The Fool's Acrobatics 10/100, Great Fortune 30/70, plus 15, Attack Power Up 0/50, SHE just did it without a second thought. Ooh, Beckoning Kitty. Evolved into Angel of Fortune, the Angel of Fortune is a special skill that boosts the luck stat just like Beckoning Kitty. It should have changed from increasing her luck by 500% to 700%. The more valuable the item is, the lower its drop rate becomes, but the luck value of a clown with Great Fortune can outpace that decrease, so having one in the party all but guarantees a constant bounty of valuable drop items. Now that I have a concrete goal, I got so motivated. I'll do my best while aiming to become a critical focused clown, Luce said with her hand clenched into a fist. In that case, the name of the skill book that will be the key is the Reaper Assassin, which we'll need to acquire somehow. Since Smoldering Fang of Madness cost us about 50 million gold, we should expect a price of at least 100 million for that, I guess. Not just because it has a low drop rate, but it also only drops from higher level monsters, so it's even harder to get than most. It's also much easier to use than the Smoldering Fang of Madness. And maybe I should just go for something else instead. Luce's expression was frozen. Well, either way, I don't think we will have the opportunity to get it in the near future. The problem is whether such an opportunity to acquire the Reaper Assassin will arrive at all instead. I am a bit scared right now, for some reason. Chapter 2, Centipede Pit. After a short information gathering session and check-in at the Adventurers Guild here in La Colina, Luce and I headed for a dungeon that spawned near the city, deep within a forest. Just as they said, it was a rainbow-colored swirl right against a cliff face. I guess we should head in to gather some more achievements. Why yes, hearing what I said, Luce braced herself. Centipede Pit. Recommended level 60. As soon as we entered, a message rang out inside my head. The interior was cave-like, with a tunnel leading away as far as the eye could see. At certain intervals, magic stone-powered lamps were placed on the wall. It was true for the Angel's toy box too, but the recommended level is really high. Luce kept walking nervously. The recommended level is entirely based on the Dream Lord's difficulty. The monsters that appear along the way are significantly weaker. Also, to level up in Magic World, you needed to fight higher-level opponents, or there was not much meaning to it. At our current quite low-level range, it was especially common practice to challenge dungeons with a significantly higher recommended level. Our number one objective right now is to gather black steel-type equipment. Black steel-type items are made of black steel, a type of metal in this world, and are fairly valuable despite them having a comparatively high drop rate. Furthermore, since black steel is also easy to reforge, you can gather up a bunch of them and bring them to a blacksmith and have them create the type of weapon you like better. There should be no better place than this Centipede Pit to make use of the 700% luck increase provided by Luce's skill, the Angel of Fortune, to get new equipment. Don't worry, the movements of the type of monster that appears here the most, which is called a smile, are easy to see through, and it doesn't hit that hard either. As long as it doesn't appear in a group, there should be no chance of an accident. A smile is a kind of rock monster, which can frequently drop black steel items and our current target. I keep thinking that Elma-san is really knowledgeable about things, be it about classes or dungeons. Yeah, at home they made sure I would learn it when I was a child. That's how it was. Well, sorry about that. This must be something you would have rather not remembered, I guess. Nah, don't worry about it too much. Thanks to Luce, I was able to have a clean break from the Edvan family. I'm not that hung up on it anymore at this point. As expected, I can't really explain to her that I'm doing well by making use of my memories from my previous life. I myself don't really know what's up with that exactly. It's a crazy story to begin with, but even I, who had it happen to, don't know the particulars. Nobles really do have a lot of information. With how knowledgeable you are, Elma-san, you could work as a skill advisor at the guild and accomplish a great deal with that. After saying that, Luce went white as a sheet. But then I would become unnecessary. Let's keep adventuring for another while, Elma-san. Oh, okay, I'll be doing my very best. I actually heard about someone that worked as a class advisor before. So then there really are people that do that. That being said, it wasn't this world where those class advisors existed. It's a story from Magic World. There were a number of players that worked to know everything there was to know about all learnable skills, how to best use those skills, all kinds of weapons, the market price of skill books, every type of dungeons and events, and even the circumstances of large guilds to best be able to give advice on character builds. People called those players class advisors. However, even knowing all that, there were times when they made a mistake. The small intricacies that may change after even a small patch can only be properly understood by players that play that specific class as their main. If you add various possible ways to build that class, then there are a limited number of people that can be considered the best with it. Counting in the difference in player skill too, it becomes simply infeasible to always provide accurate advice. In addition to that, when something undesired happens, it becomes easiest to blame it on the class advisor. In the end, most class advisors incurred the enmity of a lot of players, leading to them retiring in short order. The animosity one could gather with that in this world simply cannot be compared to how it was in Magic World. When I was still living with the Edvan family, I heard about an adventurer getting killed after giving advice to a noble about a skill book. The reason why I was cautious about giving advice to Luce about her character build was because I knew what could come of it. Even if I'm confident in my information, I need to consider the possibility of a misunderstanding between us, or that she might change her mind in the future. It would be a bad idea to casually give advice like that to dozens of people. Elma-san, did you ever think about working as a class advisor? No, I would never do that, I confidently declared. That's good to hear, that's somewhat of a relief. Elma-san, your face is a bit scary right now, you know. Sorry about that, I remembered something less than pleasant. Leaving that aside, our target just showed up. Thumping sounds could be heard from in front of us. In the corridor ahead of us, an approximately 1 meter wide, scraggy, somewhat spherical lump of rock appeared. On the surface of the lump of rock, a full-face smile could be seen. Monster smile level 45 health, 60/60 mana, 45/45, a level 45 right out of the gate. Elma-san. That rock face is the same level as that Maris person. It's basically the same as the heir of a noble family. Calm down, Luce. If people found out, they would get mad at you for calling that the same as Maris. Of course, this fight won't be cutting it as close this time. Us being able to easily handle the enemies here was specifically the reason why I chose this centipede pit. Let's take it down fast and have it cough out those drop items. Chapter 3, Smile, a monster made of rock, the smile. It's indeed level 45, just like Maris, but monsters are completely different from humans. It also depends on the monster, but humans tend to have more skills, higher reasoning capabilities, and are able to use weapons and various other items. Especially the smile moves only in simple ways, so it doesn't mean that just because it's the same level as Maris, who is a sword saint, it would be the same grade of opponent as her. I confidently walked forward to get closer to the smile. Once it noticed me, it started to eagerly roll faster towards me. A smile's basic attack pattern is doing increased damage by using acceleration, and then using its ramming attack. It may also attack with earth magic, but that's not that powerful. The first step is to get close to the smile before it finishes increasing its speed with acceleration. And block it with a shield. I blocked the ramming attack of the smile with my shield, and then jumped backwards to disperse the impact. I closed in once again to the slowed down smile, then forced it towards the wall of the corridor by standing in the middle. Then finally I restricted its movements by using Shadow Stomp. With me restricting its movement like this, it won't be able to use acceleration and ramming attack to increase its power. While saying that, I hit the smile with a disarm. Just like me, the smile is a defense type, so both of our attack stats are low. If we take away its acceleration, then this whole thing turns into a mudslinging contest. If I add the attack decreasing effect of the disarm into the equation, then by properly blocking with my shield and moving my body to bleed off the impact, I can turn that low potential damage to 0. There is a small trick to using a shield to bleed off the impact and mitigate all damage. Its timing requirements are fairly tough, and it also depends on the particular attack pattern it's currently using. However, I've practiced these movements in my previous life to death. I wasn't a contender for the spot of the most powerful player in Magic World for nothing. The rest would be easy if I used Half-Dead Savage Dragon to boost my attack, but I don't want to throw my health away during a dungeon exploration. especially now when I still don't have many skills to support half-dead savage dragon, and my armor also leaves a lot to be desired. Also, I'm not risking a death penalty with it but my life instead. It's best to proceed with caution. When the smile tried to slip by me to distance itself from me, I used my shield bash to seal its movements right after it started to move, since even while under the effect of Shadow Stomp, it can move in a range of 2 meters. It's best if I keep it near the wall. Leave the rest to me. I'll just need to steadily carve away its health, right? Luce used her acrobatic steps to get up on the wall and attack the smile with her iron piercer. The surface of the smile was impacted by her blade. Luce quickly got behind the smile that managed to regain its balance in the meantime and started to attack it again. The smile tried to somehow extricate itself from the situation with some frenzied movements, but I managed to suppress it completely with my shield. Luce's fourth hit impacted the smile. Finally, the surface of the smile changed, breaking up into a pile of smaller rocks. You have gained 689 experience points. Your level has increased from 41 to 43. You have gained 2 skill points. Good, that was easy. With a pace like this, we may be able to aim for taking down the Dream Lord too. The Dream Lord of the Centipede Pit does drop good items too. Phew, was it okay that I didn't use Dice Thrust there? Yeah, there is a kind of balance there. Even if you roll a 6 with Dice Thrust, you barely won't be able to take it down in one hit. So it's better to just keep hitting it normally, since it should only take about 4 normal hits from you to take it down. If it takes 2 hits even if you manage to roll the best with Dice Thrust, then it's just better to hit it normally instead. I guess that's true, the Dice Thrust usually rolls a 6 about half the time too. Where did that 1 in 6 chance go? I don't think it went as far as that just yet, but the chance of rolling a 6 might very well be at about 40%. At this point, well, that's still a bit crazy though. There's an Earth Attribute Magic Stone and, it really did drop one. It's a good thing that I put points into Great Fortune and got Angel of Fortune. Before we got here, Luce said in a lively tone, then pulled out a knife from within the remains of the smile. It's shining with a black light, so we got a drop right away, and it's a knife to boot. Black steel knife. Recommended level 45. Attack 13. Market value 4.3 million gold. A knife made of black steel. It provides an average performance, but since it's fairly easy to obtain, a lot of adventurers go around with black steel equipment. Black steel equipment serves as a yardstick to measure other equipment against, whether it's better or worse. 4 million, W need to handle this carefully. Oh no, I grabbed it so roughly. Luce carefully grabbed the weapon, then offered it to me. I didn't think we would get a knife that is worth 4 million this easily. No, you should be using that from now on, Luce. With that recommended level, it shouldn't be that much of a problem if you started using it right now, and it would work better than the iron piercer for sure. Although the defensive monsters here are on the higher side, so the iron piercer would still be advantageous, but they are still not at the level of a golden rana. But the quality difference is too large between the two to begin with. She should just accept it and replace her weapon. With the black steel knife, she should only need 3 hits to take down a smile. Would that be really fine? For me to use a valuable item like this, Luce started enthusiastically swinging around the knife. Talking about the value of the item, we managed to earn about 60 million gold back in the Angel's toy box. Even though it's only a stopgap weapon, I feel bad for making her use a weapon that is only worth 4 million gold. However, Luce's Great Fortune is indeed quite powerful. Since black steel equipment drops frequently, with Luce's luck I expected that it would drop on the first try. However, I didn't think that it would be a knife drop right away. With this, exploring the rest of the Centipede Pit will be easy. The luck value shouldn't have any effect on what class the item drop would be best suited for, but there is the possibility that due to the process that turned a game into a real world, the scope of the affected concepts widened somehow. Chapter 4, A Cave Overflowing with Smiles. We managed to find a weapon for me right away. The next is to just hunt more smiles, level up some more, and pick up the items that drop right. Even as we walked further into the caverns, a happy-looking Luce kept holding on tightly to her new black steel knife. I guess so. I would like to hunt down about 10 smiles, pick up their drops, and raise our level in the meantime. After that, we will play it by ear, depending on how much health and potions we used up and how late it will be at that point. T10 smiles. We managed to take down the last one without suffering any damage, but you looked like you were struggling a bit there, Elma-san. Are you sure that will be fine? So I looked like I was struggling. Having to corral it against a wall and keep it there by locking down its movements with my shield may appear a bit hectic to outsiders. However, not only is there no real danger to me in the process, the movements of the smile are straightforward, so they're easy to anticipate. Compared to the embryo or the Maris fight, I can do this halfway on autopilot. I may even call it a bit unsatisfying. Black steel items have a market price of a bit over 4 million gold. You need to get 4 of them to equal 1 Rana's radiant ornate sword in terms of money. They are not even certain drops, so I would like us to take down that 10 at least. I would like us to bring in an equivalent of 2 Rana's radiant ornate swords, or there would have been no meaning to our move to La Colina, the city of adventurers. Doesn't that just mean that instead of the black steel items being cheap, it's the Rana's radiant ornate sword that's inordinately expensive? Even so, I don't like the idea of making so much less money with this exploration than the last time. I'm well aware of the fact that things went a little too well last time, but even so, I would feel a bit salty if our income went down even though our levels went up. I want to set the target a bit high and try to proactively aim for item drops. Isn't your money sense a bit broken, Elma-san? With our levels going up, the value of items that go through our hands will also increase exponentially. If we reach a suitably high level, then buying and selling items that are worth a couple of dozen million gold will become a matter of course. What do we need that much money for? What is she even saying at this point? The answer should be obvious. You need money to become strong. I don't even need to say how much getting a valuable weapon helps out an adventurer. However, to prepare for various situations, I would like to keep a few different weapons on hand at all times. Furthermore, expensive items like recovery potions and magic stones that can insta-cast spells are also necessary to have items in case of emergencies. The more expensive, the better. Skill books are one example. In a sense, they are even more important than other equipment. That's the reason why I traded in those items that were worth 50 million gold overall for the smoldering Fang of Madness at the Broken Grimoire Company. It was an absurd price, but even if the smoldering Fang of Madness cost 10 times that, I wouldn't have given up on getting my hands on it eventually. In Magic World, there were countless ways of spending money. No matter how much I might have, I won't have trouble spending it. Isn't that getting your priorities backwards? Lou said this with a small twitch in her expression. I hurriedly tried to change the topic with a cough. Anyway, the smile itself is not that difficult to beat. Taking down multiple ones is not that hard either. Since their movements are simple, it's easy to lock down its best method of attack. I need to push it into the wall as soon as we come across one, then keep it locked down there with my shield. We just need to repeat this 10 times and it would already fill our quota. As long as multiple ones don't appear at the same time, it's not an opponent that we should struggle with at all. It's not a monster that tends to flock together like that either, so we don't need to worry. Sounds of dawn could be heard from straight ahead. From further along the passageway, 4 smiles were rolling towards us. You barely even finished saying it and there is a group incoming already. They are clearly flocking together. That's really unusual for smiles to group up like that. Isn't this a bit too dangerous? Shouldn't we be running away? No, smiles have the acceleration skill, it's better to take them head on. We may be able to run away successfully, but rather than having to run away with multiple smiles targeting my back, it would be safer to just fight them. Also, fighting against this many enemies is just how I like it. It would have been fine to hunt them one by one, but that would have been simply too easy. Let's rake in a bunch of levels and drop items here and now. I pointed my sword at the group of smiles. We just got a new weapon for Luce too. Luce, you should use dice thrust. From now on, we need to prioritize cutting down their numbers as soon as possible. Why yes, there should be a reason why smiles that don't tend to flock together grouped up like this. I checked the smiles' expression one by one and found one that was obviously different from the others. Normal smiles all have smiley faces on them, but on the far side of the group there was one whose eyes were curving down at the corners, giving off the impression that it was crying. It was not a smile, but a cry, a rare species. It has the ability to gather up and direct the smiles that ordinarily don't form into groups like this. I thought that this might be the case when I saw the group of smiles appear, but with this confirmation a smile crept up my face. The cry has a low probability of spawning, but once defeated, there is a high chance of it dropping a rare item. The luck stat also affects the spawn rate of rare monsters. The most likely reason for the appearance of the cry is the increased luck from Luce's great fortune skill tree. Luce should be the one to thank for this. Am I really at fault for those monsters grouping up like that? Seemingly misunderstanding my words, Luce raised her voice in confusion. Well, yes, but not really. Chapter 5, The Cry with the Weepy Face. I moved my eyes to keep the movements of all 4 rock monsters in my field of view. I will get their attention. Luce, you should target the one with the weepy face after you've got used to their movements. Why yes, I'll do that. If we take out the cry that is commanding them, then the coordination of the smiles will break down right away. With Luce's speed, she should have no problems targeting the leader cry while I hold the attention of the smiles. When their bodies light up, that signals the activation of their acceleration skill. It's a troublesome skill, but it can only go forward immediately after activation. First get used to the timing for dodging them, then try to get a hit in during your dodges. Clowns are best at delivering a hit after dodging an opponent's large wind-up moves anyway. With the instant speed boost and the ability to walk on walls from the acrobatic steps, They all but never get really cornered. Just as I jumped into the fray, the bodies of the rocks lit up. First, I dodged the first two that activated their acceleration. I used parry to divert the next one that rushed towards me, and as for the fourth one, I blocked the leader cry's ramming attack with my shield. Loose, go above please. Immediately after I dissipated the impacts by stepping backwards, then I scooped up the cry and yeeted it into the air. Shield bash. The cry impacted the shield at an angle, which caused it to be flung straight up and crash its rock body into the ceiling. Nice, it worked. I was able to divert the trajectory of its acceleration towards the ceiling by using my shield as a ramp. It's a rock monster that has no limbs. It doesn't have many skills, and it's not that smart either. If it gets flipped up into the air like that, then it can't do much anymore. Furthermore, Luce was waiting with her knife in hand on the ceiling for the cry's arrival, standing neatly on the ceiling with the help of acrobatic steps. She stabbed out with her black steel knife from an upside-down position. Dice thrust, the number 6 appeared in the air. The black blade pierced through the rock hide of the cry. Cracks appeared all over its body, then in the next moment it crumbled into pieces. You have gained 772 experience points. Your level has increased from 43 to 45. You have gained 2 skill points. Good, we managed to take down the commanding cry right away. Luce's speed, freedom of movement, and the weight of a critical hit is powerful in concert. With the help of the newly acquired black steel equipment with its larger attack boost, she splendidly managed to take down the cry in a single hit. With this, the 3 remaining smiles became a disorderly mob. The difficulty of taking them down decreased by a lot in a single move. 2 of the smiles charged at me with acceleration. Ah, watch out, Elma-san. Those smiles managed to cut off your retreat path. Luce, who was wearing a proud smile while standing on the ceiling just now, noticed the movements of the smiles and went pale in a second. Let me teach you, smiles, why you don't tend to group up without a cry to lead you. As I said this, I readied my shield. I lightly jabbed the smile on the right with my sword using parry. In the process, then I bumped the one on the left with my shield, altering its course a small bit. Then I lightly twisted my body as I leapt up, evading their pincer attack with the least amount of movement possible. As I landed on the ground, the 2 smiles collided with a huge bang. Cracks appeared on both of their bodies, leaving them listlessly rolling around on the ground. It seems both of them got stunned. Because if you start thoughtlessly charging around the battlefield, then even with a small course adjustment you turn into pinballs. Or yeah, kicking away from the ceiling, Luce swung her black steel knife. One of the 2 stunned smiles broke into fragments. You have gained 459 experience points. I quickly cut down on the other stunned smile as well. Vital blow, you have gained 689 experience points. Your level has increased from 45 to 46. You have gained 1 skill points. Good, as expected from the first skill you get from the beginner swordsmanship, skill tree, and the main weapon of the heavy knight. It's a dependable skill that so manages to make up for the low attack of the heavy knight. So there is only a single one left now. I slowly walked towards the last smile with my sword at the ready. Still with a smile on its face, the smile confusedly turned its head to left and right to check its surroundings. After that, with a single spin, it turned its back to us. The light of acceleration lit up the body of the smile. As I would let you get away, I quickly stepped on the smile's shadow, restricting its movement range. It tried to vigorously charge straight away from us, but its movements were restricted by the pull of its shadow. Targeting the back of the no longer able to move smile, Luce slashed out after a great leap. Gimme the black steel. Luce danced around the smile and kept swiftly cutting at it. The smile tried to hurriedly counterattack, but due to the shadow stomp, it couldn't hit Luce anymore, who was outside its reach by then. Getting one-sidedly beaten by Luce, it stopped moving in short order. You have gained 613 experience points. We managed to cleanly take down the last one too, without any serious difficulties too. Haha, I was worried about what would happen for a second there, but it's good that we managed to get through it without any injuries. I got tired from all that. Let's take a short break. The fact that we managed to take down the leading cry right away and that I managed to pinball 2 of them into each other were important factors. Without those, we might not have lost in the end, but it would have turned into a prolonged fight. I took out a water bag from my magic bag and gave it to Luce. You did well, Luce. I thought I might have to use half-dead savage dragon here, but I managed to keep it in reserve in the end. With this, we will still be able to continue our exploration of the centipede pit. We might be able to surpass the results from our golden rana hunt at the Angel's Toy Box. You are too dependable, Elma-san. I need to do my best too. I turned back to the remains of the smiles. As the lumps or rocks started to turn back into mana, the teardrop shapes of the magic stones and the dull shine of black steel could be seen. Especially among the rocks with the weepy face. Within the remains of the cry, a one-step brighter radiance emanated from a pretty spherical item. I felt my mouth stretch into a wide smile. It seems that that specific rare item has also dropped. Chapter 6. Loot from the Smiles. We collected the items from the remains of the Smiles right away. We managed to get 4 Earth Attribute Magic Stones and 3 Black Steel items. There was also an item dropped by the Cry. Black Steel Hammer, recommended level 45, attack 16, market value 4.6 million gold, a hammer made of black steel. It provides an average performance, but since it's fairly easy to obtain, a lot of adventurers go around with black steel equipment. Black steel equipment serves as a yardstick to measure other equipment against, whether it's better or worse. The first is the Black Steel Hammer. It has quite a high attack bonus, but there is a trick to using a hammer. Even if my level is high enough for its recommended level, I shouldn't try to use it without an applicable class for it. Black Steel Ingot. Market value 4 million gold. An ingot of black steel. It's a metal that's easy to work with and also performs well. Both blacksmiths and adventurers love it, so equipment made from it is a frequent sight in dungeons. Black steel equipment serves as a yardstick to measure other equipment against, whether it's better or worse. The second one is a black steel ingot. It has a large rectangular shape. On its surface there is a carved black steel ingot insignia and even a smile mark underneath it. What an easy to understand mark. It has a good heft to it, so it could also be used as a throwing weapon if it comes to that, but, well, I don't want to throw away 4 million gold just for kicks if I can help it. We can ask a blacksmith to make another weapon from that hammer and the ingot, but we could also just simply sell them. Then the third item. Black Steel Sword, recommended level 45, attack 15, market value 4.5 million gold. A sword made of black steel. It provides an average performance, but since it's fairly easy to obtain, a lot of adventurers go around with black steel equipment. Black steel equipment serves as a yardstick to measure other equipment against, whether it's better or worse. We managed to get an interim weapon for me. With this, we could say that our minimum goals have been met. One reason for us to get black steel equipment fitting our current level range was so we could be absolutely ready for anything this centipede pit could throw at us. But it seems we managed to get not just a black steel knife, but even a black steel sword right away. To be honest, I was just kind of hoping for either a knife or a sword to drop here. And since I didn't think that new equipment would drop for both of us, I thought we would have to take the other black steel items to a blacksmith in La Colina and ask them to make a sword out of them. The Smiles can drop a surprisingly wide range of black steel items. It can drop items for many other classes, like black steel axe, black steel bow, black steel wand, etc. And there are the halfway useless ones like the black steel stick, black steel ice pick, black steel fishing rod, and so on. There are many other kinds still. I didn't think that a knife and sword would accurately drop like this. Hey, we both match like this, Luce says in a happy tone. It's because black steel is easy to obtain and still pretty strong. In Magic World, players that were progressing efficiently tended to get a black steel set after leaving the beginner stage. In cities, places where lower-level players tended to gather often turned into a mostly black-colored crowd because of that. The problem is what to do with this one. I picked up the translucent stone orb rare item that the boss of the Smiles, the Cry, dropped. It shone with a red light, and in the center of the crystal some kind of symbol could be seen suspended. What is that? It somehow resembles a magic stone a bit. It's something very different from a magic stone. It's rune. A rune can be embedded into a weapon to boost its capabilities. A single weapon can only take 1 rune, and the cooperation of a blacksmith is necessary for the embedding process. However, without properly checking out this rune, I don't know what kind it is. There are some runes that have pretty pointless effects. It's red, so it shouldn't be that bad, but Rune of Destruction. Market value 20 million gold. A rune that brings destruction. It increases the embedded weapon's attack bonus by 30%. Ooh, it's a hit. It's a rune with an attack boost, an undeniable win. There are no failures among damage-increasing runes, so they are all valuable. After checking its information, Luce's face went pale. This is worth 20 million gold, this somewhat large and pretty glass marble-looking thing. It's an item that boosts the attack bonus of any weapon by 30%. In all cases, I didn't think we would come across a rune at our current level still, although the decision to keep it or sell it is not an easy one to make. The 30%. Attack bonus increase on the weapons that we can currently equip is fairly limited at this point. It may be a better idea then to just sell it and use that money to buy a bunch of expensive recovery items and work on increasing our levels with that. When it comes to high-rank adventurers, a lot of them would gladly spend a few dozen million gold to raise the stats of their weapon even by a single point. That's because in Magic World, the point where you become unable to defeat monsters on the same level as you marks the limit of your ability to increase your level. You need to carefully choose who to party with, decide on a good strategy, and increase the stats of your weapon as much as you can to advance at that point. That being said, whenever I get a new weapon, it's possible to take it off the old one and put it on the new. I can't help but feel it would be a waste to simply sell it at this point. I'm afraid of losing it somehow. Put it in the magic bag for now, please, Luce said while all but panicking. However, we managed to gather quite a haul already. Thanks to the Rune of Destruction, the sum went up by a lot. Rune of Destruction, 20 million gold black steel hammer, 4.6 million gold black steel sword, 4.5 million gold black steel knife, 4.3 million gold black steel ingot, 4 million gold cries magic stone, 900 gold smiles magic stone, 800 gold times 4 about 41.5 million gold so far. At this pace, we might surpass our gains from the Angel's toy box. We have time. After a short break, Luce and I can still go forward. Luce suddenly started swaying on her feet, then put her hand on the wall to steady herself. Are you all right, Luce? We were able to take them down without too much danger, but we were still putting our lives on the line. That puts a considerable mental pressure on a person, which could easily cause one to be fatigued faster than normal. It's nothing, I was just surprised by the sum. Luce straightened back up while holding her head. And I was even more shocked by the fact that I wasn't even that surprised by it anymore. Luce's money sense is starting to resemble that of a Magic World player's, it seems, for a clown with the great fortune. To have money problems wasn't something that happened often there. Chapter 7, Footsteps of a Giant. Well then, our remaining goal is another 6 smiles. We got our new equipment and our levels went up too. Let's finish hunting the rest right away. So you are not counting the cry, huh? Luce muttered with a strained smile. Finishing up our short break, Luce and I proceeded further into the dungeon. For the time being, we managed to outfit ourselves with the bare minimum equipment for our current level range. However, I would like to get our hands on one step better equipment in the near future. Black steel equipment simply has the best cost-performance ratio, but it's not nearly the most powerful one in our level range. You need your weapon to be as powerful as possible. That's why we must not cut corners with making money. I don't want to fall into a situation where I can't do something or get what I want just because I don't have enough money. Especially if it's an opportunity to obtain a certain rare skill book, no one knows when the next chance would come. We need to prepare so whenever we might come across a skill book for the Reaper Assassin, we would have the money at the ready. In this world, if we miss a chance like that, who knows how many years we will need to wait for the next one. As we were walking deeper into the cavern, a loud thump sound could be heard from farther out. What could that be? A giant smile, perhaps. There is no monster like that. I don't think it's a wandering lord either. It hasn't been that long since this dungeon spawned, so there is no bounty for the Dream Lord yet. There shouldn't be any reason for desperate for-money adventurers to spark a wandering lord incident. Also, the Dream Lord of this place shouldn't be capable of making this kind of sound. Is that a mithril golem? I didn't think that a rare monster like that would appear here. As if to verify my conjecture, thump thump, the sounds continued. There is no mistake, this sound. Those sounds are the footsteps of a mithril golem. There should be a limit to how lucky we can be. The mithril golem is a super rare monster of the centipede pit. It's on a whole another level compared to the rarity of the cry spawning instead of a smile. If you manage to defeat it, it drops mithril, a material that can be used to craft a powerful weapon. However, it's also hell of a lot stronger than a cry too. The centipede pit has a lot of enemies whose movements are easy to anticipate, but a single hit from the mithril golem is simply too heavy. In Magic World, funny anecdotes about players who got lured in by the low spawn rate and the possibility of rare drops getting party wiped were frequent. But in this world, it would simply lead to death. If we decide to run, then we should run, even if we have to cut short our exploration. If it caught up to us while we were in the middle of fighting another monster, then that would be bad. It's a high-risk, high-return situation. I would say it would be for the best to leave it this time, but, to be honest, I really want that mithril. Mithril being a strong metal is a staple of fantasy, which is true in this world as well. Equipment made of mithril is incomparably stronger than a black steel item. If you have trouble deciding, then let's go for it. I might be a coward, but if I was only that, then I would have quit being an adventurer already. Are you okay with this? That fact that you have trouble deciding simply means that the opponent has the advantage, Elma-san. If we had no chance to begin with, then I believe you would have no problem coming to a conclusion immediately. Luce did a guts pose with her fist raised. Luce. When I first met Luce, I thought her to be a timid and good-natured person, but she turned out to be brave when it really counts. Also, when I think about the fact that it was probably attracted by my high luck, I don't want to just leave it alone for some reason. My great fortune is probably the one to blame for this mithril golem, right? Luce kept fidgeting and pushing her fingers together while she somewhat reluctantly said all that. Well, that's probably the case. The dungeons are nightmares of the sleeping god Elzaroth. Spawning monsters that fit the adventurers who enter isn't that unusual. It's probably correct to assume that the mithril golem spawned due to Luce's high luck. Ordinarily, it's not a monster that appears frequently. Anyway, if you are that raring to go Luce, then let's face it without any more reservations. Let's hunt ourselves a mithril giant. I punched my palm with my other hand. The mithril golem has quite a high level and even higher stats. It's tough and has a high attack. It would be bad to attack it straight on. Well then, first we need to choose the terrain where we will be fighting it. The terrain? Yeah, like when we took down those golden ranas at the Angel's Toy Box, the width of the corridor was important, right? If the corridor was wider, then the golden rana would have been able to run away. However, if it was too narrow instead, then it would have been impossible to get behind it without disturbing it. In the embryo fight too, since the height of the ceiling was the same as the embryo's altitude, Luce was able to stand on the ceiling and take it down like that. In the embryo's original boss room, the ceiling was much higher up, so she couldn't have done the same there. And since the boss would have been able to freely fly around, it would have been much harder to damage it at all to begin with. When fighting against a powerful opponent, the lay of the land becomes an important factor. This is a cavern-type dungeon, so depending on the place, there could be a huge difference in the terrain. For example, the height and width of the cavern or the footing. Since we can hear its footsteps, we should be able to easily lead it somewhere, so we should lure it to a place where it would be easier to fight it. Chapter 8. The Mithril Giant. After I stomped on the ground twice, I heard the loud sounds of incoming footsteps. Good, it's coming after us. I intentionally made some noise to lure in the mithril golem. Will this place really be fine? Luce whispered anxiously. This place is the best we can ask for. The one problem we have to watch out for is to avoid getting caught up in the terrain ourselves. Where we were at currently is the place I searched for to use against the mithril golem. Here the ceiling was low, the width of the passageway was narrow, and the footing was bad. It should be a serious chore for the gigantic mithril golem to move in these confines. The mithril golem that spawns here is level 55, it has an attack 78 and defense 66. In addition to that, it also has a skill called automatic recovery, so it's a very troublesome opponent. The more I hear, the more terrifying it sounds. With its high defense and automatic recovery, the mithril golem is extremely tough. Due to its large body, it has a long reach too, so it's not easy to get close to it. However, its number one strength is not its toughness, but its overwhelming destructive power. In front of the mithril golem's impressive might, even I can't survive more than one hit. If we tried to fight a prolonged fight against an opponent like that, I would be punched to death sooner or later. Therefore, we need to finish this with a quick and decisive battle. It's useless to try damaging it little by little. Against a high defense opponent, we need to focus on a single heavy blow instead of trying to hit it many times. In other words, it's mostly the same strategy as always, but you will need to try and use your dice thrust, Luce. Opponents with high defense are weak to critical hits, especially when the dice thrust rolls a 6, it gives a further 1.3 times damage in addition to the normal critical hit damage. With Luce now equipped with the black steel knife, it would only take 2 dice thrust, rolling a 6, to take down even this mithril golem. That being said, it's by no means an easy feat to avoid both arms of the mithril golem and keep hitting it with dice thrust, but that's what the terrain and I'm for. It seems it has arrived. Accompanied by its loud footsteps, the mithril golem showed up. A giant made of mithril glowing with a bluish-green light, it was approximately a bit over 3 meters tall. Its appearance was that of a sturdy suit of armor. Monster, mithril golem level, 55 health, 117/117 mana, 48/48. Looking at it now, it really seems like it has overwhelming stats. Its strength is not just for show, who knows how many greedy adventurers monsters like it crushed to death already. We will peel that mithril off of you. Just as I stepped forward, the mithril golem also did the same. UWOOOOH. The figure of a massive mithril closing in while screaming in rage was certainly impressive. I clenched my teeth to try and fight through the feeling of oppression it emanated. UWAH. A giant hand closed in to try and squash me to death. I tried to divert it with parry, but I pulled my sword back at the last moment. Going straight up against that monstrous strength is impossible. It might even take my whole arm along with it. Even through my shield, an impact shook my whole body. I jumped back to dissipate the impact as much as possible, but even then I was unable to avoid all damage. I was blown back about 2 more meters. I knew this already, but the sense of presence and pressure it gives off is a lot different from how it was in Magic World. I wanted to hit it with a disarm, if possible, but it seems it won't be that easy. However, I managed to complete my minimum objective. While I had its attention, Luce used her acrobatic steps and got behind the mithril golem by running on the wall. Nice. I managed to get here. With this, we managed to flank the mithril golem in this narrow passageway. All we needed to do now is for me to keep its attention and for Luce to try and hit it with dice thrust, or that's how it should have been. UWAAH. The mithril golem stretched out its arms and started swinging them around both behind and in front of itself to ward us off. Luce tried to stab her black steel knife into the mithril golem, but she had to pull back in a hurry. She only dodged the giant arm of the mithril golem by a hair's breadth. Kaya, that caught me off guard. The hands of the mithril golem carved out a large piece of the cavern's walls, leaving finger-shaped grooves behind. Its destructive power is really on another level. However, trying to watch out for both directions in this narrow passageway was a bad idea. The right arm of the mithril golem closed in on me. To ward off the right arm, I swung my blade. Parry. With its course diverted, its right arm pierced into the wall of the cavern with great force. Diverting the course of the mithril golem's arm during a full-strength blow head-on would have been too difficult for me right now. However, these blows of the mithril golem were focused on simply warding us off, so its aim was too half-hearted. And since it tried to attack both behind and front of it at the same time, its field of view was most likely largely disrupted as well. I quickly closed in on the mithril golem. The mithril golem pulled its left arm back from Luce in a hurry, trying to catch me with it. However, I was faster than that. Shield bash. I brandished my shield and delivered a full-forced ramming attack. However, the shield bash is skill that pits each other's defense attack too, values against each other, and if my value is higher, it pushes away the opponent, with the distance dependent on the difference between those two values. And unfortunately, not just in the obvious attack stat, but even in my highest stat, the defense, I'm much behind the mithril golem. It was instead I who was sent flying back pretty far instead. But that was perfect like that. The reason why I used Shield Bash is to make it look like I was attacking while falling back right away instead. Thanks to the skill launching me backwards, the mithril golem's blow didn't manage to reach me. Ha, you used both hands. The right hand of the mithril golem was still embedded into the wall and its left was extended to its limit towards me. It became entirely defenseless against Luce. Dice thrust, the number 6, neatly popped up into the air. The dice thrust pierced into the mithril golem's back. A crack appeared on its surface. Monster mithril golem level 55 health, 56/117 mana. 48/48 nice, well done Luce, one more hit left. UWOOH. The mithril golem lashed out with its arm while letting out a rage-filled roar. It even forcefully freed its right hand that was embedded into the wall by tearing out its surroundings. Luce quickly used acrobatic steps and kicked off from the wall to avoid the mithril golem's retaliatory strike. Here comes the critical part. We need to have Luce deliver another dice thrust with a 6 before it can recover with its automatic recovery. Chapter 9, one more hit. UWOAH. The mithril golem glared at Luce, then it started moving to try and catch hold of her. With the huge damage it received from the dice thrust, it seems to have decided that rather than me, she is the one it needs to be most wary of. Luce being targeted is a serious problem, but naturally I prepared for this possibility. I quickly stepped on the mithril golem's shadow and activated Shadow Stomp. However, due to the massive difference between our stats, the mithril golem was actually able to drag my foot forward instead. I crouched down and stabbed my black steel sword into the ground, forcing myself to come to a stop with that. Good, I managed to stop it, but giving up on shaking itself free from my shadow stomp. With pure strength, the mithril golem swiftly turned back and lunged at me. Having its attention focused on me constantly is also troublesome. From the pan into the fire, I released my shadow stomp and jumped backwards. I don't forget to check the terrain first with a backwards glance. The ground around here is quite uneven, so if I keep jumping backwards there is a chance I might trip and fall because of it. The mithril golem kept vigorously swinging both of its arms, demolishing the walls as it pursued me. It managed to close in on me fast, then it tried to grab me with its giant right hand. I managed to barely divert its grab and slide its fist into the ground by using the surface of my shield. The body of the mithril golem pitched forward on the brink of falling over. Now, I activated Shadow Stomp once again and stepped on the mithril golem's shadow. Then I used all my strength to drag my foot on the ground and pull the shadow towards me as much as I could. The arms of the mithril golem are built for heavy bludgeoning attacks, which means they are quite hefty, which may disrupt its center of gravity depending on its posture. Now that it missed with a large swing and its center of gravity was disrupted, it was the best chance for me to trip it up. I intentionally led the mithril golem to this place where the footing is bad to take advantage of this weak point of it. The mithril golem fell forward, ending up on its knees. It was just a single moment of weakness, yet it was more than enough for one hit to land. Go for it, Luce. Dice thrust. Since Luce was right behind the mithril golem's back, she was able to thrust out with her knife right away. Once again, the knife pierced into the large mithril back. The number that appeared in the air was a 3. Oogs, I missed. The The mithril golem twisted its body to throw Luce off its back. Using that momentum, she leapt away, kicking the wall to flip around. Then when she landed at a sufficient distance away, she swiftly took a ready stance with her knife once again. Missing like that can't be helped. I did not count on her to keep rolling 1-6 after the other with dice thrust. To begin with, however, here comes the critical part. After the mithril golem manages to get back on its feet, we most likely won't be able to get it down to its knees again. That means that before we could hit it one more time, it will be able to recover its health with automatic recovery. So even with another dice thrust, we won't be able to take it down in one go. That would mean the end for our chances of defeating it, so I need to use everything I have to keep that mithril golem on the floor, until Luce is able to roll another 6 with her dice thrust. If it manages to stand up, that would be the end of this. I need to go in fast and hard on this. Attack straight on and be prepared to take a hit. In that case, I should activate Life Shield to avoid collapsing even if I get hit once. Life Shield, normal skill. It takes 20% of your maximum health to activate. A shield with the same durability as the health deducted covers the entire body. My life force manifested and covered my body in a radiant membrane. Elma Edvan, class, heavy knight level, 46 health, 47/110 mana. 27/45 I paid 22 health and deployed the life shield. I charged at the mithril golem right away. The mithril golem reached out with its hand and prepared to intercept me. But before that, I hit its nearest arm with my sword and rushed in close to it. I need to keep up my heavy assault here. I have my life shield on, so even if I were to get hit once, I will be able to keep going. I activated Shadow Stomp, again then rammed it with Shield Bash. Due to our stat difference, my body was sent back quite a distance again. Next, I crouched down, determined to keep my foot on the ground, on the mithril golem's shadow at all costs. Due to the momentum provided by the Shield Bash, the mithril golem's shadow stretched out quite a bit. Getting constantly pulled by its shadow, the mithril golem's movement stopped. Since it was getting pulled into my direction, it couldn't turn towards Luce, who was coming up behind it. It's a bit of a stretch, but I can use the Shadow Stomp this way by bumping myself back with a Shield Bash. Although it's not something you can use on the regular without being aware of the exact difference between the two respective stats, Luce launched her third dice thrust. However, the number that came up was a 4. Why did it have to fail twice in a row now in a dangerous situation like this? Luce grumbled. Luce, keep at it. I charged at the mithril golem once again. Using the tension in the shadow to increase my momentum, I rushed at the mithril golem. It readied both of its arms facing my direction. It didn't reach out carelessly anymore. It seems it wanted to make sure it could intercept me. Just when I got near enough, its right hand finally shot out towards me. I jumped to the other side of the mithril golem's arm, then I struck the back of its hand with my sword. Parry, my hand went numb. Its monstrous strength could be felt even through the sword. With a parry that barely succeeded, its right hand was deflected into the wall, greatly shaking the whole cavern. It was a coin flip whether or not it would succeed, but it worked. However, I can't put any strength into the fingers I'm gripping my sword with. The left hand of the mithril golem reached towards me right away. I can't dodge it. I pulled up my shield and tried to make my body smaller. The mithril golem's outrageous strength smashed straight through my life shield without any fanfare. The strike continued and also hit my shield. The impact sent me flying, then I crashed into the ground. A truly terrifying attack power. I could only take that due to the double impact dampening effect of my life shield and my actual shield. The mithril golem is obviously starting to get used to my movements too. It's not just that it stopped thoughtlessly extending its arms anymore, but it even started showing signs of it being wary of my shadow stomp. I'm slowly running out of tricks here. I don't think I will be able to use that tactic another time after this either. This time, I'll be ending this. Dice thrust, the fourth dice thrust, was launched. Cracks started running through the mithril golem's surface, then finally the giant body crumbled down. I saw the number 6 floating next to Luce's hand. You have gained 1,343 experience points. Your level has increased from 46 to 49. You have gained 3 skill points. We finally took down this mithril golem, a rare monster. Nice, you did good, Luce. Thank goodness. When I missed twice in a row, I kept thinking, why would it do that only in a situation like this? Luce let out a sigh of relief, then listlessly crouched down to the floor. Rolling a 6 twice out of 4 times is plenty lucky, you know. Even with Luce's high luck, I was prepared for her to need 5 or even 6 dice thrust, depending on how the luck went. With this, not only we managed to get some mithril, my level went up by a lot too, I managed to get some leeway with my skill points. I will soon be able to fight like a heavy knight from Magic World. Although it's not easy to choose between increasing Smoldering Fang of Madness for more explosive power and putting points into Vow of the Heavy Armor to stabilize Smoldering Fang of Madness. Chapter 10, Mithril Ingot. Wow T, that's a big magic stone. Luce found the Earth attribute magic stone among the remains of the mithril golem and picked it up. Elma-san, this magic stone will apparently be 2 million gold by itself. High-rank adventurers frequently hunt even stronger monsters than this mithril golem, so just how much money could they have in reserve? After checking the market value of the magic stone, Luce asked me timidly. I was rummaging through the torso part of the mithril golem's remains. After losing its life, the mithril golem was starting to turn back into mana and disappear into thin air. Within that deep inside its torso, a large rectangular bar of metal could be found. I put my strength into pulling the metal bar out of it. A beautiful metal ingot radiating a bluish-green light. On its surface, the seal of the mithril ingot could be seen, with the chibi version of the golem's mark beneath it. That makes me feel a bit demoralized. That mithril golem was absolutely not this cute-looking monster. Luce grumbled with a bitter smile, though its price certainly cannot be called cute. Mithril ingot. Market value 25 million gold, an ingot made of mithril. A magical metal that was affected by powerful mana. It's also sometimes called magic silver. It's a valuable rare metal, so much so that people will respect you as an adventurer if you have some kind of equipment made out of it on you. T 25 million gold. Is this a dungeon where expensive items are supposed to drop one after the other like this? The mithril golem is a very rare monster. That's why I wanted to challenge it even if we had to push ourselves to the limit. Mithril equipment is among the very best we could hope for in our level range. It's much more powerful than black steel equipment. If we have it made into a weapon, it will accompany one of us as a trusted partner for a long time. Simply selling it sounds good too, but it's for the best if we just have it made into a weapon instead of complicating things. As soon as we return to La Colina, we need to find a good blacksmith and make a request. To get a good weapon out of it, we will need to hire a blacksmith with a higher level. Still, it's the city of adventurers, La Colina. We will be able to find a suitable blacksmith for sure. The question is whether to get a sword or a knife made. A shield or armor are possible choices too, but the best choice here will probably be the knife. By giving it to Luce, with her ability to dispatch opponents with high movement speed but otherwise low stats with her dice thrust, would streamline our combat capabilities quite a bit. Also, there is the case of my smoldering Fang of Madness. With its cost of 50 million gold, so I would like for Luce to have something expensive like that to try and balance things out between us, even for a little bit. It's just how I feel. Mithril ingot, 25 million gold rune of destruction, 20 million gold black steel hammer, 4.6 million gold black steel sword, 4.5 million gold black steel knife, 4.3 million gold black steel ingot, 4 million gold mithril golem's magic stone, 2 million gold cries magic stone, 900 gold smiles magic stone. 800 gold times 4 currently, it all comes to 68.5 million gold. We finally surpassed our gains from the Angel's toy box. As expected, the effects of the Lucky Pyro are incredible. Last time it was thanks to the Golden Rana and its rare drops that boosted the value a lot, so I thought it would be a tricky sum to exceed, but we managed to surpass it easily. At this rate, perhaps it won't even be that hard to gather enough money for Luce's Reaper Assassin skill book. Now that I think of it, we ventured quite deep already. I hope we won't encounter any troublesome monsters on our way out. Well, seeing how we managed to take down a mithril golem, it means there are no enemies here in the centipede pit who can trouble us. The mithril golem might be even more troublesome than the Dream Lord here. There is not much of a difference between the mithril golem and the Dream Lord of this place in terms of levels. Furthermore, with the mithril golem's long reach, toughness, and high attack put together makes it a fierce monster that's hard to deal with beyond just its apparent level. Now that we defeated the mithril golem and our levels went up, we might be able to easily win against the Dream Lord too. Luce, rather than walking all the way back, there is a way to instantly travel back to the dungeon's entrance. There is a way to do that. This is the first time I've heard of something like that. You've already experienced it once, Luce. You do it by defeating the Dream Lord. Hearing what I said, Luce's face twitched. Will we be okay if we try that? The Dream Lord of the Centipede Pit has a low movement speed and its skill attacks are easy to anticipate. If you are aware of its patterns, then it's not that strong. Also, I thought we would be much more spent after defeating that mithril golem, but we are surprisingly fine still. I was planning on using Half-Dead Savage Dragon during the mithril golem fight, however, with how I succeeded in obstructing its movement with the Shadow Stomp and Shield Bash combo and how Luce managed to roll a 6 with Dice Thrust. When needed, my health didn't go down that much in the end. Although we still have heal potions, taking damage and then healing it puts a strain on the body and also on the mind. If I was cornered to the point that I had to activate Half-Dead Savage Dragon, Then I would have suggested we retreat, but now there is no reason to pull back before the dream lord of this place. Let's take it down fast and pick up another treasure while we are at it. What kind of monster is the dream lord here? Well, if you ask what kind, it's exactly like the centipede pit name suggests. It's called a rock centipede. A rock centipede. Luce did not hide her distaste. Should we hold off on it? We walked a long way already and the mithril golem was a pretty difficult opponent too. And no, let's do it. Everything's fine at this point. I can handle a somewhat large insect. Yeah, Luce said as if trying to encourage herself. Chapter 11, Lord of the Centipede Pit. For the time being, we arrived at the door behind which the dream lord of the centipede pit, the rock centipede, could be found. Luce glanced towards me after opening up her status. WL then. I will put my points into the Fool's Acrobatics, okay? Yeah, the skill you get from 18 points in the Fool's Acrobatics will be an important weapon in the arsenal of a clown regardless of the type. Luce leveled up from level 39 to L letter FF56, 47. Here in the centipede pit, she had 11 skill points currently. With that, she will be able to get a new useful skill from the Fool's Acrobatics, skill tree. It's something that will be especially effective against the rock centipede. While I was talking to Luce about the countermeasures against the rock centipede, I brought up the possibility of putting her skill points into the Fool's Acrobatics. Before we begin, skill tree. Remaining skill points 3, the Fool's Acrobatics 18/100, plus 8, Great Fortune 30/70, Attack Power Up 0/50, Luce put the skill points in. Ooh, I got a skill called Stunt Barrage, the skill you get from the Fool's Acrobatics. At 18, the Stunt Barrage, it's a skill where you start spinning erratically and cut up the enemy with your knife. A skill that takes advantage of the clown's high movement speed and delivers a high number of blows when the opponent's guard is down. A move that has the potential to become the cornerstone of a clown's fighting style. Especially now that she has the black steel knife on her that raises her attack to a respectable number. A well-executed use of it could deal a large amount of damage in one go. You should get the gist of it from the skill description, but you should try it once anyway. After kicking off from the ground, you should keep in mind the image of imbuing mana into your momentum to maintain the speed of your rotation. I see, I understand. I will be trying it now. Luce kicked off from the ground and kept slashing out with her knife as she rapidly rotated on her axis. After 3 turns, she touched down on the ground. She almost lost her balance and fell over, but she managed to recover fast enough. It looks like you'll have no problems with it. It can really increase the number of hits I can deliver, but it seems to me that there is a moment of weakness right after it comes to an end. I have a feeling that if I had tried this on the mithril golem, it would have sent me flying with a counterattack. Luce gave a full body shudder. You'll just need to get used to it enough so you can choose the best timing to use it. It's not limited to the stunt barrage. Every barrage type skill has that shortcoming. Also, due to the high speed and erratic movements the stun barrage relies on, it has the disadvantage that even the user may not be able to control it entirely. If the opponent manages to read your movements, then it's possible to receive a severe counterattack. These kinds of skills are powerful, but come with a correspondingly large weak point. However, there is no need to worry about that in this specific case. The rock centipede has a certain weakness that allows people to use their barrage skill against it without fear of reprisal. A certain weakness. I explained how to fight the rock centipede to Luce with a smile on my face. Why yes indeed, if we manage that then it will certainly be easy to take it down. Frankly, at our current level there is no way we would lose. If you are aware of how to defeat the rock centipede, then this dream lord becomes easy to take down. I pushed open the large door, then we headed into the deepest parts of the dungeon, where the rock centipede waited for us. The door opened up to a much larger space than we've seen so far. The ground was uneven, with a number of large boulders dotting the area. This is the first time I've entered the deepest part of a dungeon. Yeah, at the time with the embryo, it was a wandering lord. For me, it was the first time I did so in this world. The design of the deepest part of a dungeon is frequently based on its dream lord. This deepest part of the centipede pit was filled with enormous stalactites hanging from the ceiling, with water beneath them shining with a beautiful emerald green light. Truly a fairy tale-like atmosphere. As expected, it's much more awe-inspiring than when it was just a game. If such a picturesque scenery existed on Earth, it would have been chosen as a World Heritage Site for sure. And I guess this is no time to be admiring the scenery. A creepy voice could be heard all around us. Looking up and above us, a giant rock centipede with ash-colored carapace was crawling on the ceiling. From head to tail, it must have been at least 15 meters. The Lord decided to grace us with its presence. With a thunderous roar, the rock centipede crashed down in front of us. It lined up its enormous jaw with the direction Luce and I were in. Monster, rock centipede level, 60 health, 156/156 mana. 71/71 The rock centipede has an overwhelming amount of health, high attack, defense, and exceptional agility. It has ways of attacking at both close and long range, and it has a majestic, massive body fitting for a Dream Lord. Many Magic World players lamented the fact that this Dream Lord could have been a terrifying opponent, if only it was a bit different. According to the leveling system of Magic World, the higher level and easier to beat a monster was, the more convenient it was. From that point of view, beginner players all loved this boss. Let's take it down quickly and rake in the experience points and items, then let's head back to La Colina right away. Chapter 12, Rock Centipede Subjugation. Jiji. The rock centipede crawled between the boulders, heading in our way at a tremendous speed. "Ah, that's really gross after all that many legs," Luce muttered after staring at the legs of the rock centipede. "As we discussed, I'll be counting on you, Luce." "Why yes," I readied my shield and crouched down in place. Luce kicked off from the ground and jumped on top of my shield. Shield bash, I launched Luce high up in the air with my shield. Luce jumped over the head of the rock centipede, coming straight for us, and landed on its body. Yes, that's the biggest weakness of the rock centipede. It doesn't really have an easy way of attacking enemies on its back. That pointlessly long length of its huge body is a serious disadvantage. Well then, I need to do my part by buying some time too. While I turned around and started running away from the rock centipede, I kept an eye out for Luce, keeping tabs on how she was doing. While running, Luce jumped parallel to the ground and started rapidly spinning. Stunt barrage. Her knife started quickly carving up the body of the rock centipede. She managed to deliver a magnificent 3-hit barrage, causing liquid to spurt out of the body of the rock centipede. Jii. The rock centipede let out a sound akin to a scream. Normally, there is not a single Dream Lord that would simply take all 3 hits from Stunt Barrage, without even being able to hit back. However, due to its huge body, the rock centipede has no choice but to suffer all direct hits from an enemy on top of its back. In addition to that, it cannot even fight back properly thanks to it not having a suitable way to attack there. One more time, Stunt Barrage. Further liquid escaped the rock centipede's body. Monster Rock Centipede level, 60 health, 69/156 mana, 71/71. She hit it cleanly with all 6 blows. The rock centipede's health was below half already. It all went as planned so far. Good, Luce, like we planned, get off of it for now. Yes, Luce kicked off from the back of the rock centipede and landed on top of a nearby boulder to escape. The footing was pretty unstable there, but for Luce, who had the acrobatic steps, even the ceiling could be counted as stable footing suitable for even running on. Without slowing down, she put a large distance between the rock centipede and herself by running on top of the boulders. The rock centipede suddenly slowed down, turned its body on its side, then started writhing in place for a while. After a few seconds, the rock centipede got back up and sent a searching gaze at its surroundings. A magic circle appeared around its head. Countless rock projectiles were launched, targeting Luce's back. It was the rock centipede's magic skill, Rock Blast. It was fast, consisted of a lot of projectiles, and it packed quite a punch. A terrifying attack skill of the rock centipede. Or that would be true, only if this wasn't the deepest part of the centipede pit, which was riddled with obstacles. After Luce escaped by running on the wall, she quickly retreated into the shadow of a boulder. The rock centipede kept peppering the boulder, which Luce hid behind with its rock blast. For a time, but it stopped its attack in short order. The rock centipede glared at the boulder hiding Luce, but soon after it turned its gaze away and started running towards me. It wouldn't be able to catch up to Luce, who is focusing on running away. Seeing how light Luce was on her feet just now, the rock centipede must have realized this just now too. Based on their stats, the rock centipede should be faster than Luce. However, in this place filled with obstacles everywhere, Luce, with her ability to move however she wants by the help of acrobatic steps, the huge body of the rock centipede would never be able to catch up. The rock centipede is fatally unsuited for this type of terrain. If people had to fight this monster somewhere not filled with this many boulders, then it would have been feared as one of the more terrifying Dream Lords. Maybe having the ability to deal with people getting on its back and spamming barrage-type skills should be the most important change first. In the game, it was frequently encouraged by players by saying something like, "Please do your best a bit more as a Dream Lord. There is no challenge here." The rock centipede chased after me. Unlike Luce, I can't run on vertical surfaces and my speed stat is quite low too. As one would expect, I can't shake it off by simply running away. I would get caught and ground up by its giant maw. Of course, that's only if I just kept running without any plan. This place had a lot of rocky obstacles. I kept in mind the placement of every rock and chose a route that included as many long and narrow boulders as I could, so that the long body of the rock centipede would get entangled. The movements of the rock centipede that was chasing me was notably disrupted. Its body joints got caught on some rocks. It once again sped up to pursue me, but its body was once again rattled on the way. By using this method, even a heavy knight can comfortably shake off the rock centipede. Although if you make a mistake in tripping up the monster on those boulders, then it would catch up to you real fast, so practice is important. One of the reasons why the rock centipede was turned into a funny meme was because of how it gets constantly caught on a rock by its body joints. And during the time I kept running around the same place, Luce also managed to rendezvous back with me. I can jump anytime, Elma-san. Good, then we'll take it down here. Just like before, I used Shield Bash to launch Luce onto the back of the rock centipede. Luce flew over the head of the rock centipede, landed on its body, then started swinging her knife while dashing around. Stunt barrage, just like last time she used her 3-hit barrage skill 2 times in succession. The rock centipede bled a poisonous-looking liquid once again. Its innumerable legs stopped moving, then it fell to the floor. It still kept moving due to inertia, digging a groove in the ground, but after a few more minor twitches, it stopped moving altogether. You have gained 2379 experience points. Your level has increased from 49 to 54. You have gained 5 skill points. We managed to safely defeat the Dream Lord, the rock centipede. Everything went smoothly and according to plan. It was a monster with an easy-to-understand weakness, and more importantly, we had a skill that was able to take advantage of that weakness. Maybe it's thanks to the method we used to defeat it, but I think that the mithril golem was stronger in comparison. Luce expressed her sentiments with a wry smile. Chapter 13, Death Armed. Smoke was rising from the remains of the rock centipede. Unable to maintain the integrity of its body, the rock centipede was in the process of turning back into pure mana. Luce, come down or you might have an achi, hot. What's with this smoke? It's scorching. Scorching? Maybe it's because the rock centipede has such a large body that it's giving off a lot of heat while it's in the process of disappearing. In the game, there was no signs of heat being produced when the bodies of monsters were disappearing, but this world is not exactly the same as the game. It might be a side effect of the physical laws that are needed for this world to function while being similar to Magic World. No, that's not it. The moment I realized what was happening, I felt the blood leaving my face. A monster that was supposed to have been defeated starts releasing damaging vapor. This phenomenon did exist in Magic World too. However, there should be no way for that to happen right now. Luce, run here as fast as you can right now. That monster is not dead yet. Why yes, I'll just go there for now. As Luce jumped off towards me, the body of the rock centipede started to blast off a large amount of crimson-red vapor. Luce was pushed by the shockwave and started falling quickly in my direction. I stepped forward right away and caught her. Thank you very much, I did not expect that. Sorry, Luce, I made a judgment error. But we managed to cleanly take down the rock centipede right. It didn't die. A large centipede with purple-colored carapace appeared from the red steam. It was covered in purple tough-looking spiky armored scales, and a single large eye slowly opened up on its head. Right below that, rows of long blade-like purple fangs could be seen. Rock centipede evolved into Death Armed. Death Armed's level increased from 60 to 75. Evolution, a rare event that triggers when specific conditions are fulfilled. It's a phenomenon when a monster activates its latent potential and changes to a different species. Level 75. Hearing its new level, Luce screamed out. Only certain types of monsters have the capability to evolve like that, and each species has their own unique requirements for it. However, even in Magic World, the players did not have a comprehensive list of every such requirements. It was because those conditions often included some tedious minor things, and there was no real merit to making it happen intentionally. It takes far too much effort to do it, and fighting monsters while attempting to fulfill various conditions is simply too risky. You can gain some rare drops and more experience with it, but if you want just that, it's much better to simply delve into a higher-level dungeon to begin with. I'm aware of the requirements for the Death Arms evolution, but only in a broad sense. It needs to eat the corpses of a certain number of adventurers, eat a certain number of magic stones, and then it needs to get killed by adventurers. The exact numbers might be different for each, but this is the basis for the evolution of most Dream Lords in general. I believed that those requirements had basically no chance of getting fulfilled this time, since generally that only happens when the Dream Lord goes on the move as a wandering lord multiple times. I heard that this centipede pit has only just recently spawned. Also, if a bunch of adventurers were massacred by a wandering lord, there is no way they wouldn't have shared that information with us in La Colina. The rules are somewhat different in this world than what they were in Magic World, but it would be unthinkable for the requirements for evolution to loosen like that. What most likely happened, in my opinion, is that someone deliberately fulfilled the conditions for the rock centipede's evolution and simply left it like that. However, even then, there are many things that don't add up. There shouldn't be any reason to do it in the first place. And I doubt that there could be anyone in this world who knows the requirements for triggering the evolution and can freely make it happen. The fact is that due to my failure to anticipate this, I ended up dragging Luce into a fight with a death armed. I'm really sorry, Luce. I was sure that something like this couldn't happen. Everything went so well lately, I might have been too relaxed about things. Please don't apologize, that's right, just send me up with shield bash. Again, I will use my barrage skill too. No can do, that guy's health and defense are incredibly high and its recovery speed is also fast. You can't damage it with many weaker hits. Trying to use dice thrust isn't realistic either. Dice thrust has a higher chance than stunt barrage to work, but even then it would need at least 4 rolls of 6 to hit. We should expect to need at least 10 hits of dice thrust for that. If too much time passes between successes, then the number of necessary hits would increase too. It's unlikely that Luce would get the chance to attack multiple times without reprisal against the death armed. JIJIJIJIJIJIJIJIH. The death armed charged in our direction. Its single large eye kept glaring right at us. Against a death armed, it was futile to try and run between the boulders to buy time. Boulders are no obstacle with its high attack stat. Monster, death armed level, 75 health. 274/274 mana. 134/134. I checked it to make sure, but that status really leaves me in despair. The death armed itself is terrifyingly fast and has a high attack. However, if I tried to attack from the front, I would just get crushed to death by its huge body before my blade could ever reach it. We need to create an opportunity to safely attack it, and we also need to be able to punch through its high defense and health. Luce, there may be a single chance for us to win this battle. Are you willing to try? Chapter 14. Fury of the Death Armed. You will be able to shave off the death arm's health, right? Yeah, I nodded to Luce's question. In this world where death is the end, I didn't want to rely on such a risky and dumb strategy, but there is no other way to win against the death armed other than this. Even if we tried to run, it would end the same way. With such a level gap, we have no way of making it out alive by running away. Even if we somehow did, turning the death armed into a wandering lord would cause the death of who knows how many people. The death armed has an extraordinary amount of health, tough armor covering its body, and an overwhelming power of recovery. To get through all that, an attack from a heavy knight, which was called the balance breaker in Magic World, was needed. If I put my remaining skill points into Smoldering Fang of Madness, then I can replicate the heavy knight's exceptional extreme firepower in this world. I wanted to leave this for later due to the high risks it still carried, but now I don't have any other choice. I will help, Elma-san. What should I be doing? Luce must be scared right now, but she still tries to encourage me by speaking louder than usual. Thank you, Luce. I recalled the layout of this place in my head and tried to simulate a way for us to win. At our current levels, we won't have too many chances to create an opportunity to attack without fear of immediate reprisal. We will have only a single chance. I will send you up with a shield bash, Luce. Once you land on its back, jump off of it right away to a boulder, then try to hit its tail once when you can. Hit its tail once, I understand, Luce replied enthusiastically. Luce must have wanted to ask more about the plan too. There is no way she is not nervous. I also wanted to take a bit more time to explain, but seeing how Luce accepted her role without hesitation, I thought that it would be for the best if we finished this in short order, even if she'll be in the dark for a bit. Still heading straight for us, the death arm just broke a boulder in its way into pieces with its huge maw. Luce kicked off from the ground. I brought up my shield and pushed her upwards. Shield bash. Luce's body was sent flying a great distance. She kicked off the death arm's armor, then used her acrobatic steps to move from boulder to boulder in the direction of the death arm's tail. JIH. The death armed moved its gaze to Luce. To shift the death arm's attention, I quickly pulled out a Smiles Earth attribute magic stone, put mana into it, then threw it at the death armed. In the blink of an eye, the magic stone started shining. Then it released countless earth needles right in front of the death arm's face. Direct attacks with magic stones are nothing more than greatly inferior versions of actual magic skills to begin with, especially against a higher-level death armed. There was no chance that a direct magic stone attack done by a heavy knight would do any damage to it, and clearly it didn't even scuff its armor, but I managed to successfully divert its attention back to me. The death armed was starting to slow down and focus on Luce before this, but now it started heading my way once again. Until Luce manages to attack its tail, I'll have to go all out and buy enough time. Life shield, I shouted while brandishing my sword over my head. My life force manifested, covering my whole body with a membrane of light. Life shield, normal skill. It takes 20% of your maximum health to activate. A shield with the same durability as the health deducted covers the entire body. 20% of my current maximum health. I paid the necessary HP 28 and activated Life Shield. Elma Edvan, class Heavy Knight level 54 health, 22/145 mana. 12/60 and now the conditions for activating Half-Dead Savage Dragon have been met. Half-Dead Savage Dragon, special skill. When the user's health is less than 20%, attack and agility is increased by 100%. With this my agility doubled. The huge body of the Death Armed became a drawback, hindering its maneuverability. I should be able to buy some time like this. I rushed to a small gap between a huge boulder next to the wall, which was hard to move even by a Death Armed. The Death Armed kept destroying its way towards me as it kept up its pursuit. Even when I'm in this state, the Death Armed is still faster than me. I can't let the Death Armed catch up to me. When an enemy gets close to the Death Arm's body, it starts to go apeshit with its legs and tries to send the opponent flying. With our levels, we won't be able to handle that. Even a single scratch could prove fatal. I noticed the light of a magic circle shine over me from behind. It's the magic skill of the Death Armed, the Death Needles. It sends out sharp projectiles coated in poison. They fly fast, there are a lot of them, and they also pack a punch. The reason why it's much more scary than the Rock Centipede's Rock Blast is because due to the high speed of the one that activates it, there is not enough time for the target to hide behind something, and due to the rapid fire, even the Life Shield is all but useless against it. However, just before activation, the movements of the body and the moss slows down. I immediately turned on my heel and rushed towards the Death Armed. I pushed my shield ahead of myself and charged at the Death Arm's face equivalent. Shield bash, I could feel the impact of the Death Arm's charge through my shield. The durability of the Life Shield has met its limit and crumbled. As for the shield bash, if my defense and attack stats are lower than the opponent's, then I'm the one that gets thrown back. Of course, those two stats are overwhelmingly higher for the Death Armed, which is a high-level Dream Lord. I received the backlash from the shield bash, which blew me back at great speed. With those maneuvers, I was able to avoid the Death Needles. Somehow. Good. Also, thanks to my careful adjustment of the angle of my shield, I was able to get on top of a boulder with that. The Death Armed kept glaring at me, looking irritated. Dice thrust. At that same moment, Luce, who was able to get behind the Death Arm's tail, launched a dice thrust at it. Body fluids of the Death Armed spilled out from its tail. A normal attack would have been enough too, but it seems she managed to hit it with a 6-roll critical hit. The Death Armed let out a screech of rage. The tail of the Death Armed is not its special weak point or anything. However, due to it not being covered in scales, it's a relatively soft, long, and thin target, which is quite easy to hit. In addition to that, in contrast to its torso and legs, it can't use it to counterattack right away. A Death Arm's tail is something of a reverse scale for it. Our positions are perfect. Both Luce and I are at the positions I envisioned at the beginning. We also managed to infuriate the Death Armed. With this, we have everything we need to take it down. Chapter 15. A single blow from the God of Destruction. The Death Armed started to furiously rattle all of its legs. The area around it was shaking, making Luce fall back some distance from the Death Armed in a hurry. I managed to hit it, but what should I do now? Luce, keep circling around that giant boulder in front of you. You understood. Luce rushed towards that giant boulder. The Death Armed turned its giant body around and faced in the direction of Luce. It changed its target from me to her. Luce cut into the Death Arm's tail, which was something of a reverse scale for it. It also seemed to have lost interest in me, even though I had its attention until now, because I opened up some distance between us with the help of Shield Bash. The targeting priority of the Death Armed has changed. The Death Armed followed Luce's figure with naked aggression. Although the Death Armed was fast, it would still take some time until it could reach Luce, who was next to its tail. In the meantime, I ran across the boulders towards a specific place. If I stand right here, then I'll be able to take advantage of a decisive weakness of the Death Armed. The circumference of the boulder Luce is circling around is about the same as the length of the Death Armed. In other words, right as Luce will complete one lap around the giant boulder, she will have the crucial tail of the Death Armed right in front of her. Elma-san, what should I do next? I don't think that I can keep this up much longer. When Luce reappeared in my line of sight, she was currently being chased by the Death Arm's head and its tail was right in front of her. Use its tail as a stepping stool and jump on top of the boulder. Yes. After hearing my words, Luce stomped on the Death Arm's tail. Gih! The death-armed let out a screech of fury. It must have thought Luce was going to slash into its sensitive tail once again. It opened its robust maw and sprang forward towards Luce. Luce quickly finished her jump in the air and used acrobatic steps to run up the side of the boulder to get away. Because of that, it was the tail of death armed its maw impacted instead. The torn-off tail sailed off in an arc, splattering a vast amount of bodily fluids across the area. Gih! The death-armed emitted a deafening screech. I did it, I really did it, Elma-san, Luce cheered, her voice breaking. Just after the death-armed loses its tail after taking a large amount of damage, it falls into a stunned state, making it defenseless just for a moment. During that short moment, the countless legs protecting its body also stop functioning. Well done, Luce, I will handle the rest. I open my status. Skill trees, remaining skill points 14, Vow of the Heavy Armor. 34/100, Beginner Swordsmanship, 5/50, Smoldering Fang of Madness, 5/70, I put 10 skill points into the Smoldering Fang of Madness. Until now, I was just able to mimic a DPS class's performance, but from now on it will be a different story. I will be able to bring out the true strength of the Heavy Knight, which was called the Balance Breaker of Magic World. Skill trees, remaining skill points 4, Vow of the Heavy Armor, 34/100, Beginner Swordsmanship, 5/50, Smoldering Fang of Madness, 15/70, 10, with Smoldering Fang of Madness. Reaching 15/70, you have gained the normal skill Relentless Vigor. Here it is, the Relentless Vigor. Using it presents a huge risk, but it gives a comparable explosive boost in power. And it's also highly synergistic with the Heavy Knight class. This skill provides the foundation for the Heavy Knight's firepower. Relentless Vigor, normal skill, can only be activated when the remaining health is under 50%. It lowers defense to 0 and increases the attack by the same amount. While it's activated, it continuously consumes mana. This Relentless Vigor lowers the defense my body has to 0, leaving only what my equipment provides, but it also increases my attack by the same amount. However, the situations where it can be used are limited. You can even say that it's not even that much compared to the huge risk it creates. Since it can only be used while my health is under 50%, against a dangerous enemy I constantly risk getting killed in one hit. In addition to that, since activating or deactivating it leaves me vulnerable for a second, I can't even toggle it rapidly. And what's most important is that in Magic World the defense stat tends to be on the lower side in general. DPS classes usually only have about half as much defense as attack, an attack boost of 50%. Not a bad deal, right? However, there are many much safer skills with less restrictive activation conditions that even use less mana. Therefore, it wasn't considered a powerful skill in Magic World at first. However, in the case of the Heavy Knight, its defense is double that of its attack. The moment this skill activates, it effectively triples the attack stat. In addition to that, what's frightening is that the Relentless Vigor and Half-Dead Savage Dragon effects compound on each other by the Relentless Vigor, calculations being done before the Half-Dead Savage Dragon. In other words, it doubles the attack value that's being boosted by the defense stat. My current attack is 40, while my defense is 73, with Relentless Vigor and Half-Dead Savage Dragon. In effect, my attack rises to 226. Counting in my new black steel equipment, it becomes 241. What this number means is that even without a critical hit's defense having effect, I could pierce through the Golden Rana's defense twice over. That's a high number by itself, but it gets boosted even further by the effect of my title. If I hit it multiple times during this stun effect, none of the Death Arm's high health, tough armor, or high recovery power would mean anything. With my current stats, I can't maintain Relentless Vigor for that long. We needed to create a situation where I could activate Relentless Vigor right in front of the Death Armed and deliver a few hits without it being able to use its skill or wriggling legs to counterattack. They were tricky conditions to fulfill, but thanks to Luce's hard work, we were able to achieve it. Relentless Vigor, I shouted while brandishing my sword. A bluish-white light from the Relentless Vigor started mixing in with the red radiance of Half-Dead Savage Dragon. I kicked off from the boulder I was standing on and charged towards the Death Armed. Take this! I swung my blade towards its defenseless body. A single blow from the Balance Breaker of Magic World. A crack ran through the sturdy armor of the Death Armed from a single hit. Its giant body was rocked by the impact of the attack. The Death Armed let out a screech. The returning second slash cut its life short. The body of the Death Armed split into two vertically. The Heavy Knight, armed with ultra firepower several times its normal potency, can accomplish the killing of higher-level opponents, which was greatly valued in Magic World to an outlandish degree. That being said, I did not intend to fight in such a risky way in this world. You have gained 4059 experience points. Your level has increased from 54 to 62. You have gained 8 skill points. An explosive amount of experience points flowed in. This was an unanticipated incident, but it's finally over. We succeeded in taking down an evolved Lord of the Centipede Pit. Chapter 16. Rewards for defeating the Death Armed. The corpse of the Death Armed started to evaporate, slowly going see-through, then finally disappeared completely. I let out a sigh of relief and raised my sword in front of my face. Relentless vigor release. The red and bluish-white lights that covered my body disappeared. I could feel the defense seep back into my body. We really managed to defeat it, Elma-san. Even when it was so much higher level than us. The experience points we got are something else too. Luce hurried over to me. I would like to refrain from taking a gamble like this in general, if at all possible. I replied with a bitter smile. Hey, I really didn't know what was going to happen when that centipede got back up and even got that burly armor too, but winning even despite that as expected of Elma-san. No, that was my bad really. That evolution really shouldn't have happened here. I scratched my brows, feeling awkward. We only managed to win thanks mainly to Luce's efforts. Some of the things I asked of her were pretty crazy. Though I thought she could handle it after how she did in the embryo fight. And no, I didn't say it to try to blame you for it really. Adventurers aren't people that always look for the safest path anyway. Luce started gesturing wildly with her hands to get her point across. That reminds me, that last hit was amazingly powerful. That huge Death Armed got done in just like that. Maybe she was trying to be considerate, so she changed the topic right away. Relentless vigor is really powerful, but the risks are. The Heavy Knight's relentless vigor is powerful, but the defense decrease is quite painful. The continuous mana consumption, the momentary vulnerability when activating or deactivating it, the strict conditions for its activation, and the decrease in defense while it's in effect together come out to a pretty severe shortcoming. Since my health was below 20% to begin with, any damage taken would have been serious just the same. But being aware that a simple stray projectile could kill me in one hit is not at all good for the heart. Even the life shield I depended on was taken down, so a single mistake could have spelled an end to my life. I could only use it because you managed to stun it, Luce. It's not a skill that I would like to proactively use with my current status if I can avoid it. However, it can do an absurd amount of damage, so it might be good for bluffing at least. With both half-dead Savage Dragon and Relentless Vigor active, my attack rises to approximately 6 times its original value. It may work as an intimidation trick too. You have gained the title Nightmare Slayer. I received a title, Nightmare Slayer. This title is, it seems Luce got it too. I opened my status to check it. Nightmare Slayer, title, proof of subjugation of an evolved Dream Lord over level 70. Increases attack by +7% when attacking a Dream Lord. A special boss title. Despite the fact that we got caught up in something troublesome, being able to get this one here was a good thing, since it's related to evolution and it's not easy to deliberately obtain it at all. In Magic World, to become powerful, aside from keeping up the steady accumulation of experience points in general, it was necessary to take some opportunities to defeat much higher level opponents. A title that helps with enemies like that is more than welcome. Well, it's good to be happy about the fact that we came out of that fine, but we should be picking up the magic stone too. A dungeon that lost its lord will soon begin to crumble. We should take the things we can take before that. It's a level 75 magic stone too. It should be at least 4 million gold. 4 million gold, a single magic stone. Luce raised her voice in surprise. It's because it was a monster that we ordinarily would never have the opportunity to take on in our level range. The mithril golem we pushed ourselves to the limit with was level 55, and the Dream Lord of the Centipede Pit that we only decided to take on because we knew how to cleanly take it down was level 60. And the last one, the Death Armed, was a terrifying level 75. The rewards for it should be immense, just as the experience points were. Luce and I approached the remains of the Death Armed and started searching for the magic stone since its body was really big. Even though it was evaporating quickly, we still couldn't find it. Oh, here it is. I picked up the Death Arm's Earth Attribute Magic Stone. I managed to collect our target. It's strange to think that we will get 4 million gold from this just like that. Right at that moment everything shook, then large cracks started appearing on the dungeon's floor and walls. Those are the signs that the dungeon is about to disappear. Elma-san, this, here there was something here too, it's something really amazing. Luce was running straight at me. What is it, Luce? I've already found the magic stone. Luce held up the object in her hands. It was a knife. It had a purple-colored blade shining with a mysterious light. A drop item from the Death Armed, another one. Luce really tends to gather all the items that don't really have high drop rates like it's nothing. Venomous Centipede's Short Sword. Recommended level 70, attack 28, market value 28 million gold. A short sword coated in the venom of a centipede. In addition to its high attack bonus, it sometimes poisons the enemy. Venomous Centipede's short sword, an item that's heads above all other items we managed to get so far in value. Its performance was impressive too, managing to collect the drop item from an evolved Dream Lord as expected of Luce. The chances of such bonus abilities triggering are influenced by luck. It depends on compatibility in each case. But if you can get the poison effect to trigger more or less consistently, then it widens the breadth of usable tactics. She can increase the probability of the poison triggering with Stun Barrage, too, so it's fairly synergistic with Luce as well. Although its recommended level is a bit high, but this means that now we got this, we didn't really need to collect all those medals. I muttered under my breath with a wry smile. I will need some equipment made for me too, but it seems we will have quite a bit left over like this. We might end up selling most of it. What should we do, Elma-san? This is worth 28 million gold. It's much more expensive than even that Rana's radiant ornate sword. If we bring this back we will get smote by the heavens, right? It's just not right having something so expensive with us. Shouldn't we leave it here instead? Calm down, Luce, be calm. You are panicking, I tried to persuade Luce in a hurry. While she was creating a commotion, the breakdown of the dungeon continued. The broken remains of the boulders started to go see-through, then a white light enveloped both the ceiling and the walls. Heavy Night Volume 2, Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Exchanging the Magic Stones. After we finished clearing the centipede pit, Luce and I returned to the Adventurers Guild in La Colina. Luce was seemingly constantly on guard, running her gaze between our surroundings. Both her hands were clenched into fists. The adventurers that passed us by all looked at us funny. Luce, could you stop looking at everyone with distrust? How can I not be distrustful at a time like this? We made a huge profit in the centipede pit just now. After giving a wry smile, I saw the Adventurers Guild building and narrowed my gaze. First and foremost, we are going there to exchange our magic stones, but that's not our only business there this time. An evolution of a Dream Lord is not something that can just be ignored. The Centipede Pit was still a pretty new dungeon. However, something like a Dream Lord's evolution should never have happened without considerable monster and adventurer losses. If a tragedy like that happened, then it's very strange that the guild didn't share that information with us. That's something that must be properly reported to the Adventurers Guild. Luce and I entered the Adventurers Guild and called out to the receptionist lady at the counter. We would like to exchange some magic stones. After that, we would also like to speak with a high-rank adventurer from the staff, or the guild master if at all possible. There is something terrible that might be happening right now. D-rank adventurers from the low-level city of Rondome, a heavy knight and a clown, was it? The receptionist girl looked between my and Luce's adventurer badges, then spoke down to us like that. I will convey what you say to the appropriate people, but please keep it short, you are blocking the line behind you. What's with that attitude? You could have said all that without that tone. Luce got pissed from the receptionist girl's attitude. Well, you see, this is the city of adventurers, La Colina. As the guild staff of this city, we are proud of the many famous adventurers that we managed to produce. The receptionist girl started to explain, looking exasperated. MMGH, Luce was pouting severely. Never mind that, Luce, it's fine, leave this to me. If I explain it properly, then she should understand it clearly. I stopped Luce's retort by holding out my hand. If you say so, Elma-san. The people of the city of adventurers, La Colina, are exceedingly proud of their city. I was also taught about this back at the Edvan family. I recall my father Iz's grumbling about the marquis of this territory, how Lord Household is a prideful, spiteful, and stubborn man. By governing this territory, where high-level dungeons tend to spawn, in an effective manner, their family managed to amass a lot of profit and distinguish themselves. I'm aware that I'm asking for too much here. If I offended you somehow, then I apologize. However, I would like some of your time first to try to convince you. I'm afraid of this incident getting chalked up as simple hearsay if I don't explain it in person. It might be a portent of something bad that, from our point of view, disturbing the guild master for some adventurers straight from the boonies doesn't sit well with us. It would be a mistake to treat our guild the same as a guild from a remote place like Rondome. The scale is entirely different. The number and quality of adventurers this place serves, and the amount of money that moves through here is a lot more than you would think. Even parties that tend to exchange multiple millions of golds worth of magic stones in one go are not that rare here. Anyhow, the guild master is a busy person, so we can't fulfill your request to meet at this current time. This applies to all other adventurers that come from other guilds as well. I don't think that the city of Rondome or the territory of Count Edvan can be called boonies. I give you that this place is somewhat more developed, but I don't think there is a reason for saying something cruel like that. I leaned on the counter heavily and snapped back in response. Please calm down, Elma-san. It's not like you really have much of a lingering attachment for your family anymore, Elma-san, right? Let's deal with this calmly. Am I bad, Luce? You're right. No, it's not because I still had some lingering attachments as the former heir of the Edvan family. The Edvan county was really not that rural. Yes, it's not because of hometown pride. I just spoke the truth, that's all. I should have taken this out right at the beginning. I pulled out the Death Arms magic stone from my magic bag and put it down in front of the receptionist girl. The look in the receptionist girl's eyes changed. T that size, a level 60, no, from an even higher level monster. This matter is on the level of a B-rank adventurer. Was it really you two who managed to obtain this? That's not a monster that D-rank adventurers could do anything about. We got this from the Dream Lord when we cleared out the centipede pit. Something strange happened when we did. There is a possibility that a large number of people ended up dead somehow, so I would like to meet the guild master if possible. I understand. I will ask right away. Sorry for my previous rudeness. The receptionist girl started rapidly bowing her head. The value of an adventurer is totally different depending on their rank. It's because the benefits they bring to a city are on an entirely different level. It's not just because of their ability to bring in any amount of magic stones from high-level dungeons, but because they serve as a bulwark against monster calamities. The fervent admiration of high-rank adventurers is especially rooted deep here, in a city that flourished due to the proximity of dungeons. I should have done this to begin with. Also, I would like to exchange these ones too. I started lining up the magic stones from the mithril golem and the smiles on the counter next. Seeing all those at the same time, they should be quite a sum in total. To be honest, we overdid our monster hunt a little this time. A large part of it was that we encountered a lot of difficult enemies. Together with the Death Arms magic stone, it should come to just over 10 million gold. WWW, what is that quantity? Did you really collect all this in the course of a single exploration? The receptionist girl left her mouth open in a daze. She was just bragging about how parties that exchange several millions of golds worth of magic stones in one go are not that rare, but it seems she was still surprised by this amount. The original plan was to collect a few black steel items and return right away, so I didn't think we would be able to get this much. I thought it might take a while to get all that money together, so I thought I would hand them over first. Oh, of course, we will be able to prepare a sum like this right away. Please wait a moment. The receptionist girl went red in the face as she answered, then moved to the back in a hurry. Your words just now, did you intend those as a small revenge? Luce was looking at my expression. That was not my intention at all. With Luce in the party, the money from exchanging magic stones is somewhat trivial. Item drops are vastly more profitable. Venomous Centipede's short sword. 28 million gold mithril ingot. 25 million gold rune of destruction. 20 million gold black steel hammer. 4.6 million gold black steel sword. 4.5 million gold black steel knife. 4.3 million gold black steel ingot, 4 million gold Death Arms magic stone, 4.2 million gold Mithril Golem's magic stone, 2 million gold Cries magic stone, 900 gold Smiles magic stone, 800 gold times 4. This is the total amount of gold we earned this time, which should end up around 70 million gold in the end. Although instead of selling all that, we intend to keep a few of the items to use as weapons. I intend to keep the Rune of Destruction for now too. I'm planning on hiring a blacksmith to make a weapon for me, so I will ask them to embed it then. Pardon me, but there is an adventurer here that wants to exchange 10 million gold worth of magic stones right now, so please make the arrangements. From deeper within the guild, the voice of the receptionist girl from just now could be heard. 10 million gold in total, then it needs to be confirmed and recorded in the paperwork. Is the person that brought all this a famous A-rank adventurer? Because in that case I can simplify the procedure. He is a D-rank adventurer, DD-rank adventurer. Hey, what kind of record does he have in this city so far? Please just hurry up already. The dignity of La Colina is riding on this. ... It sounds like they are having some kind of argument there. Will that be fine? Either way, once we are done with exchanging our magic stones, we will have to meet with the guild master. Chapter 18. Guild Master Halling. Apparently, for D-rank adventurers to exchange this many magic stones in one go, they'd have to go through a tedious procedure. However, for some reason, the receptionist girl desperately pushed through all that, leading to an unexpectedly smooth process. Also, while that was happening, she managed to get an appointment with the guild master too. Fortunately, it seems that despite being described as busy, the guild master will be able to meet with us right away. Luce and I were led by the receptionist girl deeper into the guild. We stopped in front of the innermost door. It seems this was the office of the guild master. The receptionist girl knocked on the door. Halline-sama, I've brought the adventures you've been told about just now. What are you talking about? I haven't heard anything like that. An irritated woman's voice came back in response. Didn't another staff member come here to notify you just now? No matter, hurry up and let them in. A sigh of exasperation followed. I'm terribly sorry, she is a very busy person and it seems there was some kind of miscommunication. The receptionist girl bowed her head to us. It seems this may have been a bad time or she just did not pay enough attention. We've been told that she already agreed to a meeting, but apparently that was a mistake. Well, I don't really mind if we get to talk to her. We entered the guild master's office. She was a beautiful woman with long, indigo hair. The folding fan in her hand closed with a snap. So this was Guild Master Halline, the leader of the Adventurers Guild of La Colina, the City of Adventurers. Although she was a slender woman, perhaps due to the way she held herself, she gave off a strangely imposing and dignified aura. Halline's almond eyes ran over us, taking our measure. Feeling pressured by her gaze, Luce quickly hid herself behind my back. A clown and a heavy knight, huh, that's a fairly strange combination. As her eyes landed on my armor, her brows furrowed. She probably noticed that it's an armor set for low-level people. The fact that I didn't care to buy a better one, because I would have had to buy yet another in short order, may have backfired on me just now. Maltada, who are they? They are apparently D-rank adventurers who just arrived recently from the city of Rondelm, the receptionist girl answered. It seems her name was Maltada. D-rank adventurers from Rondelm. Halline started sharply glaring at Maltada. She seemed to say, why would you bring someone like that to me without actually saying it? This lady and gentleman apparently cleared out the level 60 centipede pit by themselves. In terms of ability, they should be among the top even among C-rank adventurers. Ho ho. 2 D-rank adventurers managed to clear out the centipede pit, you say? As a clown and heavy knight to boot too, huh? I was under the impression that both of those classes were at a disadvantage against a dream lord. How interesting. Now you've got my attention. The way Halline was looking at us changed all of a sudden. That felt a bit sinister, but now it's less likely that she will let what I have to say go in one ear and out the other. When I heard that she wasn't properly notified of us, I thought she would just disregard everything we say as nonsense coming from 2 D-rank adventurers. But it seems she properly recognized our accomplishments. The observation skills of this woman were clearly above the norm. As expected of a guild master, she is well versed in adventurers' affairs. I'm happy about the fact that we are quickly moving forward, but standing in front of this woman feels like she's seeing right through me, leaving me a bit anxious. It looks like Luce feels the same. However, D-rank adventurers challenging a dream lord. Even if you are a high C-rank in ability, you too seem to be trying to go above and beyond without any proper achievements to your name so far. I don't know if I should take it as you living your life to the fullest, or to call you suicidal. If not that, then you must have been very confident in your knowledge about your classes in that dungeon. Halline gave a slight smile. She was deducing the situation from what little she heard before I even get to present my story. I wonder if all the guild masters in charge of territories where high-level dungeons spawn are also this competent. No, I don't think it's that simple. That calm and composed bearing and refined features, and also being fairly knowledgeable about dungeons. Are you perhaps someone from the nobility? Apparently you came from the city of Rondelm, and I seem to recall the lord of that territory having a son who was about 15 years old. She even managed to get that far. I desperately tried to maintain my expression. Halline was obviously studying my face to check my reaction to her words. Did I manage to fool her with that? Well, as long as I don't lose my cool noticeably, then she can't be sure of it. First, I need to dodge this line of questioning entirely. I glanced to my side. Luce was looking between me and Halline, looking flustered. It seems she was still anxious and started to fiddle with her hair too. I pinched the bridge of my nose and let out a sigh. Luce is simply too honest. I can't feign ignorance like this. I see, Halline whispered after looking at Luce. I don't know what she got from that, but I have a bad feeling about it. My name is Elma, and she is Luce. Like we were introduced, we are adventurers from Rondelm. There was a strange incident we came across in the centipede pit, which I wanted to report directly, so I asked for a face-to-face meeting. Thank you for taking time for us, I said and bowed my head. I wanted to get to the main topic since I was anxious about letting Halline speak any further too, but it was mainly to express that I'm here as a simple commoner. Generally, nobles would always introduce themselves with their family name at this point. I'm still curious about some things, but I won't try to dig further for now. My name is Halline Household, and I'm the guild master of the Adventurers Guild for La Colina. That man was apparently already aware of this, but I'm from a branch house of the Household family. I was just thinking that she was too well versed in the matters of nobles. In La Colina, the city of adventurers, the Adventurers Guild is much more important than most other places. It seems they've put a person from their branch house into the position of the guild master to best coordinate the guilds and the noble family's activities with each other. Chapter 19, Omens and Schemes. The dream lord of the centipede pit, the rock centipede is feared and frequently described as troublesome due to its ability to rush people with its large body and its high regeneration speed. You two did well to defeat it with a heavy knight and a clown, neither of which has access to a decisive blow. Normally it's really like that then. Hearing what Halline said, Luce had an indefinable expression on her face. She must be thinking back to that somewhat disappointing fight against the rock centipede. By making use of the boulders in the boss room, you can take away the rock centipede's vaunted high mobility by getting its joints caught up on them. Its high regeneration speed only comes into play if you try to use ranged skill to whittle it down, or if you aren't able to create an opening and it drags out into a long fight. If you are able to somehow get on its back, hit it with some kind of barrage skill, then get off before it starts writhing, you will simply need to repeat that to easily shear down its health. As for my current status as a heavy knight, now that I have both half-dead savage dragon and relentless vigor, I can say that my every hit is a decisive blow, so those words of Halline don't hold true for us. Especially because those words came from Halline, who is good at seeing through people. It must have felt all the more comical to Luce when she remembered how poorly the rock centipede fared as a boss. Halline narrowed her eyes in suspicion. I stood straighter without meaning to. I feel it's dangerous to even have small talk with this person. Halline is simply too knowledgeable about this world. If I let my guard down, she might even find out that I have a source of information from outside this world. As expected of someone with the family name of Household and the experience of being a leader of the city of adventurers, she must be in possession of considerably more knowledge than what my father, Izza's, and the entire Edvan family had. I expected there to be a difference between the two, but I didn't expect it to be this big. If even someone from the branch family is like this, then what about the people of the main family, and especially the Lord himself? Furthermore, I'm afraid of one particular possibility here. What if fulfilling the evolution requirements for the rock centipede to turn into a death-armed was done by the Household family? The Household family placed a branch member in charge of the Adventurers Guild, so they have close connection to it. It would be an easy matter to guide adventurers and regulate information about dungeons. Also, it became clear from our conversation just now that they indeed have a lot more info about dungeons than I expected. It wouldn't be strange for the Household family to also know what you would need for a death arm to evolve. Rather, it's actually my most probable theory. If the Household family is really the culprit, then my doubts about the risk and return ratio of getting a Dream Lord to evolve might be less applicable. It wouldn't be that strange for people to do something like that to test the underlying mechanics of this world. I shouldn't judge them guilty just from this, but I'll still have to proceed with sufficient caution at this stage, since it's possible that this Halline Household might be the main source of the problem I'm worried about. If that turns out to be the case, then it would be a far larger problem than what I could conceivably do something about. Honestly, I would rather retreat right now and do a bit more investigating before confronting her again. However, if Halline is really the mastermind, then she could most likely guess what we came to talk about. Trying to hide that and retreat now would be meaningless. She is still part of the Household family, even if she's just a branch family member. She should be well suited for such intrigue. Let's keep feeling her out carefully. That being said, I don't think I will be able to beat her at her own game. Still, I didn't think that I would be bumping heads with the Household family that my father is disliked so much in this manner. It seems you are contemplating something, so what is it? You wanted to report something to me, right? Or was the strange incident just a downright fabrication and you plan to get in my good graces by flaunting your accomplishments? Halline had a charming smile on her face. If that's the case, then that line of thinking was pretty cute. This is a city of dreams and failures, where only a handful of the countless adventurers manage to succeed in their goals. Rarely seen talents are not rare here at all. I was interested enough to play along with you for a bit, but don't think you could lead me around by the nose, kid. She opened her folding fan with a swish and covered her lower face with it. I don't know if she meant that as is, or she knew what I was thinking and it's a roundabout way of warning me away. I couldn't tell either way from searching her poker face. I just can't see through her at all. Either way, I should keep it to a simple report about the death armed and not try to dig any further. Marquis Household might even send some people to tail us after this. I didn't think that this would turn into something this troublesome. The truth is that the Lord of the Centipede Pit, the rock centipede, has undergone an evolution. We almost lost our lives by getting caught up in it. Ho-ho, an evolution. An evolved Dream Lord is considered a monster calamity. Normally, the conditions for it might accidentally get fulfilled in long-existing dungeons, but according to the guild's records, it should have been a fairly new dungeon still. So I was thinking it might be a bad sign, so I asked to speak with you directly. Evolution? Halline frowned. Ah yes, I thought that it was something important and an evolved Dream Lord in the Centipede Pit. That place only appeared half a month ago. How did something like that happen? It's even close to La Colina, so even a small mistake in handling it may turn into a tragedy. Is what you said really true? Halane's eyes opened wide and her voice trembled. Well, I also thought that this was something important, so we came here right away to report to you, the guild master. Her previous poker face was nowhere to be seen anymore. Both Luce and I were shocked by her sudden change. Is she trying to play me? I don't think she could make that face if she was just acting. Maybe someone from the Household family could be capable of something like that. Halline suddenly turned her gaze to the receptionist girl that brought us here. Why didn't you start with that, Maltada? And no, it's the first time I've heard of this as well. Still, I know about the evolution phenomenon, but is that something that really needs that much attention? It's just their level going up a bit, right? There are many other higher level dungeons. Just their level goes up a bit. If a level 60 rock centipede undergoes evolution, then it turns into a nearly level 80 monstrosity. Also, since there are not many cases of evolved Dreamlords, we don't even have any idea what skills they might have. Do you think there is a party in La Colina that can confidently declare that after arriving already tired in the deepest parts of the dungeon, they can still take down an entirely unknown, nearly level 80 Dream Lord? If they go in without a plan, even the city's treasure-to-rank adventurers might lose their life if they aren't careful. Is that so? I wasn't aware. Maltada seemed to falter under Haline's fierce barrage. Even worse, it's a Dream Lord evolution that happened in a dungeon that appeared not long ago, so who knows what could happen. Or rather, what on earth happened that caused something like that to begin with? I'll either need to declare a raid quest or go crying to the main house for help. It seems Haline was in panic mode as she kept biting her fingers while frowning. Can it be? Could this be just an act? Trying to calm down, Haline reached out for her tea on her desk. However, due to her hands shaking like crazy, she ended up magnificently knocking off the cup from the desk. Maltada let out a soft awe in reaction. Why, you two did well to survive and report this to me. Did it turn into a wandering lord incident? Did people die? I won't blame you for it, so please tell me honestly. I promise to leave your names out of it so you won't have difficulties working at this guild in the future. Haline resumed speaking like nothing happened, without even looking at the fallen cup. No, like I just said, we already managed to clear out the centipede pit. Haline's mouth was open, her expression completely befuddled. The sense of pressure and dignity she radiated before was entirely missing. It seems that after hearing about the evolved Dreamlord, Haline must have decided that we must have run away. That's just how much she was terrified of an evolved Dreamlord. Even I considered this a fairly critical situation, but compared to Magic World, where most information and useful strategies were already well researched and fully accessible, the threat posed by a Dreamlord in this world is on another level. And that's not even counting the possible loss of life it may cause. I think I can safely consider Haline as someone innocent in this. Chapter 20, The Forbidden Forest. Why you defeated an evolved Dream Lord immediately after its evolution? Guild leader Haline raised her voice. We started by saying that we cleared the centipede pit. I know that, but is something like that really possible? Two still inexperienced D-rank adventurers, lacking even proper equipment, defeating a nearly level 80 Dream Lord without any prior information about it. Haline kept clutching her hair. She seemed to be quite agitated. Where is the magic stone of that Dream Lord? I was the one who accepted it at the exchange. It's currently in the guild's storeroom. Maltada answered Haline's question. I see. It was already turned into the guild. I don't think you would be going this far with a lie, but it's still hard to believe. Haline didn't seem to be calming down, and she kept feeling for something without looking on top of her desk. Haline-sama, if you are looking for your cup of tea, then you just knocked it off your desk. Maltada, the receptionist girl, pointed out. A faint blush crept up Haline's face and her mouth turned into a Japanese letter shape. It seems she wanted to drink some tea to try and calm down. Haline let out a small cough and attempted to compose herself. Maltada, please bring it here. Another cup of tea right away. No, the magic stone. Bring the magic stone here. Yes, right away. Maltada hurriedly left the office. I thought she was a scary person, but it seems she can be rather cute, this guild master. Luce whispered to me in a relieved tone. Haline's gaze sharpened, causing Luce's body to tremble. You two did well to defeat an evolved Dream Lord right away, especially since you shouldn't have had any countermeasures ready. Haline gathered herself and said, after carefully lowering her voice from the high pitch it unintentionally climbed to. Well, it's perfectly understandable to be surprised by it. We barely managed to eke out a minor chance of success after being carefully prepared with our statuses, skill compositions, prior knowledge of the boss room's layout, and with the ability to deal a huge amount of damage with the help of half-dead savage dragon. And relentless vigor. Even in Magic World, where information was freely shared, the Death-Armed would have been an all but unbeatable enemy for people at our current level range. I can't believe that you two are still D-rank adventurers. Were you too active outside the guild? How on earth exactly did you manage to take it down? I would like it if you didn't pry further into that. We should have no obligation to report our skill composition. That's not what we came here to discuss. That's true, I see. For a moment, Haline's hand almost reached out in search of her cup of tea again, but she pulled it back immediately. She was entirely in command of the conversation in the beginning, but things completely turned around before I knew it. I'm just worried about the reason why the Dream Lord of a relatively fresh dungeon was able to evolve. I simply wanted to notify the guild master of this. Ordinarily, only monsters that ate a large number of humans and other monsters could undergo an evolution. That's why it's fairly rare for the Dream Lord that normally stays in the deepest part of the dungeon to evolve like that. In addition to that, the centipede pit was still pretty new. I don't think that multiple adventure parties went in to get wiped out one after the other, or the Dream Lord went wandering several times. If something like that happened, then it would be impossible for the Adventurers Guild to not know, and not passing that information on to adventurers would be simply baffling. That is certainly unnatural and ominous. We should investigate it just in case, but with the centipede pit already gone. Can you think of anything that might explain it? As the guild master, I shouldn't speak to an adventurer about some vague conjectures. However, I should be able to share this much. Judging by how Haline was acting, it seems she had some ideas. There are some remote places, especially the Forbidden Forest and its surroundings far up north, where strange monster calamities happen one after the other. The Forbidden Forest is a place I know of. It's not a dungeon, but a large zone in the northern reaches of the continent, where many high-level dungeons tend to spawn, making it completely unmanageable. It's one of the worst danger zones on the continent. Within the Forbidden Forest, there are many dungeons left alone without anyone to clear them, making monster calamities an everyday occurrence there. To avoid falling victim to a monster calamity, nobles from all around the kingdom cooperate to cull their numbers every few years. Of course, since it's such a remote place that's hard to approach, the dungeons are rarely cleared on time, so it's obvious that monster calamities would happen frequently. Even so, even if you count that in, their numbers are still a lot more than they should naturally be. This is one of the problems that the royal family and the researchers are greatly perplexed by. The rumor is that there may be some kind of strange phenomenon that only works when no humans are present to observe in a dungeon. Are you saying that something like that could have happened here next to a city, even with a lot of adventurers frequenting the place? You are quite quick on the uptake. However, I can't answer that. That means that anything more than this would be just vague conjecture. In the end, what she managed to convey is that there is a precedent for spontaneous and unnatural occurrences of monster calamities. Do not worry. For many years, the Household family have spent a lot of effort independently researching the trends of dungeons and the nature of classes. This matter will not be simply dismissed and will be carefully investigated by the guild and the Household family. I thank you for the report and the warning. However, something still doesn't quite sit right. I couldn't help but think the evolution of the Dream Lord was something that was caused intentionally. Is something that wasn't present in the game version about to happen? Or perhaps something that existed within the game started expressing itself differently now that the world turned real. Just like how the power of nobility greatly increased due to monopolizing knowledge, items, and a considerable amount of fighting power. With a natural break in the conversation reached, Haline furrowed her brows. Maltada should be here already. I wanted to check the magic stone to make sure before I let you go. I even told her to bring it quickly. Right at that moment the door opened and Maltada walked into the office. I'm sorry it took this long, Haline-sama. Here is the aforementioned magic stone and a new cup of tea. I told you to only bring the magic stone, Haline yelled at Maltada with a blush. She must have been embarrassed by the subject of the tea coming up again. Chapter 21, Invitation. After that, we talked a bit more with guild leader Haline about the death-armed incident but didn't gain any more concrete information. In the end, the reason why the death arms evolution requirements were fulfilled remained a mystery. It's not even clear if there was someone behind it all, or some kind of natural phenomenon that wasn't present in Magic World was responsible for it. For the time being, the Great House of Marquis Household will be handling the investigation, so a simple adventurer like me shouldn't have to worry about it any further, but, well then, we will be excusing ourselves now. Thank you for listening to us, Guild Leader Dono. Wait just a moment. I'm now aware of your real strengths and I don't think you're telling some kind of pointless lie. Ordinarily, a promotion from C rank usually focuses more on your achievements and the specifics of your activities rather than pure fighting prowess, but with a special exemption I will recognize both your promotions to be rank adventurers. To be rank adventurers, a rank skipping promotion to be rank adventurers from D rank. It's a welcome development. Generally, even if you produce some results, you can't really get a promotion if you are only delving into dungeons. In this world, your rank as an adventurer also serves as proof of identity. It has an influence on the hidden fame parameter and also affects the maximum number of points you can invest into your skill trees. I thought we would need to accept a few minor requests to get promoted in the future, but it seems we won't need to worry about it for a while. Ha Helen-sama, are you sure? Declaring a special exemption just like that, you should take some time to think it over. Maltada, the receptionist girl, hurriedly interjected. Helene just scoffed at those words. I don't mind. I'm the guild leader of La Colina and someone personally appointed by the Lord Marquis. No other guilds would object to my decision. That's certainly good news for us, but are you looking for some kind of compensation for that? I have no idea why Helene would promote us by using a special exemption, putting the responsibility for it on her shoulders. No such thing. It's my natural responsibility to place outstanding adventurers to their rightful positions. If you keep working as adventurers after this, then that's plenty. That will benefit the guild, and even the country in the long run. Helene declared, brooking no arguments. I didn't have that good of an impression of the Household family until now, but I can at least feel a sincere desire to fulfill her responsibilities from her. So cool. Luce kept looking at Helene with a faint blush on her cheeks. Now, as for something completely unrelated, I was thinking of increasing the number of adventurers in our guild staff. I try to make those decisions on a strict merit basis, but there is the reputation of the guild to consider. So, it becomes a choice from B rank and above adventurers. This would guarantee you a steady income, and I'm confident I can provide a competitive salary. You wouldn't need to worry about dangerous assignments either. So that was her real aim. Luce dropped her shoulders in disappointment and kept looking at Helene with disappointed eyes. What do you think, Elma-san? I will go along with whatever you decide. That's somewhat impossible with my situation. However, if you want to accept, then I won't stop you, Luce. Even if I was thrown out, I'm formerly from the Edvan family. It's not because of some feelings of duty to my former house, but I don't think I would be able to work under the Household family like that. In that case, I will have to decline as well. Luce bowed her head to Helene. MHM, I didn't think you would refuse without even hearing the terms. Even though there are many adventurers that made it their goal to work for La Colina's guild, I greatly value your abilities. I could promise you at least twice the pay other similar level adventurers would get. Even if I disregard my relation with the Edvan family, I still don't want to have my actions constrained by the guild. There are still many things I want to try, various dungeons to visit and plenty of items to acquire. As for the compensation, I don't think the wages of a guild staff member could ever compete with Luce's item drops. If that's the case, then we would like to refuse the promotions as well. It can't be helped. I would have liked to get you two as subordinates by any means, but I don't think any further negotiations would help in that. I've told you that those two are entirely separate matters. That was the honest truth of the matter. There is no need to consider yourselves indebted to me because of it. In that case, we will gladly accept it. However, if either of you change your mind, then you are welcome to come see me anytime about it. I'm usually quite busy, but for you two I will make time with the highest priority. As she really doesn't know when to let go. I became somewhat anxious about whether it was really fine to accept the promotion, but it's really a welcome turn of events. So Luce and I were promoted to B-rank adventurers. B-rank adventurers should be the cream of the crop, even here in La Colina, the city of adventurers. There might be a few A-rank adventurers here too, but probably not more than 2 or 3 at most. Chapter 22, Blacksmith Burga. After finishing with exchanging the magic stones and reporting the incident with the death armed at the Adventurers Guild, Luce and I proceeded to walk around La Colina. Our goal was to try and find a capable smith and ask them to make new level appropriate equipment for us. That was our original reason for going to the centipede pit and gathering all those black steel items too. Is this really fine, Elma-san, for me to have such an expensive weapon? Luce muttered with a black short sword in her hand. It was the item that dropped from the death-armed, the Venomous Centipede's short sword. Venomous Centipede's short sword. Recommended level 70, attack 28, market value 28 million gold, a short sword coated in the venom of a centipede. In addition to its high attack bonus, it sometimes poisons the enemy. Its market value was 28 million gold. The recommended level for it was a bit high, but Luce's level already rose into the 60s with the defeat of the death-armed. If you don't reach the recommended level requirements, then your status gets a small penalty, but with a level difference this small, it won't be anything serious. On an emotional level, getting a weapon that you won't have to replace for a while is also greatly appreciated. It has a high attack bonus and also has a useful bonus effect. Selling a weapon like this would instead be the wasteful thing to do. In addition to that, the bonus poison effect, which ordinarily should only be a small plus with its low probability of triggering, is based on the user's luck value with items like this. In Magic World, the poison status effect was fairly powerful against enemies that had no resistance to it. The more the enemy moves, the faster the poison effect deals a certain percentage of the opponent's max health as damage. It also decreases the agility of the opponent by 10%. But, Elma-san, please listen to me. If we sell this, then we will be able to eat a lot of delicious food every day. We could eat to our heart's content and even get desserts too. Luce verbalized the highest, yet still meager luxuries she could envision. We should visit a nice restaurant soon here in La Colina too. With how developed this city is, we should be able to find a good one. Even without counting the item drops, which was our main source of income, with the magic stone we got from the Angel's Toy Box and the Centipede Pit, also the subjugation reward for the embryo, we should have about 24 million gold in savings. It wouldn't hurt to splurge a little. That aside, I would like to use the black steel we gathered for a set of armor, and the mithril for a weapon for me. Would that be fine with you? Counting in the work fee for the blacksmith, all that may turn out to be even more than the market value of the venomous centipede's short sword. Indeed, the mithril ingot and venomous centipede's short sword are both about equally expensive items. Also, the money needed to hire a blacksmith that can work with mithril would also be quite a sum. Mithril ingot, market value 25 million gold, an ingot made of mithril. A magical metal that was affected by powerful mana. It's also sometimes called magic silver. It's a valuable rare metal, so much so that people will respect you as an adventurer if you have some kind of equipment made out of it on you. If we add the material cost for the black steel armor and the manufacturing costs, then it will be quite a hefty total. With just the mithril ingot, the material cost would already be 25 million gold. When you add the black steel too, it will certainly exceed 30 million gold. From that point of view, rather it's me that should be feeling apologetic. There was already the cost of getting the smoldering fang of madness, as it is. As for my shield, I can keep that for a bit longer. There isn't much of a difference between my current Mad Demon shield and the black steel shield anyway. However, I want to do something about the same iron armor I had on me since the very beginning. So, essentially, the total value of all our equipment is around 60 million gold. Luce gulped. Only a blacksmith that can work with mithril will necessarily need to be at a certain level, which we might not be able to find even here in La Colina, the city of adventurers. To reforge metal obtained from a dungeon, you need a class-specific skill tree of a blacksmith. In this world where death means the end, high-level blacksmiths should be even more treasured than they were in Magic World. After that, we wandered around the city for a while in search of a blacksmith that could work with mithril. However, just as I feared, most higher-level blacksmiths were working under some nobles or had large businesses in the capital city, so we could only find at most L letter FF56, 45, blacksmiths. After half a day of asking around, we finally managed to find some information about a L letter FF56, 60, blacksmith. However, people didn't really recommend going to him since he was apparently an obstinate, eccentric, and ill-natured old man. Allegedly, he had a troublesome personality, and if you managed to offend him once, then no matter how much money you offered, he wouldn't accept any jobs from you. This doesn't look like a place where a first-rate blacksmith would be living. We arrived at a dilapidated house far from the main street. Will this be really fine? I'm starting to have some doubts. Luce knocked on the front door, then slowly opened it. Hello, sorry to intrude. We heard that a blacksmith called Burga was living here. So you came here again, you damn brat. No matter how much you keep threatening me, I don't have any weapons to sell to a miscreant like you. Someone shouted at us with an angry and hoarse voice. I'm sorry. Luce started earnestly apologizing before we had any idea what that was about. I guess you aren't that damn brat. A bulky, white-haired and bespectacled old man appeared from the back of the store. He had a stiff white beard and was holding a large hammer in his hand. I was wondering what the hell happened when he started shouting at us, but it seems it was a case of mistaken identity after all. However, he really seemed to live up to his reputation as an obstinate and eccentric old man. Chapter 23, Persuasion. Sorry about shouting at you like that. A troublesome adventurer was bothering me recently. I thought that one came back again. In contrast to his words, Blacksmith Burga did not look the least bit contrite about it. They say if you manage to annoy him somehow, then he'd refuse to do any work for you. Let's avoid making a fuss by acting deferentially for now and ask him about making a mithril sword. We've heard that you were a skilled blacksmith. There are a lot of rough people amongst adventurers. There must be more than a few that would try to ask you to make something strange after hearing about your reputation. I could guess what happened. I need to butter him up somehow and get into his good graces. Saying that it might have been his fault would very much be a mistake. Let's try to placate him somehow. What's with that blatantly obvious attempt to suck up to me? You must have heard what others said about me and already decided to do that beforehand. How annoying. This old guy is even more obstinate than I expected. Even as I felt my face twitch, I tried my utmost to maintain my smile. Listen here, kid. You must have come here to hire me for something, but there are two things I don't like. brats that think too much of themselves and mindless sycophants. Nowadays all adventurers are either one or the other. Berga's volume kept rising higher and higher. It all went to hell when La Colina got that pretentious title, the City of Adventurers. Now it's all brats with power gone straight to their heads, or those lazy asses trying to leech off the city's prosperity, greenhorns, the lot of them. Everyone that comes to me lately is just like that. I see. Why am I getting a lecture just because I said a few words of social pleasantries after entering a smithy? Glancing to my side, I saw Luce looking mighty awkward. I must look like that too. Bergasan is an adventurer stalking you. Are you okay? Luce gently changed the subject. I can handle a brat like that. I was just in the middle of scolding that little magic swordsman twerp about her attitude when she dared to say that, I have all the money you want, so just shut up and make a fitting sword for me. It should be more than obvious that I wouldn't be living in this place if I was motivated by something like money. I was also thinking that if there was nothing else, then I would try to persuade him with money. If I didn't listen to him like this, then I would have made the same mistake. But a magic swordsman, huh? It's a class with high attack and magic stats, double-edged yet high-powered skills that are best suited to short and decisive engagements. Since it's such a glass cannon class, it's somewhat unsuited for clearing dungeons, but it's also one of the easier classes to level. I get irritated just by remembering it. When I threw her out, she made some threats about ruining my shop and left. However, this Berga doesn't yield to threats like that. Berga raised his clenched fist and roared out. It seems he's quite irritated. He's also much more stubborn than anticipated. Perhaps we should come back at a later time instead. Then we'll just. Don't make an old man talk for a long time like this while standing. How inconsiderate of you. Come with me. Just as we tried to excuse ourselves, Berga retreated back deeper into the smithy. Luce and I couldn't quite keep up with the situation and kept standing in place at the entrance of the shop. Luce, should we go in like this? Maybe he's just lonely and wants someone to talk to. Hey kids, I can hear you too. I thought that I would at least hear you out, but if you don't want to tell me, then get out. The angry shouts of Berga could be heard. And no, we'll be right there. Luce and I hurried after Berga and walked further into the smithy. I thought I could start talking about the topic of the mithril ingot, but it seems Berga wasn't quite finished with his sermon. Kids these days ignore their own abilities and try to cover for it with weapons and other circumstantial things. You have to start with yourself first. I can't make weapons that make someone a hero just by holding it, and a weapon like that shouldn't even exist to begin with. Okay, how long will he keep going with this? Luce is even keeping her mouth closed by force, trying not to yawn already. I know this because I've been a blacksmith in this city for a long while. Defense-type classes and speed-type classes like yours are hard to level. You are still too young too. You two are not at the level where you could make proper use of a weapon made by me just yet. You must have thought to make up for your lack of attack powers with money, but if you try to rush into things you are not yet suited for, then you will just get yourselves killed. However, what he was saying was indeed correct. In Berga's eyes, we must have looked like a heavy knight and a clown that tried to compensate for our lack of attack stat with a weapon. However, even if we managed that, we would still be far from the classes that are specialized for those things. Thinking that we would just throw our lives away for nothing like that, it seems he called us to the back of the smithy to properly lecture us about it. That line of thinking itself was not wrong. It's something you would expect from a first-rate blacksmith who's seen a lot of adventurers. Please let me explain our situation for a bit. What? I'm trying to warn you here. You would interrupt. I haven't even told you what I would like you to make. I would like you to decide if it goes against your personal beliefs after I've done that if possible. Chen, I don't think I would change my mind even if I heard you out. I took the mithril ingot out from my magic bag and put it on the table. Berga gasped, WW, what this is? Could it be mithril? I've been a blacksmith for a long time, but this is only the second time I've laid my eyes on mithril. I would like you to make a sword from this. A mithril sword, by me. As a blacksmith, I have to attempt this. And no, giving unsuitable weapons to weak people is against my personal code. I won't do it. Berga tore his gaze away from the mithril. However, he was obviously reluctant to do so. Old man, Luce and I obtained this by defeating a mithril golem on our own. Wah, what? Don't try to lie to me. The mithril golem is a terrifying monster that even B-rank adventurers have trouble with. It's not something two little greenhorns like you could. I took out a slim metal plate. It was my adventurer badge. We just got recognized as B-rank adventurers by the guild leader, Halline. Luce and I are B-rank adventurers. That's absurd. Berga took my adventurer badge and closely inspected it. MMGH, who would have thought that a B-rank adventurer would come here in a lowest grade armor? As I expected, my iron armor makes people look down on me. It's even more pronounced with a blacksmith like Berga is. I would like a black steel armor made as soon as possible together with the mithril sword. WL, it seems you have some ability after all. You calmly listened to what I had to say too. I can give you a passing grade, but just barely. Yes, just barely. I let out a sigh of relief. I wasn't sure for a bit there, but it seems he will do the job for us. That's right, Elma-san, why don't you have the rune of destruction embedded into the mithril sword while it's being made? I guess so. If it's a mithril weapon, then I will be able to use it for a good while. Its attack bonus will be quite high too, so there shouldn't be any problems with having it embedded. I nodded in agreement, then took out the rune of destruction and handed it over to Burga. Rune of destruction, market value. 20 million gold, a rune that brings destruction. It increases the embedded weapon's attack bonus by 30%. A single weapon can only have one rune embedded. We got this one as a drop item from a cry. Why you even had a rare item like this on you? I didn't expect this to end up being such a large job. Burga whispered as he cautiously raised the rune of destruction to his eyes. After that, I also managed to hand over the black steel items and put in a commission for making a black steel armor. Burga even muttered a few words of relief that I wasn't planning on fighting in this iron armor even after this. Making a sword from mithril, a set of armor from black steel, and embedding the rune. He agreed to do all 3 tasks for 4 million gold. Having a weapon order made costs quite a bit. Aside from the metals I handed over, there are other materials that will also be necessary, which Burga has on hand in his smithy, but the costs for that are included in that sum too. Chapter 24. Magic Swordsman Hilda. Luce and I spent the few days it took Burga to complete our commission with sightseeing and gathering information in La Colina. We even tried looking for a Reaper assassin skill book that will be needed for Luce's future build in underground shops, but we had no luck with that. That being said, we have no hope of getting enough money for the Reaper assassin in the short run, so even if we did manage to find one, we could only gnash our teeth in frustration at most. I almost went on to buy some moderately useful skill books that were pretty cheap with the purpose of selling them somewhere else, but Luce ended up talking me out of it. The trading of skill books is kind of a gray area. The customers don't really get punished if a shop owner gets caught, but if the authorities find out that an adventurer made a lot of money with business like that, then they most likely wouldn't just leave them alone entirely. If I get into buying and selling too much, then I would most likely get caught by the guard sometime in the future. If I get caught in La Colina and they find out that I'm an offspring of a noble, then the Household family would take advantage of the situation and include my former family and make it into a big incident. I don't even want to think about what face guild leader Haline would make if she'd find out that I was caught for dealing in skill books. On the day the mithril sword was promised to be complete, Luce and I made our way towards Burga's smithy. I think I could have sold the Spirit Fist skill book somewhere else for a lot more if I explained its strengths. The Spirit Fist skill tree allows you to obtain basic hand-to-hand skills and also gives a small boost to your defense. However, getting those basic hand-to-hand skills are virtually meaningless. The reason is because those skills only work if you don't use any weapons, which means that you don't get the attack bonus or reach advantage they could provide. The hand-to-hand style also has some advantages in later stages, but Spirit Fist only lets you get the basic skills. The defense boost is one of the least popular stat increases too. However, if you keep investing in Spirit Fist, then in the end you will get stun resistance and confusion resistance. And although those sound quite plain, they are also pretty powerful, so in Magic World there were a number of top players that included Spirit Fist. In their builds, especially in this world where death means the end, stun resistance and confusion resistance should provide a great payoff. I was excited when I saw it going for a cheap price of 10 million gold, which was almost at its market value, but please stop with that resale topic already, Elma-san. Luce had a bitter smile on her face. I now know that the risks don't outweigh the possible gains, but still, just as a former gamer, I'm itching to do something with it. Determining the value of items and trading them to make more gold is a basic skill of a Magic World player. It's just when I think about the fact I could have made 10 or maybe even 20 million gold just from reselling it. 20 million gold. Luce's eyes were wide open. When I saw the Spirit Fist on sale for such a discount, I was excited. I could now appreciate why the old granny at the Broken Grimoire Company was so underhanded about the money. Moving large amounts of money must be a kind of hobby for her by now. I can't even imagine how much gold she must have squirreled away somewhere. Elma-san, I don't know about selling it, but how about we buy it after all, just in case, you know? But the risks. This time it was my turn to respond with a bitter smile. While we were talking, we reached Burga's smithy. Well then, the black steel armor will take a bit more time to be ready, so let's take a look at the mithril sword for now. My steps were light. I always get the most excited when it's time to get some new equipment or skill tree. The door is open it seems. That's strange, it's usually closed. You just don't get it, old man. I'm not saying to just hand it over. I just want you to sell me that sword. The only one who could handle that mithril sword in the city's Adventurers Guild is none other than my esteemed self. A voice could be heard from within the smithy. I have no weapons to sell to someone like you. This is an order-made weapon to begin with. Just get the hell out of my shop already. I can simply take care of that by paying off their material costs. I'm telling you that I'm willing to fork out some bonus for it too. You don't want to make me too mad, you know. I'm a venerated high-rank adventurer who's quite close with the guild staff. If I call out to a few low-rank adventurers to put pressure on the shops you are doing business with, then your cherished rundown smithy might just run out of business, you know. I can crush you without even having to dirty my own hands, you know. It seems something dangerous was going down. It must be the magic swordsman that Berga mentioned before. This doesn't look good. Let's go, Elma-san. Luce and I hurried inside the smithy. We managed to locate Berga right away. Are you all right, old man? Hey, you magic swordsman, cut this out right. Chen, I couldn't see the magic swordsman anywhere, yet I just heard the two arguing with each other. Oh, so you are the one who ordered this maid. I was wondering what kind of person you would be, but to think it was just a wimpy-looking guy like you. You were oh so proud about choosing who to work for, and yet you made a mithril sword for a loser like this. Phew-ha-ha, how droll. Even the mighty blacksmith Berga couldn't win against poverty. I can hear her voice, but I can't see anyone. Is she using some kind of skill? Elma-san, look down, Lou said nervously. When I lowered my gaze, I saw a short woman carrying a sword. Her purple hair was tied in a ponytail. You bastard, are you making fun of me? A child? No, since she must have been through the divine blessing ceremony, then she must be at least 15. I'm 17. She was glaring at me with fierce, Sampacune eyes. She was clearly irritated, judging by her voice. She was also surprisingly older than me. It seems you are looking down on me, huh? Have you heard about the magic swordsman with the alias of Black Flame Sword? It's an alias we heard about while we were gathering intel in the city. The Black Flame Sword, an alias that belongs to one of the very few rank adventurers here in La Colina. We heard that this adventurer was from here, but frequently traveled far and wide, and only recently returned to this city. Rank adventurers are usually at least level 90. She doesn't look like some capable of self-restraint either. If this becomes an argument, then she might kill me in the spur of the moment. Why hide it? My name is Hilda, that famous adventurer, the Black Flame Sword's #1 disciple. Trying to intimidate us, the magic swordsman, or rather, Hilda declared in a pompous tone while pointing at herself with her thumb. I see, wow, that's amazing. It seems she wasn't the person in question after all. Chapter 25, The Fate of the Mithril Sword. Well, with the owner here things will go faster. He should be easier to talk to than this stubborn old man. I only want to say one thing, sell that mithril sword to me. I refuse, I had it made because I needed it. Weapons suitable for adventurers of B rank and above are not something easily found, even in the city of adventurers. If we let this one go, then who knows when we'll have the next chance to get one. Also, we are in no way obligated to sell it to her to begin with. This Hilda must be aware of that too, and that's why she kept pestering this stubborn old man Berga instead, and even went as far as to threaten him. Don't get so worked up, Heavy Knight. It's not like you having that sword would really mean anything. What is even a small fry like you trying to do with a weapon like that? You really don't get how the world works, do ya? Hilda shrugged her shoulders and shook her head to mock me. You must have got a big head from the prospect of getting a rare weapon, but this is just giving gold jewelry to a Rana. Adventurers are a surprisingly exclusive bunch, you know. If a top dog singles you out, you can kiss your progress goodbye. Let me enlighten you then. What do you think would be better for you? Getting worked up and trying to futilely go against me, or obediently selling me that mithril sword? It's not like I want to rip you off, you know. I'll give you more than enough money for it. More than enough money? Huh, we do want to save up money for that skill book. However, I don't think Hilda would pay significantly more for it than its market value. As for me, rather than selling it for a somewhat good price, it would be much more efficient to use it to delve into a higher-level dungeon. 30 million gold should be more than enough for it, right? That must seem like an unimaginable sum of money for you. Let's just sort it out and let me take out the moan. I refuse. A pittance like 30 million is not nearly enough for it. I expected her to offer around that much. With the mithril ingot's market value around 25 million gold, that price would seem appropriate if you count in the smithing fee and a small extra. However, there is also a highly valuable rune embedded in it too, not to mention that without this sword, the rank of dungeons we could visit would decrease by 1. If I consider the lost opportunity cost, there is no way I would just nod to a 30 million gold offer. Hey kid, although this brat looks and acts like a runt, her abilities are the real thing. She's a B-rank adventurer with a solo Dream Lord subjugation on her record. However, her character is absolutely rotten. You might not want to go against her like this, Berga told me nervously. Isn't it because you dislike people like this that you refuse to make something for her? Well, I also don't like her. I have no intention of negotiating either. I'm prepared for whatever may come of this, but you two are still young. You should avoid making a troublesome enemy like this within the guild. If it comes to that, then we will just move to a different city again. I don't think I'm weaker than this one anyway. In terms of adventurer rank, I've just become a B rank too. In terms of levels, I should also be more than able to fight her. I don't like her looking down on me like this without any basis. You bastard, you say some funny things. A shitty nameless heavy knight says that he's stronger than me. Hilda started laughing while covering her mouth. No, that's a fake laugh. Her aim must be to get me to lower my guard. Just as I jumped back, Hilda moved. She pulled her sword out and pointed it at my chest. The smithing tools on top of the table fell down from her movement. Ho, nice reflexes. As expected of someone who would talk back to me like that. However, your status is just too pitiful. That's the limit of a heavy knight, I guess. Good for you, huh? If you've managed to piss me off even more, then I might have just killed you on the spot, you know. Hilda stepped back from me and put her sword away into its sheath. It didn't seem like she had any intention of actually following through, but she also had no compunction about pointing a blade at someone. If you hold onto a weapon that's unfit for you, it will just lead to your death. Just sell it to me obediently. Hey, are you alright, Elma-san? Luce rushed up to me in a panic. What do you think you're doing all of a sudden? So noisy, I just showed him the difference in our abilities. How unexpectedly nice of me, right? As I left my fighting stance, I kept glaring at Hilda. Just because you launched a surprise attack, that doesn't mean it managed to prove anything. A fight between adventurers depends a lot on their respective classes. Depending on the matchup, the distance between the participants and other various conditions could make all the difference. They even say that it's impossible to set up a truly equal duel between people. In simple terms, in Magic World, the winning chances of a duel between a magic user and melee fighter was decided solely on their relative distance at the start of the duel. The farther apart they started, the larger chance the magic user had, of course. Oi, this should have easily proved the difference in our abilities. Don't try to deflect with some weird logic. Or if I fight you in even terms, then will you give up that mithril sword and let me have it? If that's the case, then I will face you anytime. It's not like I could lose against a heavy knight like you, ha. What I said was simply the common view on the topic. Nonetheless, since there is nothing in it for me, even if I manage to win that duel, I will have to refu. Yap, just shut up already. I told you already that's impossible. If I lose for some reason, then I will not just give up on the mithril sword, but I will even pay its market value to you. There, now you have no outs left anymore, right? Hilda licked her lips and sent a scornful smile at me. You shouldn't take her up on it, kid. The magic swordsman class specializes in one-on-one fights. Going by your logic, it would be unfair to try and compare your abilities in a straight fight to begin with. Berga looked worried. However, I raised my hand to stop Berga from speaking further. Are you really fine with those terms? If so, then I will happily accept. Luce and Berga went pale simultaneously. I don't think that's a good idea. She is a B-rank adventurer and a magic swordsman to boot. They are fast, have high attack, and skills for both close and long range. Even I know that they are supposed to be unbeatable in a duel. I also planned on brushing it off at first, but it seems I got somewhat angry. I moved my gaze towards the smithing tools lying scattered on the floor. There is no reason to refuse an easy few dozen million gold. Let me teach you some humility for some pocket change, Hilda. I don't like your shitty attitude, but I'm happy that you're this stupid. I will invite a guild employee to serve as a witness so you won't be able to weasel your way out after. Don't regret it later. Chapter 26, Preparations for the Duel. To avoid making too much of a show of the duel, it was decided that it will be held in front of the blacksmith shop. I would like to avoid drawing the attention of people and prevent information about my capabilities from getting out too. Those points were something both Hilda and I agreed on. Hilda went to the guild in high spirits to get a guild employee to serve as an observer for the duel. During that time, I was preparing for the upcoming duel. Life shield, I shouted with my sword raised. My life force turned to light and covered me to serve as a shield. Life shield, normal skill. It takes 20% of your maximum health to activate. A shield with the same durability as the health deducted covers the entire body. It's my well-known heavy knight skill. Kid, why do you keep doing that? If you keep using a skill before its time, it will only be a waste of mana. Berga asked me anxiously. With a strenuous effort from me, cracks appeared in the life shield's membrane of light, which then shattered and disappeared. And there you go again, turning off the skill you just activated. I have no idea what you're hoping to accomplish with that. Managing my health, that makes even less sense. The way young people think nowadays is a mystery. Berga let out a sigh of resignation. The heavy knight's lack of agility is a huge obstacle in a duel. It's best if I activate half-dead savage dragon, for which my health needs to be below 20% right at the start to bridge that gap. Also, since I have to activate life shield multiple times, I need to have some time to properly prepare. Can you win this, Elma-san? You will need to rely on the half-dead savage dragon for this, right? As for the relentless vigor, there should be no need for that one, right? I guess so. A magic swordsman is more troublesome than a sword saint due to their ability to deal a lot of damage in a short time despite their plain skills. And since their magic is also quite high, like their attack, they often have useful magic skills too. With the half-dead savage dragon, on the agility of a magic swordsman and a heavy knight is about the same. Due to our level difference, I'm most likely a bit behind on that. Since she can send out a magic attack from mid-range at any time, I can't let my guard down in this fight for even a moment. And in a normal duel, Relentless Vigor is useless. Relentless Vigor, normal skill, can only be activated when the remaining health is under 50%. It lowers defense to 0 and increases the attack by the same amount. While it's activated, it continuously consumes mana. Indeed, this skill would only increase the risk of dying for both me and my opponent. Even if I boost my attack to 6 times its original value if I use it in conjunction with half-dead Savage Dragon, it would only be a severe overkill. Against opponents with a ranged attack, setting my defense to 0 could easily lead to an accidental death. To be honest, the main reason I managed to win against Maris was because she was still around level 40. And she only knew how to fight by relying on an incomplete Vajra barrage. The Heavy Knight's compatibility against a magic swordsman is very bad due to the Heavy Knight's lack of mobility and the magic swordsman's magic skills. In the fights against the Dream Lords, the fact that my partner Luce is a tricky type class allowed us some leeway in our strategies. However, in a one-on-one fight, there are only so many things I can do. Wasn't this a reckless choice after all, kid? You can still try to apologize or maybe run away. I still have a winning chance, of course. If I didn't, then I wouldn't have gone out of my way to accept her challenge like this. I'm aware of her most likely skill point distribution and battle strategies. The problem was that I wasn't sure if she would keep her word at first, but with a witness sent by a large city's guild like this one, she should hold to her word. We even have some pull with the guild leader, just in case. Elma's expression looks a bit evil right now. Let's chastise that brat about making trouble for your smithy too. So she would lay off in the future. Although that girl was quite small, she is still older than us, you know. However, even if I have already thought of a few strategies that could let me win, a magic swordsman is not an opponent that I should be underestimating. If she acts in an unexpected manner, then she may be able to corner me solely because of that. Most of all, if high-level adventurers get too carried away when fighting each other, it might lead to someone dying on accident. It feels a bit too cowardly for my tastes, but let's go with that strategy after all. I've thought it over a few times already, but this method should be the safest for both me and my opponent. It should also limit the opportunity for my opponent to try and to complain about the outcome after the duel. And if it doesn't work to begin with, then I will be able to switch to a different strategy right away. And what is that strategy? Please don't do something too dangerous, okay? It's not that big of a deal, but a magic swordsman almost always has a weak spot, or rather an unbalance in their thought process, I guess. It's not really a weak point per se, but a habit born out of necessity. An unbalanced ... in their thought process. Luce blinked in confusion. I nodded. Certainly not all of them, but judging by Hilda's actions, she should be among them, I'm almost completely sure. And that is... At that exact moment, the door was opened. I've brought the witness, Heavy Knight. You didn't do anything unwelcome to my sword, right? It was Hilda. Behind her, there was a guild employee with a cramped, fake smile on her face. I was dragged here with only there is this brazen Heavy Knight, so come with me as an explanation, but it seems it really was you too, Elma-san, Luce-san. It was Maltada, the receptionist girl from before. It seems she will serve as the witness for our duel. Chapter 27, A Magic Swordsman's Weakness. Hilda and I were glaring at each other. I had adjusted my health to be a bit below 40% at this time if I use Life Shield. One more time, then I will be able to fill the requirements for activating Half-Dead Savage Dragon. Let's get to it, Heavy Knight. Hilda was smiling fearlessly as she readied her sword. To be honest, this matchup was terrible for me. At this level, if a Heavy Knight were to fight a magic swordsman, the most likely outcome is getting their health whittled down by continuous magic attacks. And even if they go on the offensive, their opponent would just shut them down with their sword skills. However, nearly all magic swordsmen have a certain tendency in their thinking, and Hilda is most likely a prime example of that. I want to confirm something with the guild's witness before the duel. What is it, Elma-san? Maltada looked anxious. She most likely didn't want to accept the role of a witness for this duel. The reason why the guild provides a witness to duels is to prevent disputes and personal altercations from getting out of hand, right? However, since skills will be used during the fight, there is still a remote chance of something bad happening. What happens if one of the participants ends up dying? Maltada had a reluctant grimace on her face. We serve as witnesses with the understanding that the participants are fully aware of the possible risks. If you are worried about that, you can still call this off now. Nah, it's just good to have confirmation. Let's just start right away, Hilda. Hearing what I said, a vein popped out on Hilda's brows. What a cheap taunt. I planned on being somewhat circumspect, but I'm not that patient. Just as the witness said, I'm fine with that understanding too. We stood still with a certain distance between us. It seems the distance was set in consideration of a magic-focused class. Luce, Berga, and Maltada were anxiously waiting for the outcome of our fight. Then, start. Right at the start, I deployed my life shield without a moment's delay. My life force manifested as a membrane of light that covered my whole body. At the same time, my health fell below 20%. The red light of Half-Dead Savage Dragon shrouded me. Half-Dead Savage Dragon, special skill. When the user's health is less than 20%, attack and agility is increased by 100%. With this, I made up the difference between our attack and agility in one go. I could have activated them before the start too, but using buff skills just before the fight was forbidden by duel rules. I didn't think starting the duel with the life shield. Engaged would fly, so I decided to activate it right at the start. What's that? That's a weird skill. Hilda, who was trying to close in as fast as possible, slowed down. Her aim must have been to just attack me straight on, but seeing my suspicious actions, she changed to a more cautious approach to be more on guard against possible traps. I readied my sword. Relentless vigor, blue lights started covering my body. Red and blue, two kinds of lights emanated off my body, mixing with each other from time to time. Relentless vigor, normal skill. Can only be activated when the remaining health is under 50%. It lowers defense to 0 and increases the attack by the same amount. While it's activated, it continuously consumes mana. Luce's expression went pale in a second. Elma-san, you said that using that skill would just increase the danger of the duel while providing no advantage. Indeed, my attack boosted to 6 times its original value is nothing but overkill in a duel. And with my defense significantly lowered because of it, it only increases the risk of dying for both of us. Furthermore, with how far we are from each other right now, if Hilda started to attack me with magic attacks, my health may go down to 0 in no time at all. If I intended to fight properly, then this skill would have no redeeming qualities for a duel. Hilda kept her distance from me while she sent a sidelong glance at Luce. Double activation of 2 unknown skills. There is no way she wouldn't be scared of that while in a duel with her life on the line. Hearing what Luce said seems to have just increased her unease. Using all my strength coming from my attack that was boosted to 6 times its original value, I struck the ground. With a thunderous roar, the ground cracked with seemingly no effort. The impact created a dust cloud. Good, I seem to be in fine condition. Seeing the scene, Berga, Maltada, and even Hilda stared open-mouthed in surprise. It was perfectly reasonable to be surprised by all that. I'm still at level 62, but if you want to reach the same attack I currently have without the use of skills, then you'd have to be around level 130. At the least, magic swordsmen have a certain habit in their thought process, a safety-first approach. No one knows who said it first, but the magic swordsman knows when to pull back was a frequently used saying in magic world. Hilda is someone who managed to come this far in a world where death means the end. It's highly unlikely that she wouldn't adhere to that way of thinking. Lacking in staying power and having mostly the type of skills that harm the user in exchange for explosive power, one mistake could easily lead to an end for a magic swordsman within a dungeon. It doesn't matter how much she keeps barking at people, she is very much like a small breed dog. She is very unlikely to have the guts to compete if she's not guaranteed to win. Also, Hilda said that she is the disciple of another magic swordsman who is commonly referred to as the Black Flame Sword. That Black Flame Sword should have also instilled into Hilda to avoid contact with unknown factors. And the reason why she managed to live long enough to rise to B-rank adventurer was most likely because she followed that advice. Hilda will break from intimidation. I was confident in that. Wait, stop. Stop for a second. Hilda lowered her sword and held out her palm towards me while sweating like crazy. She must be thinking that even if she were to attack with a magic skill, a counterattack skill may be triggered that could finish her off in one hit. She is desperately trying to demonstrate her lack of intent to fight me. Stop this, didn't you hear me, oi? After saying that, Hilda dropped her gaze to the sword in her hand, which she then quickly threw far away. Her sword pierced into a nearby wall. Stop, heavy knight, stop, I even threw away my weapon, oi, please for real, stop. With smooth movements, Hilda sat down and placed her head against the ground. I surrender. I recognize my loss, I really do. I stopped walking. Hilda slowly raised her head while still shaking like a leaf. Please declare the winner. Yes, the winner is Elma-san. Maltada, who was shocked still, finally announced due to my urging. Chapter 28, Gains from the Bet. Don't mess with me, I said to stop the whole thing, the outcome is not decided yet. After the duel, sure enough, Hilda was throwing a tantrum within the smithy. It was because you bastard didn't stop when I said to. I had no choice but to say that I concede. You just said that you said it because you had no other choice. Exactly, because she could have contested the outcome if I stopped at that point is why I steeled myself and continued the duel for a little while more. Well, Hilda-san, calling off the duel after seeing your opponent's skills in effect is not a reason recognized by the guild as valid. For that, an agreement from both participants are needed. With the guild called to serve as a witness if you don't acquiesce to our ruling, then it would greatly hurt our reputation. Therefore, the guild will take sufficient measures to correct this state of affairs. Maltada explained as such to Hilda. I know that much. Did you really think I was doing something petty like trying to annul the duel? Wasn't that precisely what she was doing? Just as I was questioning that, Hilda bowed her head to me. Listen, Elma. I tried to call off the duel. Can you count that in and let me off with 20 million gold? 30 million would be just too much for me. As an adventurer yourself, you should understand that, right? How miserly. Well, I know that feeling, of course, but, seeing Hilda's small stature, Luce grumbled, I need to find a weapon fit for my level at all costs. The development of a single high-level adventurer leads to better protection for the city from dangers and lower casualties from monsters. I have a duty to fulfill, and I don't have the luxury of choosing my methods to achieve it. Elma, as an adventurer, you should be able to understand this too. I recognize that my way of doing things may not have been the best. I caused a lot of trouble for that blacksmith too. I vow to not do something like this again. It's good that you understand. I know what it's like to be angry and frustrated from being unable to find a suitable weapon for yourself. I also experienced that a few times before. I agreed with a deep nod. Not being able to get the weapon I wanted happened a lot in Magic World. It was one of the most frustrating parts of playing the game, so it was especially sweet when I did manage to get the weapon I wanted. Furthermore, the emotion such a situation elicits in this world is obviously much stronger than when it was just a game. That is also something I already experienced plenty of times. So yeah, I can understand where she was coming from. So could we call this even with 20 million gold? We can't. I need the money too. That's why I accepted the duel even with the distinct possibility that I would lose the mithril sword if I lost. But what's right and wrong, or the fact that you repented, doesn't have anything to do with the money you owe. Hilda dropped her shoulders in despair. She looked like her soul just left her body. I've already become a bit numb to it, but 30 million gold is still quite a large sum. It's a sum that a particularly successful up-and-coming adventurer like Hilda would need to desperately save up for a while in hopes of being able to afford a new weapon. I myself don't feel particularly good about having it handed to me, but that was the wager we agreed to. I can't accept her plea to change the terms after the fact, just because she lost. If Hilda were the one to win, then she most likely would have taken the mithril sword without a second thought. Hey kid, I feel a bit awkward bringing this up now, but Berga interjected into the conversation. What is it? Well, this sword you see its market value is not 30 million gold. Really? Since the main ingredient was the mithril ingot for it, which was 25 million gold, I thought its value would end up around that much. Was it a fake all along? Hilda suddenly got all energetic. Well, you can easily check the market value by yourselves, so I suggest all of you just do that. Berga moved further into the shop, then he brought a sword shining with a bluish-green light, holding it with both hands. It had a beautiful blade. I felt elated just by the knowledge that this was about to become mine. However, what was it about not having a 30 million gold market value? Mithril sword. Recommended level 70. Attack 46. Market value 51.5 million gold. A magical sword that shines with a strong light of mana. It's made of mithril, a valuable rare metal. People are certain to give you greater respect as an adventurer if you have this on you. Also, there is a rune of destruction embedded in it. The attack bonus and the price had some absurd numbers next to them. Come to think of it, the price of the rune of destruction needs to be counted in two. One of the reasons I blew off Hilda's first offer was because of the rune that was embedded in the sword. I completely forgot about that just now. Oh, my bad. Hilda, it was 51.5 million gold. 51.5 million gold. Don't mess with me. There is no way I could pay that. What's with that stupid price? Hilda's face was crimson red from anger. That's not a price I can just simply nod to and accept. Please make it 40 million gold at least. Couldn't she decide between the angry or groveling approach at least? Even if you tell me to pay that much, I can't. Too bad for you, ha. How could a single adventurer pay 50 million gold just like that? For B-rank adventurers and above, we are able to loan a certain amount of money, since their ability to pay it back is recognized. Although with 20 million gold in question, there may be a need for an item as collateral or have your movements restricted. Hearing Maltada's words, Hilda's face went bluish pale. Turning red and blue, it's like she's a heavy knight. I'm starting to feel a bit bad for her. I guess so. I said various things too, but honestly my main objective was to just rake her over the coals a bit. I said I didn't care about right and wrong or that she has repented already, but that was a lie. My main aim was to prevent her from making any more trouble for the smithy in the future. I'll take that 1.5 million gold off and call it even with 50 million gold. Hilda dropped her head even further. Elma-san, that's not that much of a discount. Luce, you money sense is starting to go numb. 1.5 million gold is a lot of money. Know that, that's true, I know that, but I wanted to save some money for eventually getting the Reaper assassin in the future, but it seems we won't need to worry about it. For the time being, with an extra 50 million gold in pocket, we should be able to at least start the negotiations for it, even if we are up against someone like that greedy grandma from the Broken Grimoire Company. Chapter 29, Black Flame Sword. The next day, I was called over to the reception desk by Maltada. Elma-san, right, I need to notify you that Hilda-san has fulfilled the aforementioned 50 million gold payment. You can ask for it any time you need. So she really managed to gather all that money, huh? It hasn't been even 2 days since then yet. In the worst case, I was prepared for her to delay paying it as much as possible. The guild is quite experienced with dealing with disputes between adventurers. The guild can even revoke an adventurer's permit to enter dungeons if it comes to that. To begin with, dungeons are a resource that belongs to the Lord, which is made available to the adventurers through the guild's handling. Well, that's true. Generally, unless you register at the Adventurers Guild as an adventurer, you won't be able to enter a dungeon. From that point of view, the basis of an adventurer's livelihood is invariably controlled by the nobility. That being said, the Lord and the adventurers are in a give-and-take relationship. If the Lord takes advantage of that privilege, then he may find his territory unable to defend against a monster calamity, ultimately leading to its destruction. However, it still serves as the ace in the hole for the guild against adventurers that don't follow regulations. No wonder it's that effective of a threat. It seems they collected the money from Hilda by threatening her with getting her access revoked to dungeons. But how did Hilda manage to gather that 50 million gold? From what she said, she shouldn't have been able to get more than 30 million gold this soon. Adventurers also possess resources that are different from hard currency. If we pay no attention to the fact if the person dislikes the method or not, in most cases it's more than possible for them to produce the money. What does that mean exactly? Elma-san, look. Luce pulled on my sleeves as she whispered the last part. When I looked at the direction Luce was pointing, I saw Hilda walking within the guild. She had a black steel sickle and a bear shield on her. When I saw those unfitting items on her, I immediately realized what happened. It was the most stereotypical make-do equipment of the recently bankrupt that she was wearing. Even in Magic World, there were players sometimes walking around in equipment like that. They would be wearing whatever equipment they still had on hand after losing their main weapons due to money problems. The black steel sickle, that's not a custom weapon but still has a pretty good attack bonus. Then the bear shield, which has an okay performance but is quite affordable. In the center of the shield, a large drawn chibi face of a bear could be seen. I was doubtful if there was a single adventurer that could bear the embarrassment of wearing something like that, but I never would have thought that Hilda would be one. She was blushing from embarrassment though and kept sending killing intent-filled glares at her surroundings. I see, she sold her weapons. Now I understand what Maltada was trying to say. An adventurer's different kind of resource was their weapon, in other words. There you bastards. Hilda raised her voice and pointed towards us. Luce, we are running away. You think I would let you get away? Hilda swiftly circled around to block our path. What do you want, Hilda? I expected you wouldn't want to meet us ever again. Don't talk to me while you are looking my shield in the eye. Do you find my shield that captivating? I quickly raised my gaze up to Hilda. You bastards keep making light of me. However, I will have the 50 million gold you stole from me back now. It seems she wasn't able to give up on that 50 million gold after all. However, it's something that's officially ours because of that duel. When I was about to turn back to Maltada to get her to intervene as a guild employee, I felt an intense pressure coming from in front of me. Hilda, is that the heavy knight you told me about? Yeah, it was these two, teacher. These two robbed me of 50 million gold by using vile and underhanded means. It was a tall, silver-haired man. His long hair was tied up in the back. He was somewhat of a pretty boy with an expressionless face. However, a strong will could be felt from looking him in the eyes. It was obvious from the way he stood and carried himself. This guy was strong. This is the first time I've felt a pressure this strong from a human. I knew it without asking. This person was the real Black Flame Sword. I'm Kalos, a magic swordsman and a rank adventurer. I've heard about you two from Hilda, and I really wanted to meet you. A cold air swept through the place. I felt that it was made obvious that he's on a completely different level just by coming face to face with him like this. Going against someone at his level with my current strength would be all but impossible. I'm sorry, but I need to confirm something with you first. Is it true that you cheated Hilda out of 50 million gold somehow? We were threatened to hand over the mithril sword, which somehow led to us holding in a duel to resolve the situation. That was the outcome of that duel. The Black Flame sword was someone truly strong, one of the few rank adventurers of which there weren't that many of, even in this city of adventurers. Fundamentally, the guild is still at a higher standing compared to him, but when it comes to an irreplaceable battle resource like an rank adventurer, it's not that straightforward. I honestly don't know how much effect hiding behind the guild would even have at this point. I see, just as I expected. Kalos nodded quietly, then made a fist and dropped it straight onto Hilda's head. A dull impact sound rang out. "Yua, teacher, what are you doing all of a sudden? Don't believe a word this guy says. I thought this would be the case right from the beginning." "What? You said you believed me when I told you what happened. I only told you to take me to them because I wanted to meet them." Kalos let out a sigh of being so done with this whole thing. "You keep calling me teacher again and again, but I don't remember taking you as a student. EHAHT teacher." Hilda looked like she was about to cry. Kalos just held his head and let out a deep sigh. "But I guess if I said that now it would just be shirking my responsibilities. It seems that due to my negligence I've caused a lot of trouble for you." Kalos bowed his head to us with a pained expression. "And no, it's not a big deal. I only accepted the duel because I couldn't help but respond to her provocation. If I really wanted to, I could have refused it. If he starts apologizing to me about that, then I would be the one to feel bad instead. You are a good guy, Elma. I even thought of it as a good chance to make some pocket money, so you shouldn't judge me so highly. He is such a good guy that I have no idea how his disciple ended up like that. He's being so honorable, in fact, that I'm starting to feel uncomfortable here. When I was just starting out, I had no luck with finding good comrades. However, after experiencing all that, I'm confident that I'm good at judging people." I see. Really, please stop it already. I'm starting to feel stifled. If he asked me right now to return the money while bowing his head, then I would simply hand it over just to get out of this situation. Then about that money, he brought up the topic like he was aiming for this. I resolved myself for what was coming. She is the type that doesn't learn without pain, so for her sake too, please don't give her that money back for any reason. Okay, I nodded slightly. Chapter 30, an important talk. You said you wanted to meet us. What was the reason for that? I was simply curious about you as an adventurer myself. Also, well, it's not something I would like to speak out loud about here. We haven't had lunch yet. Would you two care to accompany us? We don't really mind, I guess. I answered Kalos after checking with Luce with a glance. After that, we were brought by Kalos to an inn. It was apparently an establishment that Kalos frequently visited, so we were led to a back room. "Teacher, were you really that interested in these guys? Well, their abilities are something I can acknowledge at least," Hilda said in an annoyed tone. For some reason, Hilda ended up coming with us too. "So, what is that you don't want to talk about at the guild?" It appears that recently a number of monster calamities appeared one after the other near La Colina. Monsters would evolve without apparent cause or overflow from still fresh dungeons. This might not seem that strange to you, but it's something highly out of the ordinary. To find out if it was indeed just a coincidence, or all that really happened for a reason, I was investigating the dungeons near La Colina by myself. Suddenly a topic that was much more important than I expected came up. We experienced the evolution of a monster into a death armed that shouldn't have been possible, which we then reported to this city's guild. It seems that Kalos, and a rank adventurer, had the same suspicion as me, and he already started to investigate the dungeons by himself. The Adventurers Guild also found a new piece of information about it recently. It seems fairly certain that something big is about to happen. Was that, perhaps, about the Centipede Pit? Oh, you knew about it. It seems excellent adventurers have sharp ears. It was about the death armed after all. My original reason for returning to La Colina was because I've heard a rumor about some irregularities happening to the dungeons around here. I've spent the last 2 weeks investigating by myself, but then I failed to clear a certain dungeon. Failed to clear, and a rank adventurer like you, within a specific area, the level of dungeons that appear is limited to a certain range. A dungeon with high enough difficulty that a rank adventurer would give up on clearing it shouldn't be appearing near La Colina. If dungeons with a difficulty like that could keep appearing one after the other, then the city near those would be in danger of getting annihilated. A monster pool happened. That's not something you can clear with a solo party. I already asked the guild to call for a raid quest. The leader of that raid will be me. A monster pool, one of the common monster calamities. It's where monsters appear in numbers that's usually impossible in normal dungeons. It's a monster calamity that people feared even in Magic World. If you failed to notice it in time, it could easily lead to you getting cornered with no way out but to take the death penalty, even in dungeons with recommended levels near yours. However, as expected of a rank adventurer, he has quite a bit of influence with the guild. Kalos said that he just proposed it not long ago, but he spoke like he was already certain that a raid quest would be issued. I guess it should be expected that instead of the guild officials, a rank adventurer who spends most of his time on the front lines would have more information and be more knowledgeable about things. The guild must know that too, that's why they pay extra attention to whatever a rank adventurer says. If it was a simple monster pool, then there wouldn't be much cause to hurry like this, but the worrying part is that the dungeon is still new, which means the requirements for a monster pool to occur shouldn't have been met. That dungeon is deep in the forest, hidden among cliffs, so there shouldn't have been too many adventurers that decided to visit it just yet. If we keep leaving it for later, the situation might worsen even further. I thought that putting together an early response force with a raid quest would be the best, not just to investigate, but in preparation for a worst-case scenario too. I had an ominous feeling as I listened. It seems the death armed was not an isolated incident after all. There must be something around La Colina that causes monster calamities to happen somehow. This was one of the possibilities I had in mind from the start, and even the guild leader, Haline, seems to be of the same opinion, but I hope it's just La Colina that this is happening to. Should the frequency of such monster calamities appearing like this increase worldwide in the future, the living sphere of humanity would greatly decrease in size. This is a hell of a situation, that's for sure. I was wary about what happened with the death armed, but the situation might be a lot more terrifying than I thought. Hearing my words, Luce leaned back from shock. That's obviously going too far, Elma-san. Something so grandiose like the living sphere of humanity shrinking. At least the lord of this territory and I don't think so. We are of the same opinion as Elma here. Luce went pale in an instant from Carlos's words. Still, I have no idea what could be causing all that. I have no recollection of any events from Magic World that would correspond to monster calamities appearing in such frequency. We went a bit off topic there. The reason why I told you too about this was to recruit you for the upcoming raid quest. The dungeon where the monster pool happened and I retreated from is called the Graveyard of Sorrows. I would like you two to lend me your strengths with investigating the place. I can promise that the rewards will be well worth it. The Graveyard of Sorrows, an undead type of all things. If this turns into a big incident that manages to drag the city in, it might really turn into a worst-case scenario. Although, I'm not entirely sure that the amount of rewards the Adventurers Guild here could come up with would be able to satisfy the two who managed to trick Hilda here out of 50 million gold, Carlos said with a chuckle. Hilda grimaced and shifted her gaze down, looking uncomfortable. What should we do, Elma-san? Normally, we could just refuse, but there are a number of worrying factors, and a rank adventurer would be with us. It would be Hilda's magic swordsman teacher, who managed to properly instill in her when to pull back. He shouldn't be doing anything reckless. However, I still had a bad feeling about this whole thing. Even so, I think I still would like to accompany you. If there is really something troublesome that's about to occur to the world, then I'm probably the only one with my memories of playing Magic World to hell and back that could stop it. I'm confident in that. If I were to distance myself from the problem and then something really happened, the situation might have already devolved to the point where nothing can be done anymore. If Elma-san thinks that's the best course of action, then I of course will participate as well. Thank you both. I will be meeting with the Marquis Lord Household tomorrow. We should talk more about the details after that. Carlos had a relieved smile on his face. If it's teacher's request, then I will take part too, of course. It's been a while since I fought on teacher's side. You don't need to force yourself to come though, Hilda, teacher. I am a B-rank adventurer already. There shouldn't be a reason to keep me from. A sense of caution is the most important for the raid quest this time. If someone were to just rush ahead, it might turn into a disaster. The best way to deal with a monster pool is excellent teamwork, you see. He probably means that it's her personality and not strength that doesn't match the requirements. As expected from her teacher, he knows Hilda very well. Chapter 31, On the Way to the Graveyard. A few days later, Luce and I were heading towards the Graveyard of Sorrows from La Colina under the command of Carlos. 20 adventurers were mobilized overall. There were a few C-rank adventurers among us, but most of us were B-rank adventurers. Being able to hire this many high-rank adventurers, cities with money to burn are sure something. The reason why the guild prepared a force this large was most likely due to Carlos persuading them of a need for it. Elma-san, there is no need to be so mean. I wasn't making a dig at Rondon with that or anything. Also, the Edvan family is pretty well off too. It's just that they don't work as close with the Adventurers Guild like they do here in La Colina. Teacher, was there really a need for all these people? I really doubt that. We don't need so many useless baggages with us. Bringing a few people that can use white magic with us would have been just fine. We gathered a bit more people than what we should need. It's somewhat far from here, so the situation might have worsened while I was away from it. Carlos and Hilda were walking a bit further ahead of us. Apparently Carlos didn't really want to bring Hilda with us, but then she begged enough that Carlos didn't have any other choice but to include her in the raid quest in the end. Why does the disciple of the Black Flame Sword have a sickle as a weapon? I dunno, maybe she switched to a sickle-based skill tree. The other adventurers kept pointing at the back of Hilda, gossiping about her with quiet murmurs. I quickly averted my gaze. Hilda's equipment was still the black steel sickle and the bare shield. Hilda bowed her head to ask Kalos to lend her a spare sword, but he then said that she should remain like that to not forget the lessons learned from the duel. Still, having her participate in a raid quest and equipment like that sounds a bit too harsh to me. Her skills as a magic swordsman are a bit too costly to use and provide too much of a backlash as well. With that equipment, she won't be able to make good use of her skills at all. She'll be fighting only supported by her basic stats. Perhaps her teacher feels that she will be less likely to act recklessly like this. I wonder why Kalos-san accepted that Hilda-san as his disciple, Luz mumbled with a small frown. Sorry for being that, Hilda. Hilda was standing in front of us all of a sudden. Hi, I am sorry, Hilda-san. I didn't really mean it that way. Luz hurriedly tried to backpedal. After Hilda managed to shut Luz up, she moved her glare towards the adventurer duo that was gossiping about the mystery of her equipment. Those two also quieted down right away. However, the more I see Hilda trying to be intimidating like that, the more she reminds me of a small dog. I haven't really done anything to be called her teacher, though. Kalos also fell in step with us. Seeing Kalos join us, Luz's expression relaxed obviously. With Kalos present, Hilda should be more docile. I consider the magic swordsman a strong class, however it's not at all energy efficient. Yet thanks to its high offensive power, the breadth of enemies it can take down is wide. This can easily lead to disagreements with other party members due to differences in how to approach things. If left alone, this could lead to the person unable to achieve anything notable, which leads to them getting isolated within the guild, which may as well mean their end as an adventurer. The final result is most often the person taking extreme chances while going solo and dying alone. What Kalos was talking about just now was something that happens sometimes even in Magic World. While everything is going well, the party would support each other, yet once it turns into an argument, they would start bringing up each other's shortcomings, breaking up the party in short order. This happens here as well, similarly how it did while it was just a game. In this world where working as an adventurer is literally a matter of life or death, the arguments that spark between people with incompatible personalities that team up only due to desperation almost always lead to a serious mudslinging contest. Like Kalos just said, a magic swordsman's lack of energy efficiency and its ability to take down a wide range of opponents are characteristics that could easily lead to disagreements on how to deal with things. Especially since in Magic World, the best way to level up was to come up with a way of defeating higher-level opponents, rather than hunting a lot of lower-level ones. For a magic swordsman, the most efficient way of operating would be to let their teammates take down the enemies along the way and only actively fight against the most powerful monsters. But rarely such things would be allowed to happen. The difference in each member's basic interests would always lead to friction. Kalos said that he wasn't blessed with good teammates when started out either. He must have experienced a lot of arguments back then. If you get too impatient, you become unable to see the world from other people's perspective. I was the same once. I felt that no one understood me and I was over-eager to leave my mark. I was always complaining about people being selfish while acting selfish myself. Even now, I wish that someone would have been there to calmly offer me some advice. That's my reason why I called out to Hilda. It seems Kalos also had it rough before he reached his current position, but Kalos is really a person of character. I'm glad that the first rank adventurer we've met is such a decent person. My teacher is such a generous, strong, and nice person. He's so amazing, am I right? It would be nice if his disciple would learn to be more like him though. What did you say? I let out a sigh. Luz brought up the question of why Kalos would make Hilda his disciple. The reason seems to be because he thought that the most likely outcome for her was getting killed by monsters due to recklessness. And as someone with the same class, he couldn't just leave her be. However, after hearing all that, I can somewhat understand why Hilda's personality is the way it is. What's good for a magic swordsman might not be what's good for the party. Because the optimal strategy within a dungeon as a magic swordsman, leaving the small fry entirely for others to take care of and then only contributing to the fight against the main target, is also the most efficient method for leveling. That being said, meekly letting someone else have the benefits might lead to getting branded as a useless tag-along in the end. To make it as an adventurer, a certain chutzpah might perhaps be necessary. Kalos-san's wild days, I can't imagine it at all. Luz whispered after Kalos and Hilda went ahead to lead the way. Indeed, I also can't imagine that mild-mannered Kalos getting into an argument with his party members or kicking up a fuss about something at a smithy or within the guild. Well, I think he must have exaggerated his past a bit to make Hilda's actions seem more reasonable. Chapter 32, Group Battle. As we reached the depth of the forest where the Graveyard of Sorrows was, our group came across a horde of undead that escaped from the dungeon. GOOOH, a wolf with a decayed body charged at us. Monster Mad Wolf, level 52, health 102/102, mana 62/62, a level 52 right away. If monsters on this level were to overflow from a dungeon near Rondhelm, it would become a matter for the Lord to intervene for sure. Even though La Colina has a lot of high-rank adventurers, if something were to disturb the balance, I can easily see the whole territory suffering a disaster. They are currently managing to handle the high-level dungeons that appear in this territory, but this once again reminded me that all that is built on a precarious balance. However, my current level is 62. I have a newly obtained weapon, the Mithril Sword with me now, which gives a pretty high stat boost. Although it was bad luck that the Death Armed appeared, thanks to that I managed to raise my level quite a bit and outfit myself with proper equipment too. At this point I will have no problem fighting this monster. Parry. I let the momentum of the Mad Wolf's charge bleed off by moving my body backwards, then I used my blade to push its trajectory to the side. BAUH, Luce approached the Mad Wolf that lost its balance without a moment's delay and hit it with her knife. GUH, the Mad Wolf let out a whine of anguish. The poison activated, so it activated on the first hit. It was the effect of the item that dropped from the Death Armed, Luce's new weapon, the Venomous Centipede's Short Sword. Venomous Centipede's Short Sword. Recommended level 70, attack I-28, market value 28 million gold. A short sword coated in the venom of a centipede. In addition to its high attack bonus, it sometimes poisons the enemy. Although it's said to work only sometimes, Luce's luck is very high. It's a pretty strong weapon to begin with, but it also has an amazing synergy with her. The damage bonus is pretty nice by itself, but the poison also had a 10% agility decreasing effect in Magic World. Then an arrow pierced deep into the slowed Mad Wolf's head. It was shot by another adventurer from the back. The Mad Wolf fell over and became still. You have gained 174 experience points. That's one down. Thanks to the adventurers having a numbers advantage, it's easy for us to move around. There are still more, decrease their numbers. After another hour, the monsters that used to be present were no more. I also leveled up from level 62 to level 64. That was quite a fierce welcome before we even entered the dungeon. The surroundings were littered with the corpses of mad wolves and white birds. The meat and bones were steadily melting away, leaving behind only magic stones. Elma Edvan, class Heavy Knight, level 64, health 197/202, mana 83/83, attack 55+46, defense 112+15, magic 65, agility 65, equipment, mithril sword, mad demon shield, black steel armor, special skills, half-dead savage dragon. Normal skills, rampart reversal, disarm, parry, vital blow, shadow stomp, shield bash, life shield, relentless vigor. Titles, immovable 1, B-rank adventurer, unexpected upset, nightmare slayer. I've become quite strong. I can't deny that the Heavy Knight is lacking in attack, but what I have is perfectly sufficient to deal with monsters of this level. My defense is also high, so even if I get hit by lower-level monsters, it won't be anything serious. Even my natural recovery can cover that much damage. Mithril Sword. Recommended level 70, attack 46, market value 51.5 million gold, a magical sword that shines with a strong light of mana. It's made of mithril, a valuable rare metal. People are certain to give you greater respect as an adventurer if you have this on you. Also, there is a rune of destruction embedded in it. The mithril sword also has a rune of destruction embedded in it, which boosts its already considerable performance even further. The rune of destruction further boosts the attack bonus of the weapon. It's embedded in by 30%. Thanks to that, the mithril sword's attack 35 is increased to attack 46. It greatly exceeds the average performance of other weapons near my level. Black steel armor, recommended level 45, defense 15. Market value 4.5 million gold, an armor made of black steel. It provides an average performance, but since it's fairly easy to obtain, a lot of adventurers go around with black steel equipment. Black steel equipment serves as a yardstick to measure other equipment against, whether it's better or worse. I'm also happy that I was able to buy new armor. Without the iron armor, I hopefully won't be treated as a complete newbie Heavy Knight anymore. It's the armor I had blacksmith Burga make along with the mithril sword. It was only completed a few days later than the mithril sword, but thankfully still in time for this raid quest. Its recommended level is somewhat low, but its performance fits the bare minimum of what a Heavy Knight needs at my level range. It won't be holding me back at least. There is also the fact that if I'm going against a serious opponent, then I will be depending on the smoldering fang of madness. Skill tree, so even if I were to get a somewhat good armor, it wouldn't really mean much. If I had enough spare funds for it, then I wouldn't say no to better equipment, but at this current time this black steel armor should be more than sufficient. Chapter 33, Raid Members. It seems the venomous centipede's short sword works quite well right loose. I'm not one of the classes with high firepower, so a knife that inflicts abnormal conditions on hit is very welcome. It makes me feel like I've become strong all of a sudden, Luce cheerfully answered. I saw you take some damage, but are you all right? I just got a bit carried away from having a new weapon. Still, we don't know what monsters we will be coming across after this, so should I use a heal potion just in case? It takes a bit for those to take effect after all. Heal. At that moment, Luce's body was covered by a white light. When we turned around, a girl with a large staff in her hands was standing there. Her eyes looked like they were half closed, and she had a benevolent expression on her face. Ah, thank you very much. My name is Mabel and my class is Priestess. I've been brought along because I have a healer class, but I'm still a C-rank adventurer. Please take care of me, B-rank adventurer Duo-san. Well, we were only recently promoted too. I'm Elma, a heavy knight, and this is Luce, a clown. We are pleased to meet you too. During a raid quest, whether you can trust your teammates or not is an important issue. The more people there are, the less they are able to cooperate properly. It's not rare for people to even give up entirely on teamwork in such cases, but there are still sometimes adventurers that would rush in recklessly or make a fuss about something out of self-centered egotism. It's good to see that at least one of the important white mages seems to be a reliable person. Don't make one of the crucial healers use her mana for nothing before we even enter the dungeon. A man with a bow on his back interjected. The atmosphere turned cold in a moment. It was a brown-haired man with a snake-like expressionless face. He seemed to be around 30 years old. If I remember right, it should be a B-rank adventurer with a class of hunter called Celt. He's one of the higher-level adventurers among those that volunteered for this raid quest. We are outside, so it's easy to fall back. She wouldn't have even gotten injured if she kept close enough to the core group. You should have just ignored someone who charges in blindly like that right at the start. To think that the healer that got hired is someone who can't even pace herself. Ah, I'm sorry about that, Celt-san. I'll do my best to think before I act in the future. Mabel bowed her head repeatedly. That's hindsight logic. It's not wrong to prioritize cutting down the numbers first when up against so many monsters at once. If it turns into a prolonged fight, then the risk of a monster hitting a weak point and causing significant damage by chance goes up. At least it's not something you should go out of your way to scold someone about. What you did is even more pointless, even during a raid quest. I intervened in the conversation. You don't know anything, do you? We are in for the long haul with this raid quest. Partly because of the monster pool, but also because we need to investigate if there is anything suspicious within the dungeon. This is a lot different from an ordinary exploration. Don't make a scene just because your pride got hurt, newbie. Using his years of experience as a shield, he moved on to a pointless argument. Now I'm sure what his aim was. You came to bother us so you could gain the initiative. Celt broke into a grin from my words. With his previous words, Celt created an atmosphere where he could influence the actions of the healer and reined in the frontliner adventurers at the same time. A healer is an essential part of group battles. If you can designate who gets healed and when, you can direct the party in a way that you get most of the experience points and items. What he said to Luce also served the same purpose. If the frontliners get disheartened and shift their focus to simply tanking the enemy, then Celt with the class of hunter who can kill monsters from the back line will be the one to gain the most. He can effortlessly increase the number of times he can deal the finishing blow on monsters and gain the most experience points. Don't try to make stuff up to make me look bad here, kid. You don't want more experienced adventurers singling you out, right? Be smart about this. Trying to intimidate me, Celt patted my shoulder with quite a bit of force. After that, he turned his back to us. Well then, we got quite a haul of drop items here. The rule was that the one who delivered the last hit gets the drop item to avoid disputes, right? Then don't mind if I help myself. Celt gave a casual wave back at us. He managed to finish off quite a number of monsters in that last battle. It seems he targeted the half-dead monsters to get as much experience and drop items as he possibly could. Doing something like that to some degree would be understandable, but he's especially blatant about it, as if he's deliberately saying that he doesn't care about being hated for it. But those items dropped only because of my skill, Luce complained quietly. During this raid quest, it was decided that as long as it's not a markedly strong opponent, that one who manages to take down the monster gets their drop items. With that already decided, it would be hard to argue for an exception to that. However, this method of distribution is also quite unfavorable for the healer and support classes too. What a thoroughly unlikable guy. Although, it's undeniable that Celt is very much used to situations such as this. I didn't think that a resident of this world that doesn't have the knowledge that can be expected from a player would be able to make use of the rules of this world to this extent. I may have underestimated the wit of the adventurers that live in this world. You shouldn't mind it too much either, Mabel. It was his intention to complain about something and use that to try to intimidate us right from the beginning. It's fine. As someone that works as a healer, I frequently have the misfortune to come across people like that, Mabel said with a courageous smile. Then she opened her half-closed eye and glared at the back of Kelt. That guy is the type that calms down in the end if I act subservient but keep putting off healing him for some reason or another. When we enter the dungeon, a hunter like him won't be able to avoid taking some damage if he wants to earn experience points, and the defense of that class is quite low. Mabel's shoulders shook a bit from her quiet but malicious laugh. I see. I still want to get along with you too, so please take care of me. Yes, we would very much like that as well. Perhaps the adventurers that managed to survive in this world for a long time are even more tenacious than I thought. Now that I think about it, the reason why Mabel used white magic on Luce was most likely to establish a favorable relationship with some reliable adventurers. The timing of that heal was indeed too early if I consider what we're about to face. Chapter 34, Splitting into Groups. After going around or sometimes coming to blows with the undead wandering the area, we finally reached the entrance of the Graveyard of Sorrows. As expected, I suppose. The Graveyard of Sorrows we came to investigate was deep within a dense forest. The sky was covered with bluish-black leaves, and the ruined gravestones standing intermittently around us gave off a gloomy atmosphere. A truly depressing place. In the center of the gravestones, a rainbow-colored whirlpool was floating in the air. It was the familiar entrance of a dungeon. The type of dungeons that appeared depends on the mana of each place. The reason why an undead-type dungeon spawned at an abandoned graveyard like this was most likely due to getting influenced by the mana of the forgotten dead. Of course, in Magic World that was only set dressing and was strictly just flavor text. Couldn't they handle this place with a bit more care? Even a dungeon appeared because of it, Luce said quietly while looking at the gravestones. Maybe there was a village nearby a long time ago which was either destroyed or perhaps the inhabitants were taken in by La Colina. In a place like this where high-level monsters tend to roam, it's all but impossible to move the graves. Also, if this place wasn't affected by wandering souls of the forest, then all it would have done is change the type of dungeon that appeared in the end. We will be investigating the Graveyard of Sorrows in 5 groups of 4. To most efficiently search the place, each group will travel on a different route and rendezvous before the end. Kalos, the leader appointed by the guild for this time, explained to us. He had a bundle of maps in his hand. Even dungeons that have the same name differ greatly in their internal structure. A so-called procedurally generated content. Apparently thanks to the previous investigation and the information sold to the guild by other adventurers, the interior of the Graveyard of Sorrows was mostly known already. What comes now is that these 20 people will scour the place for possible reasons as to why a still fresh dungeon had an unusually large number of abnormal events happen to it. Depending on what the investigation finds, we may also set out to take down the Dream Lord with human wave tactics. There were no limits to how many people could enter a dungeon at one time in Magic World, so it was possible to depend on numbers to take down a Dream Lord. That's the same in this world. However, it was decided that the reward for it will split evenly amongst everyone, so it didn't have that much of a meaning besides clearing the dungeon itself. Without having the city put a reward on it, the profit ratio is simply awful. Using numbers to take down a Dream Lord is not an efficient tactic to begin with. Since most of the time it's not the health or mana of the boss that's the most troublesome, but the attack, defense, and agility, and also the various skills it may have. Of course, having more numbers is better, but bringing people who are not high enough level only makes it more likely that the battle will result in a mountain of corpses. Although aside from the healers, most adventurers here are at least B rank. So rather than relying on numbers to take down a higher level Dream Lord, it's a situation where we try to maximize safety as best we can while making sure to defeat the boss, so it's a different story. The Dream Lord of the Graveyard of Sorrows is a bone knight called Knight Bone. It's a level 70 opponent, so it's very unlikely we could lose if we all work together to take it down. There may be people here that could even defeat it alone, Kalos kept on explaining. The Knight Bone is a crimson-red skeleton covered in armor. It's taller than 2 meters and fights with a large and heavy sword. Although it has a high damage potential, what it doesn't have is a ranged attack skill, so we don't have to worry too much about an accident happening. Indeed, it's at a lower level than even the Rock Centipede's evolved form, the Death Armed. That one was level 75, even without fighting it with a large group, even Luce and I alone could deal with it by ourselves. Even so, this dungeon is in a state where anything could happen. I would like everyone to avoid running ahead by entering the Lord's room. If someone does that anyway, then I will have to report it to the guild as intentionally disrupting this raid quest. Well, that's an obvious thing. The main objective of this raid quest is the investigation itself, so it would be especially bad if someone were to just waltz into the Dream Lord's room and defeat the Night Bone. As for choosing who belongs in each group, I've done that by considering everyone's class, level, and previous relations. Kalos announced the group composition and gave out a map with their route marked on it. My group had Luce and Mabel the priestess, also Kelt the hunter. It makes a certain sense to pair an experienced B-rank adventurer with two newly appointed B-rank adventurers and a healer, I guess. Leaving Mabel aside, I don't really like the fact that our last member turned out to be Kelt of all people. Oi oi, if it isn't the brats from before, try not to hold me back too much. Contrary to Kelt's words, he had a perfectly relaxed expression on his face. He doesn't seem to be too bothered by the fact that he got grouped with me, someone who managed to see through him before. Perhaps he is confident that due to the difference between our positions and life experiences, he could deal with me if it comes to that. Meanwhile, Luce was glaring at Kelt with her arms crossed, trying to intimidate him. Yai, I'm glad that I'm grouped with people who I've spoken with before. Elma-san and Luce-san seem nice and Kelt-san seems reliable too. I will leave the decisions on what I should do to Kelt-san, Mabel said with a beatific smile. That's surprisingly smart of you, little girl. Well, it's to be expected though. As long as you are working with me, my decisions are absolute. I don't accept any objections. I simply have too much experience delving into dungeons compared to all of you. Kelt looked very satisfied as he kept whistling and started heading towards the entrance of the dungeon with the map we got from Kalos in his hands. Mabel kept looking at the back of Kelt with a slight smile on her face. But of course I will do just as the experienced Kelt-san said. I will make sure to keep in reserve the mana I would be using on Kelt-san. Mabel whispered quietly. After a few quiet giggles, she then hurried after Kelt. Truly, she has a delightful personality. Elma-san, is that girl really okay? Well, as long as we don't betray her, she shouldn't do anything drastic, I answered Luce's query. I'm happy that I can accompany teacher. This must mean that you recognized me as your disciple. As I said already, I don't remember ever becoming your teacher. With you only armed with a sickle like this, I couldn't just saddle another group with you since you would only be a hindrance like that. As we turned back from hearing Hilda's loud voice, we heard Kalos saying some pretty scathing words to her. Teacher, if that's what you really think then, a sword. We have some leeway in terms of fighting strength during this raid quest, so it's best if you keep to your sickle like that, which is perfect for preventing you from rushing ahead. A harsh assessment. Although since Kalos didn't want to bring her with us on this raid quest to begin with, it's somewhat understandable. Chapter 35, Graveyard of Sorrows. Graveyard of Sorrows, recommended level 70. As soon as we entered, the message resounded in my mind. Crosses and statues depicting angels and skeletons lined the gloomy stone corridor we arrived in. I know that this place was only created from the nightmares of a god, but I can't help but feel creeped out anyway. I remember seeing this scenery countless times when it was just a game, but the feeling of presence it gives off when seen in person is entirely different. Luce seemed to feel the same, since she kept sticking to me as closely as she could while she walked behind me. Even if they told us to search for anything strange here, I don't even know where to start. To me, every statue looks kind of suspicious or perhaps mysterious. Ordinary adventurers tend to only know what they need to know about dungeons. Information about each dungeon isn't shared here in as much detail as it was while this was a game either. Even if someone suddenly told them to search one for anything strange, it wouldn't be a simple matter. However, if something abnormal is happening here that's different from its game, then if it's me, I should be able to pinpoint it. We are adventurers, not scholars. Our current objectives are to thin out the monster's numbers and deal with the dungeon, so we shouldn't overthink the whole thing. In my opinion, the guild only expects us to do what we were told and properly report on what we saw in the meantime. Just as Mabel said, the guild most likely only expects that much from us. Hey, Heavy Knight, walk a bit further ahead of us. What would you do if we were ambushed and our healer was targeted first? You need to at least know what to do in your own role. Try not to hinder me too much, okay? Kelt started quibbling about my actions. Come on, why should the slow-moving Heavy Knight be the one to walk that far ahead? It only increases the risks of getting surrounded or failing to run away if something were to happen. It would take too long for me to meet back up with the other 3 members of the party too, even if I ran, which would prevent us from making the best use of our party's strong points. In any case, the one who Kelt wants to protect from an ambush is not the healer, Mabel, but himself with the long-ranged hunter class that has low defense. However, even if there are problems with what Kelt said, it can still be chalked up to a difference in approaches and priorities, so it's hard to argue against. If it was because he was selfish and had a narrow mindset, then it would be easier to deal with, but he does this intentionally. He slowly pushes through minor concessions, which creates an atmosphere where we are more and more likely to heed his orders. Then, pitter-patter, the sounds of numerous legs could be heard from ahead of us. Monster incoming! I moved to the front as I yelled out. Everyone readied their weapons. Luce was standing beside me. GE. Four 1-meter-tall monsters covered almost entirely with bandages showed up. A kind of putrid fluid was seeping through between the bandages. They were shambling on 4 legs. Oh, it's just a few Rana, Luce said quietly with audible relief. They were the undead versions of the monster frog called Rana, mascot character of Magic World. I understand that you are feeling relieved because it's just a few Rana, but their status is not that dainty. The Rana was the most famous small fry monster type of Magic World. There were countless types of bonus and joke versions of the monster, starting with the Golden Rana. However, it's not to say those are always weak monsters. Monster Mummy Rana, level 55 health. 147/147. Mana, 99/99. The Mummy Rana has a lot of health, so it's kind of a pain to take it down. Its speed is on the higher side among the undead types too. Not only will it tire you out with a long battle, but if you let your guard down for a second, it will launch a ranged attack at you. In addition to that, due to its dulled sense of pain, it barely flinches from taking damage. So if you don't attack it exactly right, it will be able to land a counterattack on you. In exchange, its attack power itself is low, and its method of attacking is not that tricky either. All in all, I just need to fight it carefully and keep the damage sustained to a minimum. Shadow Stomp. I stomped on the shadows of the Rana that was targeting the 2 in the back line, stopping its movements and forcing the aggro to myself. Shield Bash. Next, I sent the other Rana flying back. With this, I was able to decrease the number of Mummy Ranas we have to deal with at the same time, since it's not easy to move with the Shadow Stomp. In effect, I don't want it getting behind me. Luce, I know. Luce made use of her excellent speed and moved to cut off and keep in check the Mummy Rana that tried to move behind me. Ho, that brat. As expected of someone who tried to stand up to me, he knows the bare minimums of his role, Kelt said with a satisfied expression. Taking on 4 monsters at our current level is hard for a frontliner. I should also help out with my magic attacks and decrease their number. No need, it's a waste of mana. Keep to white magic, Kelt said and stepped 1 step forward. You shouldn't move too close like that. With a hunter's range that distance is. Who do you think you are trying to order around? With our frontliners working as they are, this is perfectly fine. If I'm closer, then I can shoot faster and more accurately. An arrow shot by Kelt cleanly impacted the forehead of one of the Mummy Ranas right in the center. However, one characteristic of the undead is that critical attacks don't mean much against them. The Mummy Rana charged towards Kelt without heeding its injury at all. Oi, even we can't cover you if you come this close, I shouted at him. Kelt quickly took out a knife and stabbed it into the abdomen of the Mummy Rana, then he kicked the hilt to push it deeper, using that kick to fall back. Then after gaining some distance, he put another arrow into its chest without a moment's delay. Gugh, even the Mummy Rana let out a shriek after that attack. Don't just stand there, cover me, clown. The reason he forbade Mabel from using magic attacks and got closer so he could shoot faster was not because that was best for the party, but because he wanted to rack up as much damage dealt as he could and gain as many drop items and experience points as possible. As expected of someone that managed to become a B-rank adventurer in this world, he's an arrogant and crafty man, but there are indeed no doubts about his abilities. Chapter 36, Uneven Party. Stunt Barrage. Luce kept slashing with her knife while spinning. Gugh. The Mummy Rana fell over with its back to the floor and stopped moving. Below the cover of bandages, a dried-up husk of a body could be seen. You have gained 639 experience points. One of the 4 Mummy Ranas was finally defeated. With this, we managed to eliminate their number advantage. The HPS of the remaining 3 were also on their way down. We should be able to push on like this. Tusk, she took the final hit with a skill. Damn, I wanted to take down at least 3. Kelt grumbled quietly. It seems he really was after the last hit experience and the drop items. Kelt got even closer with his bow at the ready. He must have decided that as long as he's careful, he should be able to come a bit closer, now that the number of opponents went down. With Luce taking the first one, he must be chomping at the bit to make up the difference. However, he came simply too close. It's not a distance where a long-range class should be staying at. At the same time, Kelt let loose an arrow. A different Mummy Rana than the one he was targeting spit out a purplish beam of water. It was the skill Venom Shooter. Damn, Kelt contorted his body, but the purple line connected with his shoulder. It punctured through his clothes and gouged into his flesh. In contrast to magic-type skills, the wind-up time of the Mummy Rana's Venom Shooter is short. In addition to that, the mummy Rana possesses the advantage that its eyes and face are mostly covered by bandages, so it's difficult to notice any signs of skill activations through them, making it hard to react to. It deals a decent amount of damage and even inflicts a poison abnormal condition on its target. It's a fairly troublesome skill. And even though it's just a single range skill from a lower-leveled opponent, a hunter's health is quite low. The poison status effect is also pretty serious for a hunter. The greatest threat from the poison is the constant decrease of health, but it also inflicts a decrease in speed. It all but destroys one of the most important advantages of a hunter. It just became highly difficult for Kelt to continue with his gung-ho fighting style. That damnable frog, a potion would take too long to heal me. Oi, use your magic to cure me, you have poison heal, right? Kelt ordered Mabel. That is something I can't do right now, Mabel replied in a troubled manner. What did you say? Poison heal. Take some to cast, and if Lucian as a clown with low health somehow gets hit more than one time, I won't be able to cover her, which could lead to our front line collapsing. That's not a front line that would break in a moment from opponents at those levels. Don't just pile assumptions on assumptions like that. I also can't use poison heal, one after the other when we are up against an opponent with a poison attack. If you get hit again before the fight ends, I will have to use even more of my mana. Another thing is that the frontliners are much more in danger from poison than the back line. In this situation, I would rather hold off healing the back line until after the fight, since that would be much more efficient. Kelt was glaring menacingly at Mabel, but then his expression suddenly softened. I got it, priestess girl. You are bothered by the fact that healers only get a smaller share, right? I will make sure you get some extra later, okay? I'm not telling you to play favorites with me. It's easier to work with a flexible adventurer that listens to what someone more experienced has to say, right? I kept an eye on them while I was fighting the mummy Ranas. Kelt was speaking very smoothly. He tried shouting at first, and when it didn't work, he moved on to trying to placate her right away. That guy is really experienced in this. According to psychology, people tend to trust someone more when just after getting yelled at they get treated nicely due to the release of tension. If he keeps playing a verbal tug-of-war like this in the middle of combat, it could lead to a serious accident. It might be too dangerous to let Kelt have free rein like this. Kelt-san, I can't do something like that. You might be a lot more experienced with delving into dungeons, but as a healer I take pride in my ability and decisions. Even if you laugh at me and say that it's inefficient, I want to prioritize the safety of our teammates. That is my policy, Mabel answered resolutely. Kelt looked like he bit into a lemon as he clicked his tongue. I thought of Mabel as just a reliable black-bellied healer, but I might have misunderstood her somewhat. After that, every time I glanced at Mabel during the fight, she was wearing a cold little smile as she kept her gaze on Kelt's back. I remembered what she said before we entered the dungeon. That guy is the type that calms down in the end if I act subservient but keep putting off healing him for some reason or another. I almost believed there that it was her real self just now, but this current situation is exactly what she said she would do. Only someone with the same class could know what's the best move in each situation. Until now I thought that Mabel-san was a bit scary, but it seems she is a passionate and gentle person instead. It seems Mabel made a deep impression on Luce. I couldn't say anything to that. Rather than Kelt, Mabel might be the one who is more crafty and even more troublesome. Chapter 37, Priestess Mabel's Talents. After that, Luce and I worked as the bulwark to defeat the remaining 3 mummy Rana. With Kelt unable to come forward due to being poisoned, he became a tad more well-behaved and remained in the back line, allowing us to move easier. You have gained 651 experience points. The body of the 4th mummy Rana lying on the floor started to melt and disappear into thin air. In the end, all of them were finished off by Luce and me. From behind the dissatisfied Kelt, Mabel waved at us with a smile. By the time Kelt turned back towards her, she already stopped waving and changed her expression. Good work, you two. Do you need healing? Ah no, we didn't take too much damage, so potions should take care of it. Recovery items in Magic World all needed time to take effect. They can, in effect, only increase the natural recovery rate, so it doesn't really amount to much during combat. You can't know when the next enemy will show up in a dungeon, so healing via magic is still the preferred method. Elma-san, let's gather the magic stones. Ah, some weird items have dropped. I kept looking at the mummy Rana's corpse. From the 4 corpses, 3 have dropped some kind of black mushroom. Those items have a much higher drop chance compared to weapons, but getting this many from small fry monsters is still out of the ordinary. What's with this drop rate again? Are we being haunted or something? Kelt kept glaring at the remains of the mummy Rana in jealousy. Although the drop items belong to the adventurer who dealt the last hit, magic stones will be exchanged at the guild as a party, then the rewards will be distributed in proportion to each of our levels. From that point of view, drop items are even more welcome now than during an ordinary dungeon exploration. I also pick up the black mushrooms at the same time as the magic stones. On their cap, something like a human face could be seen. Zombie mushroom, market value 400,000 gold, a fragrant mushroom, just as its appearance suggests it's extremely poisonous. It is said that any human that breathes in its spore becomes a zombie, but it's not nearly that toxic. Only insects or small animals are in any kind of danger of becoming a zombie because of it. After I checked their information, I threw them into my magic bag. Will we be really fine if we pick those up? No problem. Even small animals need to be weak and inhale its spores from close up for it to work. Who would be buying something like that? It has some kind of use in alchemy, apparently. Those are so-called material items. While Luce and I were talking about the items, Kelt did not give up and approached Mabel yet again. Let's stop with the pretenses already. I thought you were a second-rate priestess, but it's my loss. I capitulate. What are you talking about, Kelt-san? I've been an adventurer for a long time now. It was good acting on your part, but I can tell that you just made up some reason so you could delay healing me. Those two already know each other, so I don't want to end up on the outs by myself. Let's just bury the hatchet, okay? Even you don't want to go out of your way to pick a fight with a well-connected guy like me, am I right? Kelt put a hand on his magic bag. He probably intends to try bribing her again. I will get angry, Kelt-san. I'm responsible for people's lives here. The healers for this raid quest will also get a bonus from the guild this time. I'm more than satisfied by that and don't want to snatch other people's share too. I understand the feeling of wanting to grab as much as you can since you are risking your life here. I'm not saying you are wrong to do that. However, I don't want you trying to involve me in it too. Mabel, who was quite meek until now, suddenly raised her voice. Her face went red from anger and she also started to breathe faster. Some tears could be seen welling up in her eyes too. It seems Kelt didn't expect Mabel to raise her voice, so he was taken aback. He was trying to ignore the whole thing, but his expression still ended up looking mighty awkward. "Well, what's up with you, Tusk? Getting worked up over nothing like that. You just don't get it. We just both lose out this way. It's a miracle you managed to reach C rank with naive thinking like that." Kelt threw out a parting shot and all but ran away from Mabel. "Or you've already finished collecting, right? Then it's time to go." Kelt took out the map, then walked to the branch in the corridor and started comparing it with our surroundings. Mabel approached me and Luce with a smile on her face. If I were to accept a deal like that, then the risks of them developing a grudge or spreading unnecessary rumors goes up by a lot. It's an iron rule for a healer to avoid revealing their inner thoughts if they are treated with hostility even once, no matter how suspicious they become. I see. I don't want to do something unnecessary either, but Kelt-san was the one who started it, so he's in the wrong here. Healers need to negotiate frequently, and being underestimated leads to continuously getting the short end of the stick. Mabel looked at Kelt, then she put a finger in front of her lips and made a shushing sound. Of course we won't say anything. Hearing my words, Mabel had a satisfied smile on her face. Like hell will I say anything after that. If we get her mad at us, then who knows what she could do in the future. Mabel-san, do you want some of my drop items? I've said it just now, but healers get a proper bonus reward. You don't need to worry about me, just treat me normally. I'm thankful for the sentiment though, Mabel smiled at Luce. Is that so? Hey. Luce ended up mimicking her and returning an awkward smile. I thought that Mabel was pretty quick-witted even before this, but I might have been underestimating her still. With how Mabel constantly needs to balance the need to avoid being looked down on and prevent the developing of grudges at the same time, this might not be all that surprising. Chapter 38, Dead End. What a damnably convoluted maze is this? What the hell is the guild thinking? Kelt clicked his tongue while glaring at the map. Our objective this time is investigating the dungeon. That's the reason we even split into groups. The reason why we need to meticulously walk through every path is to search for anything out of place for one, and to cut down the number of monsters for another. Normally, the monsters within the dungeon disappear when the Dream Lord is defeated. However, when their numbers increase beyond a certain limit, some of them can escape outside and start laying waste to the surrounding area. A monster pool already happened in this graveyard of sorrows, and quite a number of monsters overflowed already. If we don't call the monsters before we defeat the Dream Lord, it might become a serious headache later. Even so, this is some weird as hell route. I took a peek at the map over Kelt's shoulder. It circled some place multiple times and just simply passed by others. When we got the map, I thought it was the result of wanting to make best use of the adventurer's stamina in the investigation, but now that I'm actually experiencing it, I can't really pinpoint what their aim really was with this. In addition to that, it seemed the map itself wasn't that accurate either. It was made in a hurry for this raid quest, so perhaps it's something that cannot be helped. Kelt drew a bunch of corrections on it already. He seems like a reckless person in general, but maybe he's more meticulous than I thought. Tusk, What the hell is the guild thinking, telling us to explore a high-level dungeon with a monster pool happening with an inaccurate map like this? If we went by this route, we would be in severe risk of getting stranded or pincered by monsters. Kelt kept complaining while muttering under his nose. I understand his point of view. Well, it's not like a raid quest that needed a bunch of B-rank adventurers to mobilize would be that easy. It wouldn't be funny if we came across a troublesome monster. Oi, we are ignoring the map and heading for the rendezvous point by the shortest route. It will be safer to hunt monsters around that area. Kelt turned back towards us. Kelt, do you intend to ignore the mission objectives? We won't be able to investigate or cut down the monsters' numbers either. No one would know, you hard-headed brat. Even if something were to happen after this, it would just be chalked up to the monsters not getting culled enough. What's wrong with going with the safe and steady method? You seem somewhat skilled, but I'm a lot more experienced and higher level than you. Just shut up and do as I say. Or perhaps do you want to try your luck? What? Is he implying that we should have a duel while within a dungeon? It seems Kelt was irritated about failing to seize the leadership of the party and pulling Mabel to his side. Even so, there is no advantage to having a duel here at all. Hey, I'm just joking, obviously. Don't be intimidated by a half-assed threat like that. It seems a brat is just a brat. However, don't try to be too cheeky or it might not stay that way. As expected, he wasn't serious about that. Instead, he went for trying to regain the initiative. His apparent bad mood itself must be an act to convey his point more thoroughly. He's really a pain to deal with. I understand wanting to do your duty to the guild, but we have no choice but to bend on this somewhat. Mabel lowered her voice and whispered into my ear. Kelt also has his pride as a first-rate adventurer, so he must not have felt very amused about a younger newbie possibly getting one over him. It would be bad if he got a big head from this, but like Mabel said, it would be best to defuse the situation here. There are many inaccuracies with the map of the dungeon, and that's a fact. Changing part of the route to decrease the risks of getting cornered by monsters is indeed a perfectly logical thing to do. Even if the truth is that he just wants to profit with the safest and easiest method available. Very well, Kelt, we will let you decide our path, however, please refrain from using the most obvious shortcut. You should have just started with that. It's not that big of a deal, we'll just avoid the most convoluted and annoying parts. Kelt smiled a wicked smile, then shifted his gaze from glaring at the map towards further down the passageway. Okay, then it's straight there. Heavy Knight, you go forward, of course. There would be no use complaining here. I let out a sigh and walked forwards according to Kelt's instructions. I didn't think anything too bad would come from changing our route, but something weird happened right away. Heavy Knight next is left. Kelt's irritated voice impacted my back. Isn't that weird? You said right just now, didn't you want to avoid going the long way? Right, left, we were wandering aimlessly in a zigzag. Didn't he say he wanted to go with the shortest route? It's not my fault. The map of the pathways aside from the indicated route is full of errors. Left on the next corner for now, Heavy Knight. Kelt, shouldn't we get back to the route we are in charge of for now? If we got lost at this rate without reaching the rendezvous place, then it would be an inconvenience for the other adventurers as well. Do you want to say that I have no sense of direction, you bastard? Just go left at the next corner. We are still heading in the correct direction, so it shouldn't be that much of a difference. After shouting at me, Kelt started roughly scratching his head as he kept glaring at the map. That damn guild giving us a sloppy map like this. Just leave the uncertain places blank, damn it. Who the hell reported this information? Heeding Kelt's instruction, the four of us proceeded left at the next corner. After walking a bit further, we noticed that the corridor was a dead end. I placed my hand on the far wall. A bunch of human skulls were entombed into the wall at regular intervals. It was a famous sight in the Graveyard of Sorrows even when it was just a game, although it has nothing to do with the oddities happening to the place. Eeyek, I think I might get nightmares about this. While Lou said this timidly, Mabel was observing the wall of skulls with great interest next to her. It seems Mabel was really this hardcore. I'm more scared of the fact that we ended up in a dead end when moving according to what our more experienced adventurer teammate said. We should turn back and slip out before a monster appears, I said while glaring at Kelt. Perhaps due to the awkwardness, Kelt himself kept silent as he kept jotting down notes on the map with a frown on his brow. Well, this was most likely a mistake on the guild's side rather than Kelt's. It seems someone did a pretty sloppy job. Some mistakes can be expected since a map is made according to the reports of adventurers, but they are pretty conspicuous this time. I was concerned about our route being pretty complicated, but perhaps it was made that way to avoid the parts that were reported by unreliable adventurers. Chapter 39, Three-Armed Reaper. Tisk, that damn guild. Doing a shitty job like this, we are going back to our original route for now. Kelt shouted out, turned around, and started walking fast. With this many mistakes with our map, our original route is starting to seem suspect too. Or maybe not, until we left our designated route. Something like this where we didn't even know where we were on the map didn't happen. If we go that way, then we should at least be able to reach our rendezvous point. At least I would like to believe so. Will you be at the front this time? I would appreciate it if an agile hunter would be the one to lead. You are just slow as hell, Heavy Knight. Don't just stand there, get in front of me. Just when Kelt thought he was able to seize the leadership position, something happened to take the wind out of his sails, so he must be fairly mad. At first I thought Keltson was kind of scary, but maybe he's just a bit clumsy. I'm starting to feel a certain kind of kinship with him. Luce whispered in secret. It seems Kelt was able to hear her, because he turned around to glare at Luce with a severe expression. Luce quickly faced forward with awkward movements, desperately trying to laugh it off with an obviously fake laugh. It was then that Kelt's face went white. There is a damn monster incoming. It must have come from one of the branches in the corridors. About the same time Kelt managed to ready his bow, a strange-looking swordsman appeared from around the corner. It had no head, but even so it was still taller than me in that state. Its body was full of stitches, crudely connecting 3 arms to its body. Each one was holding a sword. Its warped and eerie appearance spoke volumes about how dangerous this monster was. Monster Patchwork, level 67, health 228/228, mana 66/66. A patchwork, an enemy that's stronger than the Dream Lord of the Centipede Pit, the Rock Centipede, which was level 60. My level went up since then, but this monster doesn't have an unfortunate weakness like the Rock Centipede either. Also, this monster is even more dangerous than its level would suggest due to its stats and skills. EXJ, just what is that monster? Luce let out a scream. That's an unpleasant monster to come out at a time like this. That's the sentry of the Graveyard of Sorrows. There is always a single one of them in the dungeon, and it can detect adventurers in a wide range and wanders the place looking for them. The size of the dungeon is pretty vast. What's more, there are 20 adventurers that entered the dungeon at once this time. Counting all that, having this guy fixate on us and even catch up just as we find ourselves in a dead end cannot be called anything other than rotten luck. Normally, the patchwork is extremely slow, so it's not that hard to shake it off. Fighting a patchwork is not recommended to begin with, so running away as soon as you come across it is the generally accepted method of resolving the situation. Since most of the time when you come across it you will get chased by it, it can be called a gimmick that bolsters the horror vibes of the Graveyard of Sorrows. However, this is a dead end unfortunately. Even if we tried to run away, we would need to get past it, and the Heavy Knight and Priestess have slow moment speeds. Although they are still faster than the patchwork, it takes some time to put enough distance between them. If we were to run around with that guy glued to our backs, then we would most definitely run into another monster before long, getting us surrounded. We'll need to defeat it. The patchwork has low agility, but has high other stats in turn, and it's also pretty blessed with skills. It's an opponent who can take away your entire health in a blink of an eye if you let your guard down. This will be a hard-fought battle, but there are 4 of us here. Kelt, hurry and come back here, I shouted as I ran towards Kelt. Don't blame me for this, okay? This is only an unavoidable fight for you two who have low agility. The very first thing they teach you after you join the guild is to avoid unfavorable fights. Kelt turned back to us with a tight expression. Just as I processed his words, Kelt bent forward and curled into a crouch, then kicked off from the ground and sprinted in a zigzag. Fleeing hare, a hunter's skill. It momentarily increases the user's movement speed in exchange for being defenseless in the meantime. It's mainly used to put distance between the enemy and the user, or perhaps straight up run away altogether. The patchwork swung one of his blades in reaction to Kelt's movements, but it fell short by just a bit. He neatly landed behind the patchwork. Kelt, this is not my fault. In an abnormal situation like this, it's better to have even one more person survive. There is no way I would be able to fight a 3-armed Reaper. You all need to find some way to escape too. Kelt has retreated. He must have known how terrifying the patchwork was. Although the patchwork is pretty high level, the reason why it's scary is something else. With its high attack, it can deal enormous damage if you take one wrong step, especially its death sword. Skill can deal an absurd amount of damage, and it's very hard to avoid too. It's the characteristic skill of the patchwork. If we simply go by its status, 4 people should be able to surround and defeat it, but even in the game, there was a high rate of death among the adventurers that went against one of them. At that moment, a second patchwork appeared suddenly in front of Kelt. A blade of the patchwork mercilessly sent Kelt's body flying. Kelt impacted the wall with his back, then crumpled to the floor while moaning in pain. It seems he was cut near the waist, at least that seems to be where the blood stain originated. It hurts, this really hurts. Elma-san, didn't you just say that there is supposed to be only one of those? That's how it should be. This must be because of the monster pool. The original reason for calling a raid quest in the Graveyard of Sorrows was because Kalos wasn't able to deal with it due to the monster pool event happening here. A monster pool event is when monsters appear en masse in a dungeon, causing some of them to group up when they otherwise wouldn't, or a special monster to spawn when the criteria for it haven't been met. Now, a second patchwork has appeared. Chapter 40, The Two Reapers. Saw save me. Kelt was desperately trying to crawl away from the patchwork. It was slowly following after him. We could have done something about a single one, but a second one is obviously too much, Mabel said while clutching her staff to herself. Luce, can you distract the one that's targeting Kelt? And Mabel, you should hurry and heal him. I can't go to help him with another patchwork in the way. Mabel was the one who reacted first to my words. Also, I might do it for Elma-san or Luce-san, but I won't go out of my way to put myself into danger to cover for someone whose first reaction was to betray the party. Even if I use my mana to heal him, he will obviously try to run away again as soon as no monster is targeting him. I'm not saying to let him die because I don't like him or anything. I don't care if he wants to act like a greedy bastard and nab anything he can while ignoring his teammates, but then he needs to be prepared to be ignored in turn. Kelt went pale from Mabel's words. It's not like he did something that would warrant him dying, right? All Kelt did was doing as he pleased within the rules of this raid quest. Some of the things he did was certainly a breach of manners, but none of it reached the level of an actual crime he would need to answer for. His reluctance to fight a monster that could kill a nimble hunter like him with any single one of its skills, all the while needing to cooperate with slow-moving classes, is more than understandable. Furthermore, this situation will be quite grim if we are missing even one member. Indeed, I can't guarantee that Kelt wouldn't try to run away again. We just have to trust that he's principled enough to stay. Among us, Kelt has the highest level. If we were to lose our strongest asset right now, our winning chances would go down by a lot. You talk like we could deal with 2 patchworks if there were 4 of us. We can. I will take command. Kelt seemed to be excessively scared of the patchwork, but that's most likely because detailed information about them is not widely known in this world. All they know about is parties getting chased and adventurers getting savagely killed by its terrifying skills. Although it can deal heavy damage in one hit, it's not an opponent we can't defeat with our current forces. How the hell can you state that so definitely? Overwhelmed by my declaration, Mabel's words lost their momentum, but she won't even be able to reach Kelt in time if she have to slip by the other patchwork. Elma-san, use that skill, please. Lou seemed to know what I was thinking and asked me first. To reach Kelt in time to save him, it would take too long if she had to slip by the patchwork in front of us by running. It would be too little too late by then. As I readied my shield, Luce jumped off from the ground. Shield bash! I pushed out with my shield as hard as I could. Luce kicked off from the shield and flew far. Using that momentum, she activated her acrobatic steps and started running on the wall, neatly avoiding the patchwork in front of us. With the same movements, she slashed into the back of the patchwork that was near Kelt. The second patchwork swung its blade at the same time it turned around to face Luce. Luce pulled back just in time to barely avoid its sword. With this, that patchwork's focus shifted onto Luce for now. Why you really came to save me? No way, just why. I just betrayed you and tried to run away by myself. Kelt staggered to his feet while keeping pressure on his waist with a hand. Elma-san is a nice person, but he's not blind to reality either. We did not expect you to put your life on the line and fight to defend the party to begin with, so you couldn't have betrayed our trust in the first place. Elma-san is the type to lend a helping hand to those who need it regardless of something like that. He is just that kind of person. Luce paused after that and started glaring at Kelt. But I'm not as nice or principled as Elma-san. If you try to run away again, causing us trouble, then my poison knife will find its way into your back, Kelt-san. It seems she was quite irritated by Kelt's action thus far too. But we really shouldn't be fighting the 3 armed reapers. These kinds of abnormally strong rare monsters exist in every dungeon. And now, with 2 of them here, there is no way we could take them both down without some of us dying. By 3 armed reapers, he must mean the patchworks. Apparently, dreading the thing, the adventurers of this world call it by that name. He's right. It's not possible for us to take on 2 monsters of this level with our current party. Elma-san, do you have some kind of plan? Mabel asked me in a dubious tone. I nodded once, then ran ahead. I slashed at the patchwork standing in front of us with my mithril sword. The patchwork blocked it with his own sword, turning it into a struggle. I will take on one alone. Mabel, you should heal Kelt first, then deal with the second with the 3 of you. Take on one alone. There is no way you would be able to do something like that. It's a heavy knight's job to hold the attention of enemies. If you are worried about me, then you should get back to helping me once you 3 defeated the other one. But just hurry up and go. It's much more cruel to have Luce with her low defense fight like that while having to cover for an injured Kelt. I got it. We will finish it right away and get back here to help. Mabel bowed her head towards me, then slipped by me on her way to help Luce and Kelt. At that moment, the patchwork shoved away my blade and tried to lunge toward Mabel's back. However, the movements of the patchwork suddenly jerked to a stop in midair, as if it was pulled by something. It was the effect of my shadow stomp. Skill, your opponent is me. I slashed at the open back of the patchwork, but it was blocked by another sword. A second sword was swung towards me. At the same moment I dodged that by ducking down, a third blade arrived from yet another angle. I only barely evaded that by shoving myself back by pushing against the sword I was struggling against. The patchwork uses its three-stitched-on arms to swing his swords, but that's not all it can do. A magic circle was deployed with the patchwork as the center. The moment I noticed that, I jumped back half on reflex as far as I could. A slash made of purple light flashed in front of my eyes. It was the patchwork's magic skill, the Death Sword. While it's a close-range-only magic skill, it has a fast activation and absurdly high power. It is said that even though the patchwork only has 3 arms if you add the Death Sword, then it has 4 swords at the ready. After disrupting my stance with a 3-hit combo, it immediately followed up with the Death Sword. It's the largest reason why the patchwork is feared so much. Chapter 41, The Fourth Sword. The patchwork and I kept struggling, our blades locked with each other. However, since my opponent had an overwhelming advantage in strength, I was constantly on the back foot. The patchwork not only has a long reach due to its large body, but it has 3 arms too. Also, if I recklessly tried to go on the attack, I would immediately fall victim to a Death Sword coming my way. It took all I had to keep fending off its attacks. The patchwork is blessed with high stats, but it's the 3 arms and the Death Sword that makes it truly frightening. It's definitely an opponent that's more dangerous than its level would suggest. Our fight so far makes me keenly aware that it's not an opponent I can handle in a straight fight for too long. Loose, try to keep on its right side. Its third arm is on its left side, so if you try to approach it from that way, you will get hit by a barrage. The front is just as dangerous. Keep at least a meter away from it and don't stay in one place for more than a second. You won't be able to dodge its magic sword otherwise. Don't attack, keep your focus on defending and dodging and let Kelt and Mabel handle the offense. If you see the light of a magic circle, that means a Death Sword is coming. It's very hard to accurately dodge it, so just get away as far as you can. I gave directions by shouting to Luce while I was crossing swords with my patchwork. It's very difficult to fight against a patchwork without a concrete plan. If she gets hit by the Death Sword, after missing with her own barrage skill, Luce's health would not be able to endure it. It's better if she gives up on attacking and focuses on evasion instead. The only time she should try to attack it in the back is when the patchwork's attention shifts to Kelt or Mabel. Make as much use as you can of your acrobatic steps. Near the walls, the patchwork can't use its sword as freely that close to the walls, so even if you get hit, you will be able to survive the damage. Mabel should be able to cover for you with her white magic that way. Why yes. I'll do my best. Even Kelt is cooperating without trying to escape, especially because he was just saved after trying to abandon us to our fates. He is dashing around while shooting arrows at the patchwork, doing his best to keep it from focusing entirely on Luce. Mabel was acting with healing Luce as her first priority, then whenever she had time, she kept attacking with her ice magic skill. The way they were fighting, it was obvious the fight will take quite a bit of time, but that's fine. The reason why the patchwork is feared is due to its high stats, the continuous attacks it can deliver with its 3 arms, and the highly damaging Death Sword skill it has. However, in exchange, it's slow and doesn't have any ways of attacking at range. The patchwork's ability to corner opponents who focus on running away is low. When fighting against a patchwork, the most important things to focus on are fighting carefully and trying to prevent your party members from suffering an accidental death. If you get too impatient to deal damage to it, you will surely fall victim to its Death Sword. The way Luce and the others are fighting can be called steady for now. The problem is on my end instead. I have no teammates to divert the patchwork's attention, nor can I run around fast enough due to the heavy knight's slow movement speed. I don't have enough leeway to keep myself far enough and on its right side at all times either. I can only try to fend off the patchwork's continuous attack straight on, but this is really nerve-wracking. The fact that the patchwork has the Death Sword in reserve is very important. Since I can't move into places where I wouldn't be able to deal with the Death Sword, if activated, my range of movements are greatly restricted. Taking advantage of the fact that I can't attack it, the patchwork keeps intensifying its assault. Even with my stats, the mithril sword allows some damage to go through. Since it's also higher level than me, my unexpected upset title's attack boosting effect also comes into play. I want to poke it once to decrease its momentum. Although it's tough having to deal with its continuous attacks, it also means that its defense becomes relatively lax in turn. A chance to capitalize on a gap in its defense will undoubtedly come up. Parry. I parried the patchwork sword, then avoided the trajectory of the blade swung by its second arm. Using my opponent's momentary hesitation, I charged forward into its right side and swung my sword. A large gash opened up on the rotten meat of the patchwork, spilling out some kind of black liquid. As I swung my sword the second time, a source of light intruded in my field of view. I immediately jumped backwards and brought my shield up in defense. The purplish light of the death sword impacted my shield, sending me flying with its force. Ugh, I suffered some damage I couldn't defend against with my shield. The death sword activation is fast and can target anywhere regardless of the user's posture, making it an excellent defense as well. It's a truly terrifying skill. With my balance thoroughly disrupted, the patchwork charged at me. It seems it noticed me taking damage, so being confident in its victory, it intends to capitalize on it by keeping up the pressure. However, I also became confident in my victory. The requirements for defeating the patchwork were steadily being filled. I can't really spend too much time on this either. I engaged the incoming patchwork straight on. I blocked the first slash with my sword and I parry. The second. The third one I dodged by jumping to the side, then I stood still. The patchwork sent out a death sword at me because of the perceived weak point it saw. A blade made of purplish light closed in on me. I blocked it with my shield, but I couldn't defend against it entirely, causing me some damage. I couldn't handle it anymore and let go of my shield. My mad demon shield rolled on the floor. With this, all requirements have been finally met. For me to defeat the patchwork, a few conditions were needed to be fulfilled. The first one was to manage my health so that I could activate Half-Dead Savage Dragon, and the other was to chip down the patchwork's health while making it use up its mana. The Death Sword is a powerful skill. Its activation time is extremely short and it's terrifyingly strong too. With its 3 arms also in the picture, it's basically impossible to find an opening in a one-on-one fight with a frontal attack. However, there are obviously some disadvantages to it in exchange. Monster Patchwork, level 67, health 189/228, mana 12/66. The Death Sword takes 18 mana to activate. With the Patchwork not having that much mana, it can only use it 3 times at most. That's the reason why I deliberately showed it some openings, to manage my health and make it use up its Death Sword shots. Furthermore, once a patchwork falls below 1/3 of its max health, it mostly gives up on attacking and shifts to a more defense-centric fighting style. If that happens, it turns the fight into a drawn-out slog. I needed to take down its health to a level where I could defeat it in one go with the help of Half-Dead Savage Dragon, and make it use up the mana it needs to activate Death Sword. This was the sequence of events that needed to happen for me to be able to defeat the patchwork. Life Shield. My life force manifested and covered my body with a radiant defensive membrane. Life Shield. Normal skill. It takes 20% of your maximum health to activate. A shield with the same durability as the health deducted covers the entire body. And with that, I can activate another one of my skills. Half-Dead Savage Dragon. Special skill. When the user's health is less than 20%, attack and agility is increased by 100%. Red light started covering my body. I could feel the power welling up inside me. I will put an end to this. I kicked the floor and charged in. With the patchwork's current health, I will be able to defeat it in 2 hits. Our swords collided, however my movements were faster now. I didn't lose out in terms of strength anymore either. I was able to fend off all 3 swords. The patchwork's body stiffened. With it lacking a head, I couldn't tell by its expression, but it seemed to be overwhelmed by the change in my movements. You don't have a 4th sword at the ready now. A blade flashed out sideways. A large gash appeared on the torso of the patchwork, spilling out a black sludge. I immediately dashed to the right of the patchwork. It tried to pursue me right away, swinging its swords towards me. I did not dodge, but deliberately stopped running and blocked it. My life shield broke, the impact sending me flying. Where I landed was right behind the patchwork. I knew that if it tried to hit me from that angle, then this is where I would end up. There were other possible ways of finding an opening without using up my life shield, but time was the most important right now. This is the end. I swung my sword that was covered in a red light. The 3 swords slipped from the patchwork's fingers and its large body ended up on its knees to the floor. You have gained 4349 experience points. Your level has increased from 64 to 66. You have gained 2 skill points. It was a very troublesome monster, but somehow I was able to overcome it by myself. Chapter 42, the victim of the fight. Now we just have to take care of the second patchwork loose and the others are dealing with. While I took a moment to have a breather in front of the remains of the patchwork, I turned towards the others. The patchwork was swinging its 3 swords. Loose kept dodging those to the right, while Kelt tried to impede its movements by targeting its back and arms with his arrows. It seems Mabel was running low on mana already, so she stopped attacking with her ice and kept focusing on healing Luce. Keltson, can't you take over for a bit? Luce-san is obviously at her limit already. You can be really nasty when you take off your sheep's clothes, you damn priestess. Hunters don't work like that. Just be happy that I can divert its attention this much at all. His attitude got even worse somehow, but it seems Kelt was staying with us for now. But at this rate my mana will run out and we will get wiped out. If it comes to that, then I will use my fleeing hair. To run away, I could be running away right now, so just be thankful that I'm still here with you all in a deadly situation like this. It was clear that Luce was under a lot of pressure, but it seems they managed to avoid anyone dying. Even without too many chances to go on the offensive, they not only managed to chip away its health to less than half its maximum, but the patchwork only had a single death sword. Shot left too. If I enter the fight right now with my half-dead savage dragon active, we should be able to take it down in no time, so I started running towards them. Kaya, at that moment Luce failed to dodge her opponent's sword and tried to block it with her knife, but she lost out in strength and got thrown back into a wall. Luce-san, priestess girl, this happened because you kept rushing me, this is bad. She won't be able to dodge the next attack from that position. The patchwork must be pissed at her too, having to chase after her all this time. It will be going for a sure kill move with his skill. Just as I feared, a magic circle was deployed. I won't make it at this distance. Luce, run, I shouted as loudly as I could. Luce tried to stand up as fast as she could, but the death sword was clearly faster. It happened then. Tusk, fleeing hair. Kelt kicked off from the ground, curled up his body and jumped forward. At first I thought he was trying to run away, but that wasn't the case. He arrived with a slide to where Luce was, pushing her out of the way. See Keltson, thank you very much. I'm a shameless person, but I don't intend to be an ungrateful one. I was laughing to myself when I saw you go out of your way to try to save someone who just abandoned you. The higher rank an adventurer is, the more they tend to be assholes. If you want to make it as a B rank, then watch yourself in the future, Kelt said with a forlorn smile. In the next moment a purplish blade of light tore into his body. Crimson red blood splashed out. Kelt's body rolled down to the floor. You did good, Kelt. I used all my power to cut into the defenseless back of the patchwork. A large gash appeared in the rotten meat of its back, and one of the arms that was stitched to it went flying. The stitches of the patchwork opened, allowing its large body to fall apart. You have gained 2478 experience points. We finally took down both patchworks. I'm glad I was able to tell them how to deal with the death sword. That tends to kill people that have never seen it before. It's easy to comprehend in theory that it's best to stretch out the fight when going against an opponent that has a skill that can deal so much damage that it can almost be called an instant death skill, but mentally you can easily find yourself impatient to finish it faster. The fact that Luce trusted me and that the more experienced Kelt stopped Mabel from overextending were important in this fight. See, Keltson is not moving. With a pale face, Mabel moved Kelt's body into a sitting position. It was my fault. Because I was too impatient, Keltson fell victim to. I thought he was an egotistical person, so why did he? Well, I can somehow see what his thought process was. The hunter class has a tendency towards being a jack-of-all-trades class. Its main strength are its mobility and its ranged attack. But since it lacks an attack power without any decisive blows available to it, it works best as a support DPS. Generally, the best use of his abilities in a party is making use of his mobility to cover for his teammates in a wide area, while distracting and steadily chipping away at each monster's health. However, even though being able to cover multiple people in a wide range is one of the class' main strengths, he can also pretty blatantly decide whether to take a last hit or let someone else have it. If he keeps letting others have them, then they will just keep taking advantage of him. However, if he snatches away even one of them, the others might hold a grudge about it. If he gets hated anyway, then he must have thought that he might as well go all the way. Doing something like that in half measures would have been even harder on him, and this world isn't nice enough that he would be able to make a living if he just keeps letting others have all the monsters all the time. I'm a shameless person, but I don't intend to be an ungrateful one. Kelt said this at the end. Perhaps he decided that he wouldn't start out by making compromises, since that would just make others look down on him, but if someone does him a favor, then he would do his best to return it. Luce was the one who actually saved him, so he must have felt reluctant to let her die right in front of his eyes. Why are you so calm, Elma-san? He might not have been that good of a person, but someone who was our teammate just died. Nah, he's alive. Ha, Mabel's eyes went wide from hearing my words. Oh dash ouch ... It seems I lost consciousness for a bit there due to that critical blow. Hey priestess, heal me now please. Kelt opened his eyes. Keltson. You're alive, I'm so glad. Mabel let out a large sigh and her knees gave out in relief. I was able to tell because of how much experience points we got. It was how much we would get as a party of 4. The hunter has a skill called fake death. Kelt's shoulders twitched from my words. When on low health after receiving a large amount of damage, fake death can mimic a death-like state by collapsing to the ground. It shifts the monster's focus from the user to another adventurer nearby, and if lucky, this skill may even allow the user to successfully escape from the fight altogether. Do you want to blame me? If that magic hit me in a bad place, I could have died just now. If I was about to be out of commission either way, then of course I chose the method that may allow me to live. If you didn't feign to be unconscious, then I may have reconsidered my opinion of you. Mabel grumbled in exasperation. Chapter 43, Breaker Magic Sword. After that, Kelt was healed by Mabel's heal, without any further incidents. However, since she didn't have too much mana left, Kelt was just healed up to half his max health, leaving the rest to healing potions and his natural recovery to take care of. Thank you very much, Kelt-san. If you hadn't come to my rescue at that time, I might have died there. I just didn't want to keep being in debt with people like you. Kelt looked pretty awkward from Luce thanking him. He stopped speaking, creating an uncomfortable silence for a few seconds, but then he bit his lip and started talking again in a serious manner. I won't apologize for taking the last hits. Even if that decreases the efficiency of the party, that's how I operate. It's obvious that we can't work together on things where our interests do not align. If you don't like that, then find yourselves some more bosom buddies and create a fixed party that can work together like clockwork. It looked like you were gearing up to say something important, but it was just this. I couldn't help but let out a wry laugh seeing Kelt's surly expression. However, I apologize for immediately trying to run away from a fight we could win. I'm sorry. I hindered everyone because of an error in judgment on my part. Kelt lowered his head towards us. He is hard to deal with and generally an unpleasant guy for sure, but he's not someone who is rotten to the core. At any rate, I didn't think you would be able to take down a patchwork all by yourself, Elma-san. I was even thinking how we should hurry up and defeat ours, then go and help you as soon as possible. Are you really just a simple adventurer? I thought heavy knights didn't have that much attack power. I've heard before how to deal with a patchwork. It's partly thanks to this mithril sword and partly, well, a somewhat rare skill tree as well. I wouldn't have expected that you would even come to help us out instead. Elma-san, are you perhaps even stronger than Kelt-san? Oi, priestess, you really do have quite a mouth on you once you discard the sheep's clothing. Kelt started roughly scratching his head. But don't mistake me, okay? Like I said before, I just didn't like the thought of me owing you people something. I have no intentions of chumming it up with you all. People having different interests during a raid quest is obvious. We are not playing around here. I have no intentions of changing my methods after this either. We got it, we got it. After I brushed off Kelt, I saw something within the remains of the patchwork. The swords are part of the monster too, so they should have all disappeared as well, but a single one neatly remained. It looks like the patchwork I defeated first already mostly disappeared, barring its magic stone, so it seems only the one Luce and the others fought against had something drop. I walked closer and picked up the sword. Breaker. Recommended level 60, attack 30, market value 14 million gold, a rusted greatsword formerly wielded by a patchwork warrior. With its cutting-edge subpar, it depends on its weight to cut things. Even though it's long, heavy, and unwieldy, it's extremely powerful. The one who can swing this greatsword is truly deserving of the name Breaker. It's not a bad weapon. However, now that I have my mithril sword, it's just an unwieldy weapon, with only its long reach the sole positive thing about it. Even so, its price is very nice. And another one dropped again. Do you have a luck-increasing skill or something? Kelt gave Luce a sideways glance. As expected of someone so experienced, he is well informed. Thanks for covering for Luce. If you didn't, she might have been in a lot of trouble, I said as I held out the breaker for Kelt to take. Ha, what are you playing at? I didn't have much to do with your fight against that patchwork. I was only able to deliver the finishing blow because you three distracted it. Are you trying to mock me with this because of my focus on drop items? I don't need that. I was simply working within the rules of the raid quest and only saved the clown girl to repay my debt. That wasn't my intention. If I keep looking at how naive you're all acting, I'm going to start to have a bad taste in my mouth. Hey, get a move on already. Kelt started walking further down the corridor while glaring at the map. If you walk ahead too much, then I won't be able to defend you from the attacks of monsters if they show up. You are slow as all hell and your armor keeps clanking. I'm saying that I will take the lead since I'm more experienced, I have good ears and have a stealth skill, okay? That's not what you said before. I already expressed my opinion that someone else should take the lead since I wasn't fast enough for it, but Kelt was against it that time. Although I won't complain if he decides to take up a dangerous role by himself like this. He is a bit of a contrarian, but he's still a cute mister, Luce whispered while looking at Kelt's back. Kelt shot us a glare, urging us to get a move on already. We hurried to catch up to him with quick steps. Chapter 44, Morning Trapezohedron. None of us had too much health or mana to spare, but we decided to head for the rendezvous point since it was much closer than turning back would be. Also, if we manage to get there, then we can leave Knight Bone, the Dream Lord, for other adventurers to fight. Kalos should be more than enough for that by himself. The number of monsters are fewer than I expected. I expected there to be more since even Kalos couldn't deal with them by himself. But since a bunch of high-level adventurers entered recently, monsters should be pretty scattered right now. Bumping into two patchworks at once despite that can only be called bad luck, Kelt returned after walking further down the corridor once. We will be going right on the next corner. There is a group of monsters to the left, so don't be making any noise now. Kelt, haven't you gone too far ahead just now? I have enhanced hearing and sixth sense with stealth. In the picture too, it's safer to be farther away from you all to scout instead. The risks of a monster coming after me if it notices me is also low that way. If it wasn't for that stupid map leading us into a dead end, I wouldn't have ended up making a spectacle of myself like that. Walking in the front, Kelt answered my question. Enhanced hearing is a skill that lets someone be aware of the general location of monsters farther away, while sixth sense sometimes lets the user know the location of dangerous monsters or items. So that's why you were gripping that map so tightly, although I would have rather you've told us about that before this. Mabel griped with some exasperation. Like hell I would say anything about it. If you've used that as a reason to put me in the front, then I wouldn't be alive right now. My health is low and depending on the corridor, I might not be able to run away in the tight confines of the dungeon, even if I know where the monsters are. Hunters work best outdoors, not inside a cramped dungeon. Kelt was glaring at Mabel. That's, well, sorry about saying things without thinking. Even though Mabel was a priestess, she also had some thoughts on the subject. It's something I've observed in the adventurers of La Colina. Be they a magic swordsman, hunter, or priestess, everyone tries their very best to hide their strengths and weaknesses. With our current mana, even small fry monsters could be a problem if they manage to surround us. The next time it turns into a rout, we might get wiped out entirely. So I'll draw the short straw this time. I ended up making a huge debt too, and you guys are the first ones in a while who I think I can trust to keep me alive. Kelt said while scratching the bridge of his nose, looking uncomfortable. Also, I can't just keep being a petty asshole with someone as impressive as you in the party, Elma. I didn't think you would be able to beat one of those by yourself like it was nothing. I wouldn't call it easy at all. It was a hard-fought victory even though I was aware of the patchwork's hidden strengths and weaknesses, its ways of attack, and a reliable method to defeat it. How I envy a guy like you who can just fight head-to-head, all bright-eyed like that. Honestly, it's enough to make a guy jealous. Kelt let out a sigh with a bitter smile on his face. Seeing that Luce immediately went pale and grabbed one of my arms and kept clinging to it. I won't let you have Elma-san, Kelt-san. How the hell did you interpret what I just said to reach that conclusion? Kelt narrowed his eyes and glared at Luce. At that time, Kelt's left eyelid twitched. That made him turn around and head for another corridor right away. What happened? My sixth sense reacted to something. Apparently there is a rare item nearby. A dungeon acting abnormally can also create unexpected rare items, not just a massive number of monsters. However, we don't have too much leeway, so I'll leave the decision to Elma this time. I'm of the opinion that we should go for it since I can't sense any monsters on the way either. A rare item? We don't know what could happen even without that in the picture. I think we should prioritize meeting up with everyone else first. Normally, Mabel would be right here. However, even after considering that, Kelt thinks otherwise. I tend to lean towards Mabel's opinion more, but Kelt, lead us there, please. That's unexpected. I thought you were gonna go for the safer option. If it's an expensive item, then it might be something that was left by deceased adventurers that entered ahead of us. I would like to collect it if possible. Also, never mind, we will be able to see soon. This investigation into the Graveyard of Sorrows was originally to find out what may have caused the abnormalities in the nearby dungeons. There is a possibility that all that was caused by some kind of item or items. However, if that really ends up the case, then it will also serve as confirmation that it was caused by humans. The party followed Kelt for a while. We found the item we were looking for before long. It was simply left there, halfway buried into the floor. What kind of gem is that? It's somewhat different from a magic stone. I did not expect a rare item like this. What Kelt picked up was a black, irregularly shaped gem with many sides. It was approximately the size of a clenched fist, with how dark it is in this place without sixth sense. We may have just walked over it without noticing it at all. It's unknown what this item might be used for, but apparently it's quite valuable, Elma-san, Luce said in a cheerful manner. However, I couldn't care less about it at that point. Kelt, give me that please. Okay, what is it? I took the item, the morning trapezohedron, from Kelt and immediately threw it at the wall with all my strength, then shattered it with my sword. The fragments let out some black miasma, then shrunk down somewhat. Hey Elma, what did you do that for? That was a valuable item. That's something that could not be allowed to remain whole. Please understand, Kelt. Morning trapezohedron. Market value 25 million gold. It was created by forming a crystallized mix of high-purity dark mana and the souls of monsters by the use of necromancy. A strong grudge dwells deep inside it, which invites disasters if left uncovered. It's especially difficult to store. In other words, it's a very powerful magic stone. Dungeon abnormalities happen when strong sources of mana pile up in the dungeon and surpass its capacity to contain it. Those usually mean the corpses of high-level adventurers and the magic stones left behind after monsters. A morning trapezohedron is a magic stone with artificially increased purity. If there are people who intentionally and maliciously leave such items within dungeons, then it can explain the sudden increase in abnormal situations. However, just one or two of these would not lead to this outcome. There should be at least 10 or so scattered around. That means that the culprit must have used items worth at least 200 million gold to cause this phenomenon. With this in the picture, the story changes significantly. If the culprit went this far with this, then they won't simply accept the dungeon getting cleared by this raid quest without a word. They should be aware of the movements of adventurers too. It's obvious that they would have a plan to deal with it. Trying to take down the Dream Lord right now would be too dangerous. Hey, I can hear a scream from far away, and also the footsteps of something coming closer stupid fast. Kelt's face lost its color. It's most likely not just enhanced hearing, but also sixth sense. That are warning him right now about how abnormal the situation is. We really should have just headed for the rendezvous point first then. Kelt mechanically shook his head at Mabel's words. It's coming exactly from that direction. We won't be able to meet up like this anymore. I could feel a shiver run down my spine from those words. I already thought it couldn't get worse when we found the morning trapezohedron, but it seems the world's about to prove me severely wrong. The rendezvous point is near the Dream Lord's room. It's a wandering lord. While there is no way that can be true, if a wandering lord were to get loose right now, it would be a disaster, Kelt shouted with wide eyes. When the Dream Lord manages to temporarily escape its room to roam the dungeon, it's called a wandering lord. If it were to encounter the adventurers before we can meet up again, then the whole advantage of the raid quest would disappear. With the Dream Lord's high recovery speed, it could go around and take down the unprepared groups of adventurers in detail. Also, a wandering lord is easy to cause by simply attacking the Dream Lord, then withdrawing immediately. Normally, a wandering lord wouldn't be roaming for too long, but if you know the exact timing of when the adventurers will enter, then it would be fairly easy to set up. We can't even alert each other to the danger. Chapter 45. Strategy Session. It would be absurd to expect us to fight the Dream Lord in this situation. The Night Bone is level 70, fighting it would be too reckless. If we can't meet up with others, then all we can do is run away. After saying that, Kelt's expression twisted. It seems he realized it too. We can't run away. Not only is the map frequently inaccurate, but even the marked route is unfit for us right now. If we keep to that easygoing route with a bunch of detours, then it will be able to catch up to us for sure. Also, a wandering lord is able to track the mana of humans and go after them. And since it's getting closer, that means it has its eyes on us already. If this is also something that the culprit managed to set up, then they really prepared well. Gah, that damn guild. If I live through this, then I will squeeze as much reward money out of them as I can. Kelt was holding his head. There is another concerning point. Kelt said that he heard fast footsteps coming closer, but the Night Bone should not be that fast. It's a giant skeleton with high attack power as its advantage. And now that you mention it, the footsteps I heard seemed like it belonged to some kind of four-legged monster. But then just what? The Night Bone most likely underwent an evolution. That means that even I don't know what we could be up against. Ha! Kelt let out a strange amalgam of a scream and a sound of surprise. It's the same that happened with the Death Armed. The Dream Lord has undergone an evolution. The best course of action is to avoid evolutions. Even when this was a game, intentionally causing an evolution was simply too costly for mediocre gains, and since the replicability of it was doubtful, it wasn't even recorded in detail. Even I don't know all the possible evolutions for the Dream Lords. If a Dream Lord that was already level 70 to begin with underwent an evolution, then it's impossible for us to do something about it. It should be around level 85 at this point. I just finally became level 66. Normally, it's not an opponent we could take on, however, I have relentless vigor and half-dead savage dragon. Thankfully, thanks to Kelt, we were informed of its existence beforehand. I will tell you too about everything loose and I can do. I hope you can do the same and reveal your status to us. After that, let me think up a strategy with that in mind to take down the Dream Lord with my guidance. I signal Luce with a glance. Luce nodded back in confirmation. Wah, for an adventurer, their status is their lifeline. If the details on everything you can and can't do gets leaked, then you won't be able to find a proper party anymore. They will just order you around as they please and you won't be able to do anything about it. A party is just playing at getting along and not a true team. That's common sense in La Colina. Hiding details about yourself like that was simply impossible when this was a game, but in this world the spread of information is very limited. Any half-hearted information sharing could backfire instead by leading to misunderstandings. And since the death penalty is death itself, it's a pretty big taboo to attempt a fight where you might lose. There is no sugarcoating it. When the worst comes to worst, everyone's first priority is for themselves to escape, even if they are the only ones that do. The concept of making use of every member's maximum potential in a fight is a foreign concept here. If you need something like that to succeed, then you shouldn't have gotten into such a situation in the first place. We can't win against something like that. It's on an entirely different level from a patchwork. We won't even be able to put a scratch on it by ourselves. I have a skill that can deal damage to it. If you manage to create an opening for me, then I will be able to take down the Dream Lord for sure. Heavy Knights can deal damage to opponents on a much higher level than themselves. That's the reason why it was called the strongest class in Magic World. Also, Kelt, you said it was to return a favor, but you covered for loose at the risk of your life. I already thought of you as a true teammate. Was I wrong in that? Tusk, what a naive brat, but I understand I can put my faith in that naivety and that strength of yours. I will resolve myself and listen to your orders, Elma. Kelt gave in finally. I will do the same, of course, without throwing a stupid tantrum like Kelt even. With Mabel's consent also in the bag, everyone showed our statuses to each other and shared our information. We also talked about our fighting styles and in which situations we would be the most useful for a short while. Being able to increase your attack to 6 times its original value by adjusting your health with a skill. That's simply absurd. This is the first time I've heard about a skill composition like this. I knew about the existence of a luck-focused skill tree, but this is the first I've heard of someone making use of it to this extent. Although what I did hear about it was that if you put too many points into its luck aspect, then your attack power will inevitably suffer, which will make it all but impossible to raise your levels. The two of them were apparently surprised by what skills we had. So it's a fairly well-known pitfall. I also almost fell victim to it before. Luce stuck out her tongue. Then, Elma, do you think we have a chance? The outlook is bleak, but we can't do anything else but face it with everything we have. I opened my status. Skill trees, remaining skill points 16, Vow of the Heavy Armor 34/100, Beginner Swordsmanship 5/50, Smoldering Fang of Madness 15/70. After I managed to confirm the statuses of Kelt and Mabel, I was able to decide what skill to get next. Skill trees, remaining skill points 9, Vow of the Heavy Armor 41/100, 7. Beginner Swordsmanship 5/50, Smoldering Fang of Madness 15/70, with Vow of the Heavy Armor reaching 41/100, you have gained the normal skill Protect. Normal skill, it deploys a barrier that stays on the target for a certain period of time that will decrease the damage dealt by the next attack by 30%. The exact time usually denoted by certain period of time was generally 3 minutes when referring to how long a skill effect persists, and this skill was not an exception to that either. Although it can be useful, it creates an opening when used and also takes up some mana. And since its effect can run out before you know it, it tends to create more problems than it solves if it's used without serious thought. However, its ability to cut down the damage of an attack made by a higher-leveled enemy to the point where you can survive a hit is very important. From that point of view, it has good synergy with Smoldering Fang of Madness. 2. It can allow you to safely gather information on the target, or you can use it to fulfill the activation conditions for the half-dead Savage Dragon. I would like to heal everyone up first, but with my remaining mana it would be tricky. I was thinking of using 1 heal each on Luce-san and Elma-san. Now my health is better like this. Please heal Luce and Kelt for now. Me. Kelt looked at me doubtfully. During this fight, Kelt will need to be in the front quite a bit. Chapter 46, The Nightmarish Monster Horse. We all took the positions we agreed on during our strategy session. Thanks to his skills, Kelt will know when the Dream Lord will arrive at our position. If everything goes as it normally would, then we will simply lose. Even normally, since higher-level opponents could kill you with a single hit, going for a long fight is not a valid choice. With the Wandering Lord, we need to fight in a tight space, which makes dodging a difficult prospect. We need to take it down with a short battle at all costs. I wanted to take some time to gather information, but Kelt and Mabel may just crumble in the meantime. I intend to make use of the skills from the Smoldering Fang of Madness, and take down the enemy in one go with the firepower of the Heavy Knight. In this long corridor, I was standing on the right, while Luce stood on the left side, with Mabel behind us at the ready. Footsteps were coming closer and closer, becoming louder and louder in the process. From the darkness of the corridor, a giant skeleton appeared. It had a helmet on its head and gauntlets on its hands. Its left hand was holding a sword, while its right one a shield, and its lower body was that of a large jet-black horse. It was something like a centaur skeleton. Obviously, it was different from the Night Bone, which means it really did evolve. A bluish-white sphere was floating within its sternum. The night bone had the same trait, although it is a weak point with the sternum in the way it's not easy to hit. Ooh, the skeleton monster howled. It's really completely different from what we heard it should be. What a vile appearance. Monster, Skull Lord level, 85 health, 761/787 mana. 307/315 here it is. A level, 85. The health of Dream Lords starting around this level shoots up greatly. From a metagame perspective, this was most likely because it was the point where parties were able to start working together, by combining the effects of their skills to deal much higher damage than before. Although this is just the logic for it when it was still a game. However, my own stats increased greatly too. The attack boost I got from my mithril sword should be very effective. Life Shield, my life force manifested and covered my body with a radiant defensive membrane. Life Shield, normal skill, it takes 20% of your maximum health to activate. A shield with the same durability as the health deducted covers the entire body, and with this I can activate Half-Dead Savage Dragon without too much risk. Half-Dead Savage Dragon, special skill. When the user's health is less than 20%, attack and agility is increased by 100%. By fulfilling the requirements for it, my body started to emit a reddish light from deep within. I can feel power flowing into my entire body at the same time. Then, Relentless Vigor. On top of that, I thrust my sword into the air and roared. Relentless Vigor, normal skill. Can only be activated when the remaining health is under 50%. It lowers defense to 0 and increases the attack by the same amount. While it's activated, it continuously consumes mana. The bluish-white light of the Relentless Vigor started mixing in with the red light of the Half-Dead Savage Dragon. It's the standard 3-skill combo of the early Heavy Knight. My health decreased to a very low amount with only my life shield providing protection. It turned into a form with a bit more focus on speed than the Night Bone, but it shouldn't have changed that much otherwise. We are going with the strategy we agreed on. I kicked the floor and charged at it from the right side of the corridor. Luce ran the other way, getting ahead of me in a way by using her acrobatic steps to run up the wall. The Skull Lord looked just as I imagined it would. Kelt judged it to be a 4-legged monster from the sound of its footsteps. With it most likely keeping the traits of the Night Bone to some degree, I was able to predict its shape and fighting style to a certain extent. However, I did not expect it to have a shield. There is a huge difference between it having something like that or not. What we are hoping for is a short battle, and one that depends on the high combo damage of the Heavy Knight. If it can divert the decisive blow in any appreciable way with its defense, then that just might mean our loss right there. In terms of speed, our opponent is simply too far ahead. Even though we have the numbers advantage, dealing a decisive blow to an opponent with a shield is a difficult prospect. Even if both Luce and I were to charge it straight, it would be able to fend us off with a single swing of its sword. Now Kelt, I raised my voice and shouted to Kelt. Kelt showed up out of nowhere from behind the Skull Lord. It's the effect of Kelt's skill, the Shadow Sync. Apparently he got it from the Assassination Basics skill tree. He can conceal himself within a shadow, but it takes mana to keep it up, so he can't do it for long. So I had him hide right before the Skull Lord showed up. I had him do that because by doing that we could attack our opponent from both sides in this long corridor. When the Shadow Sync is activated, the user's presence fades out somewhat. If he doesn't get seen by the Skull Lord first, then taking advantage of an opportunity to attack it with its guard down is more than possible. No matter how fast the Skull Lord might be, avoiding an attack sent from a perfect ambush in this gloomy and narrow tomb-like corridor is nigh impossible. Especially not with its large 4-legged lower body. Point shot. The arrow flew through the gaps of the ribcage of the Skull Lord, piercing right into its bluish-white colored spherical weak point. The entire body of the Skull Lord jolted from the impact, then it tried to twist around to check its flank. It seems he really comes through when it really counts. How complacent with an enemy right in front of you. Stunt barrage, Luce kicked off from the wall, then spun around, her knife flashing. The Skull Lord drew its sword and used its shield to block Luce's barrage. The narrowness of the corridor should prove a significant hindrance due to the Skull Lord's large body. It's a monster that was originally designed for fighting in a wide open space. It turning into a wandering lord is indeed terrifying, but having to fight in these corridors is not entirely to its advantage either. Luce, with her walking on the wall trick via the acrobatic steps, is very hard to hit with a giant weapon like that monster has. If it's not careful enough, the blade could hit the wall instead. That's why it ended up having to use its shield from an awkward posture like that, even though it pulled out its sword already. It couldn't even block all hits, taking some of them head-on. And now for the most important part. Disarm, disarm, normal skill, lowers the attack power of the opponent by a level for a short time on hit. The blade was enveloped by a purplish light. It's a hit powered up by both half-dead Savage Dragon and Relentless Vigor. My heavy slash impacted the Skull Lord's sternum. Disarm is a powerful skill, but its main disadvantage is that it only lasts for a single minute. Furthermore, thanks to a Dream Lord's resistance against ordinary abnormal status affects its duration and potency is halved. Slow, Mabel also sent out a spell targeting the Skull Lord, piling it onto our attacks. A purple light managed to hit the Skull Lord. It's a magic skill that lowers the speed of the opponent for a certain amount of time. To be able to land this slow, Mabel also came forward to a distance normally unimaginable for a backliner. I did it, Elma-san, the poison worked, Luce shouted. It's thanks to the centipede's venomous short sword's poison effect that has a low probability to activate. This extra effect had excellent synergy with Luce's great fortune. And the multiple consecutive hits done by Stunt Barrage. The attack decrease, movement speed decrease, and the poison status effect all managed to activate. However, with the Dream Lord's resistances, those effects are limited and will run out before long too. But even so, it's much better than not having them at all. The poison is only at a level where a Dream Lord's resistance and its self-recovery cancels it out entirely. However, the poison also has a movement speed decreasing effect. This time that will be the more important aspect. We were able to make best use of our advantage from the ambush to pile on a few types of debuffs and land a hit from a heavy knight. For now, everything happened just as I predicted. However, the problem is what comes after this. We played all our cards to create an ambush to lay on those debuffs. The time those effects will remain will vary from 30 seconds to 90 seconds. If we run over that limit, then the four of us will be killed in the blink of an eye without any chance of resisting. We need to keep striking at it with everything we have. Chapter 47. A life or death battle in 60 seconds. Go all out with your attacks, we have 1 minute to deal with it. I raised my voice. With the Skull Lord under the effect of 3 different types of debuffs and with its movement speed decreased, this is our best and last chance to take it down. The Skull Lord swung its sword. I deflected it with parry and tried to counterattack. However, it was easily blocked by its returning blade. In terms of sheer strength, I have the advantage, but in movement speed, I'm far too behind. It managed to block Luce's barrage with its shield and evade Kelt's attack by shifting its body too. Without taking it off guard, Kelt's arrows failed to deal not just decisive damage, but barely any at all. Its skeletal body is much weaker to direct impacts, rather than piercing damage. It only needs to shift its body a minute amount to block the attack targeting its weak point, the core, with its sternum. It currently has multiple debuffs on it, so its stats are much lower than normal, and yet even while weathering an all-out attack from 3 people, it shows no signs of breaking. Damn it. Even if I shoot its horse-like lower body, it doesn't even twitch. Kelt gave voice to his irritation. The difference between our level granted power is simply too big. To think it would fail to show a single weakness even after all that, it seems like we are the ones who are being pushed back instead. Kaya, after sending Luce flying with its shield, the Skull Lord sent out a sharp slash in my direction. I can't parry that. I quickly threw my Mad Demon shield into the sword's path, barely making it miss by a hair's breadth. I can't let it break my life shield just yet. I haven't seen the Skull Lord's skill yet and haven't found a weak point either. However, the time keeps ticking and ticking even now. The first effect to run out will be the disarm. We are getting pressured even with that, so if the attack decreasing effect runs out, we will lose in the exchange of blows. I kicked the ground and circled around to the Skull Lord's flank while maintaining my distance. Maybe the Skull Lord took the stopping of my attacks as an opportunity. It raised its sword high. The tip of the sword lit up with lightning. I can vaguely recall something like that. It should be the skill lightning ground impact. This is bad, everyone get back and jump in the air, I yelled in a loud voice. In the moment, the Skull Lord thrust its sword into the ground. Lightning raced through the surrounding ground, creating a shockwave. I was nearly at a point-blank range, so I had no way of avoiding it. Blown away by the shockwave, I was slammed against the wall behind me. A crack appeared in the magic shield covering my body, then it simply vanished. My lifeline, my life shield, was used up. Luce used her acrobatic steps to run up the wall and head for the ceiling, but she was also caught by the shockwave and blown away. She was far enough that it shouldn't be a fatal wound, but she most likely won't be able to return to the fight right away. Although Mabel was at a safe distance, she won't be able to help out with her current mana either. With Kelt fighting at a distance farther away than Luce and I, who were in melee range, he was able to escape it by stabbing one of his daggers into a wall and standing on top of that. Don't look down on a seasoned adventurer who survived for a long time, you damn skeleton bastard. In the next moment, the blade of the Skull Lord knocked down Kelt, who was defenseless off the ground. Kelt crumpled to the floor, covered in blood. Kelt, It was a direct hit from a higher-level Dream Lord. Even though its power was decreased by disarm, it's not something a lightly armored hunter could take. The Skull Lord started coming at me right away. Gah, I used parry to divert the first hit from its sword. I tried to get in closer to force some kind of opportunity, but my slower speed and the reach difference made it extremely difficult. Without any time to actually get closer, its second swing came at me. I concluded that even if I try to use parry, again I won't be able to divert it this time, so I forced myself to jump back fast enough that I ended up rolling on the floor, but I managed to avoid its blade. The Skull Lord's hit broke the floor where I just was. Its attack power went back to full. The largest weakness of the disarm was its short effect duration. I used it so we could find a way to somehow win this, but against a Dream Lord its effect is suboptimal to begin with. We were at our limits even before this, but now it regained its full strength. I used strength and skill to make up for the difference in speed to successfully use parry, but I won't be able to do the same after this. That means that now that the disarm has expired, the poison status effect with its movement speed decrease will run out soon too. A large swing of the Skull Lord is approaching, even though I wasn't able to regain my balance just yet. The Skull Lord obviously intends to finish me off with this blow since I was such a thorn in its side until now. Its focus is entirely on me. Now Celt, go to hell you damn skeleton. An arrow pierced into the Skull Lord's core, the spherical mana within its torso. The movements of the Skull Lord have stopped at once. Celt was able to shoot it from a point-blank distance from the floor. How complacent of you bastard to simply put me out of your mind, even though I fell down right behind you. That's right, the Skull Lord's focus was entirely on me. Normally, it would be impossible for the Skull Lord to take its attention off someone who was at a point-blank range to it. It's the effect of Celt's skill, the fake death. Celt used fake death. Right when he was hit by the Skull Lord's attack to escape its attention, I had Mabel recover Celt's health to nearly full before the battle. In addition to that, I also used Protect on him to decrease the damage caused by the first hit he received by 30%. The Protect's effect only lasts for 3 minutes, but we had to take down the Skull Lord by the time the debuffs we managed to get on it with an ambush ran out anyway. It was a dangerous gamble even so, to fulfill the conditions for fake death, to activate to avoid using up Protect. Beforehand, the first damage he took had to be a potentially fatal one. If he got hit by the shockwave of lightning ground impact, then it would have used up his Protect, ruining our entire strategy. For Celt, that means that if my calculations were even a little off, he may not have gotten off with critical damage. The Skull Lord could have extinguished his entire health in one go. I had confidence in managing my health since I used to play Heavy Knight even when it was just a game, but this was an opponent I haven't seen before today. Dread and suspicion could affect a person's performance. Even in a situation like that, Celt did his job perfectly. It's the end, Skull Lord. I kicked the ground and charged closer to the Skull Lord that was still frozen in a posture where it was about to swing its sword. I put everything behind the attack, targeting the skeleton. The extremely powerful hit supported by the half-dead Savage Dragon and Relentless Vigor destroyed the previously cracked bones of the Skull Lord, then cut apart its spherical core deep with it. The core halves started pulsing as they shrunk down, then they exploded, blowing out the Skull Lord's torso. The skull and shoulder bones scattered to the ground, then the horse-like lower body simply fell down to the floor. You have gained 57 experience points. Your level has increased from 66 to 71. You have gained 5 skill points. Smoke started pouring off the Skull Lord's remains, then they simply disappeared into thin air. We really managed to win. If we failed here, then perhaps the majority of the raid quest participants. No, maybe even the city itself could have fallen into disaster. The Skull Lord was simply that dangerous of an opponent. Our current situation was also quite precarious. The requirement for the greatest dungeon disaster, a Zork or Dream Break, was almost fulfilled. If it came to that, then it could have led to the ruin of La Colina, the city of adventurers. We really won against a higher-leveled opponent like that. I still can't believe it. Bonelessly drooping to the ground, Mabel let out some words of relief. Celt didn't have the energy to even do that, so he kept staring at the ceiling with a relieved smile. Celt, you did good too. Sorry about pushing a dangerous role like that on you, even though it shouldn't have been your responsibility. If you haven't managed to evade that lightning ground impact, then we would have lost any chances of winning. For real, I don't want to fight even one more down-to-the-wire battle like this one anymore. Celt covered his eyes with a hand. Perhaps it was from the relief of getting through a battle to the death, or perhaps it was from the joy of victory, but some tears could faintly be seen. Damn it, what the hell, it's not a bad feeling at all. Chapter 48. The Corpse General's drop item. We managed to defeat the Dream Lord of the Graveyard of Sorrows, the Night Bone turned Skull Lord. The corridor shook greatly, cracks appearing on the floor and walls. The dungeon was starting to break down. I picked up the Skull Lord's magic stone. Even in a situation like this, we shouldn't forget to gather up the loot. This is the first time I've seen a level 85. Magic stone, I wonder how much that will be. Kelt walked closer. Let's see. It should be just under 10 million gold, I think. The value of a magic stone is determined by its level. There is no exact ratio for it, but I can more or less remember what level is worth how much. 10 million gold. Kelt's voice went into falsetto from surprise. Even though just this one means at least 2 million gold per person, we also have 2 magic stones from the patchworks, the reward we will get for the raid quest pales in comparison. And yet neither you nor Luce look too fazed by getting a lot of money like this. Ehehehe, Luce was trying to avoid the implied question by laughing it away. To be honest, for Luce and me, a 10 million gold drop is pretty common. Much gratitude to Luce for that. I noticed that the shield remained next to the Skull Lord's remnants that almost entirely turned into dust by now. Well, not entirely the same as it was, a somewhat smaller version. It was made of carved bone with a creepy skull design in its center. The Corpse General's shield. Recommended level 85, defense 88, market value 55 million gold. The shield of the Corpse General. It carries with itself a strong sense of malice, not letting through all but the most serious hits. I picked it up to check it from closer, unintentionally letting a quiet sound of exclamation escape from my lips. It's worth just above what I managed to rip off. Acquire as the result of a perfectly legal duel with Hilda. Selling this for a good price could cover the price of the smoldering fang of madness. Skill book in one go even. Even though Dream Lords do tend to drop items more easily, it really left something so conveniently. As expected of a party with someone with the great fortune. Present, are you thinking that you should have tried to force yourself to get the last hit? Mabel said with sarcasm after hearing what Kelt said. If I tried something like that against a damn monster like that, then I would not be standing here right now. Kelt bit his lip in an uncomfortable manner. However, you took the drop from the patchwork too. At least buy me a drink of something in turn, Elma. I just checked its value, it was 50 million gold. FFF 50 million gold. Even Kelt's mood has suddenly changed from his joking tone just now. That creepy-looking shield, it's really worth that much. Even Luce, who should be used to valuable drops by now, looked pretty startled, though I don't really want to sell it if I can help it. It's somewhat above my level, so it's a bit heavy, but this defense bonus is really attractive. With this, I can retire my Mad Demon shield, since that one only has a defense 25 bonus. It was already starting to get too difficult to even divert the attacks due to its limited performance, but with this, I should be able to take those straight on and block most of the damage anyway. In this word, weapons above my level feel heavy, making them harder to use. However, even so, its abilities are very attractive. I will check with Luce to make sure, but I really don't want to let an item like this out of my hands if I can help it. However, I really feel bad if I end up getting everything like this. Even though I had the last hit, should we split its value somehow? Us healers get our rewards with all that calculated in. What's more, during the Skull Lord battle, I was out of mana, so I couldn't even really help out and my level went up by 4 even so. I almost feel bad to take advantage like that instead. And you have no obligation to give anything to the Hunterson either. Mabel delivered another figurative stab into Kelt. I think it wouldn't be so bad to show some appreciation still. Our surroundings were enveloped in a white light and the walls and floor were starting to disappear. It's almost time for us to get booted outside. We will meet up one more time to distribute our shares, but once we exit here, this is it for this party for now. Many things have happened, but I'm glad to have teamed up with you too. She kept sending those metaphorical stabs at Kelt right until the end. Kelt couldn't really say anything after all that happened, so he just had a sour expression on his face. I'm kidding, I'm also happy about teaming up with Keltson. If it was anyone else, then we most likely couldn't have defeated that Skull Lord at the end. Mabel said after chuckling a bit. Tusk saying things you don't even mean, you black-hearted priestess. Kelt just turned away, scratching at his head. It was a very amicable atmosphere, but there is a worrying point. We defeated the Dream Lord of the Graveyard of Sorrows, the Skull Lord, and cleared the dungeon. We found evidence of what caused the numerous abnormalities in the dungeons in the area. However, the person who set up all this with malicious intentions should still be around here. Our bodies were starting to go see-through as well. Before we noticed, we were already at the entrance of the Graveyard of Sorrows, within the remnants of the ruined cemetery. What happened? Hey, somebody took down the Dream Lord first. That's against the rules. It seems there was an adventurer who really didn't know what was going on. Are we saved? A terrifying monster came out of nowhere. We were almost wiped out. There is someone who managed to take that thing down, a large man said while drenched in blood and twitching. It seems he had a direct run-in with the Skull Lord. I glanced around the area. 6 people have disappeared. Out of the 20 adventurers, only 14 were present now. Those who die in the dungeon don't get transported outside. Their corpses also disappear together with the dungeon. However, there wasn't anyone new here. I was thinking that if there was a person who brought about the Wandering Lord, they should have been here right now. They could be hiding among the raid members, or they could have escaped outside before we took down the Skull Lord, or perhaps they lost their lives somewhere along the way. Impossible, some adventurer was able to take down an evolved monster like that. No way, who could have? Carlos kept looking around in a panic. It was my party that took it down. I walked up to Carlos's back and called out to him. A commotion broke out among the adventurers around us. It seems Carlos was surprised as well. He kept staring at me with wide eyes. You all? No, so it was you. Elma, I knew there was something special about you. But I didn't think that you would be able to defeat the monster I was helpless against. He is talking me up like it was me alone that defeated it. If even one person was missing from the other three in my party, I couldn't have done anything against it. So you fought against the Skull Lord too, Carlos? Indeed. Once I caught a glimpse of it, I knew immediately that the other three in my party could not hope to stand up to it, so I tried going against it alone. However, to my embarrassment, I couldn't measure up to it. I ran away to notify other adventurers, but when suddenly the Graveyard of Sorrows disappeared, I was really shocked. I glanced at Hilda. Teacher, I'm really glad that you're all right. I wouldn't know what to do if Teacher had died all of a sudden. You're exaggerating, is what I would like to say, but it was pretty close this time. Really, thank you, Elma. You have as good as saved my life. No, everyone's lives here. Carlos shook my hand. I want to thank you a bit more in the near future. Also, you've certainly caught my interest. After saying that, Carlos leaned closer and continued with a more quiet voice. It became clear with how this ended up. The dungeon calamities were caused by human hands, and the Household family, or at least the guild, had to have had a hand in it too. Saying no more, Carlos walked away from me. He was probably trying to say that he wants to talk again once we are back in the city. It seems Carlos came to the same conclusion as me. I carefully looked through the remaining members. There is a chance that the person that caused the Wandering Lord incident was among us here and now. I thought about bringing this up to everyone, but I kept my mouth shut. I don't know the opponent's class level, or how much health or mana they currently had. In contrast, most adventurers here were already exhausted. It would be too dangerous to bring up the morning trapezohedron and try to look for a culprit at this current time. Chapter 49, Epilogue. The day after the raid quest, Luce and I were invited by Carlos to a private room at an inn. Apparently, he wanted to avoid the possibility of someone overhearing us even more than before. It seems he paid for a room just for that. Once again, thank you for what you did during the raid quest. Thanks to you too, the truth behind these calamities are starting to emerge. Furthermore, if you weren't there, then all those who participated in the raid quest would have ended up dead, and La Colina would have had to contend with a Skull Lord after already having lost most of its fighting force. Carlos said in an apologetic tone. He must be feeling responsible for the fact that the raid quest he was in charge of nearly got wiped out, only avoiding this fate by an unexpected upset. Did you find out anything about the reason why the calamities happened, or what was up with the maps? We already reported to the guild through Carlos the discovery of the morning trapezohedron and the inaccuracies with the maps. Those mistakes were clearly not because of a simple mistake on the guild's part, or because of adventurers trying to sell fake information to stuff their pockets. On those maps we got, only the designated route did not have large mistakes. If that wasn't the case, then some parties may have tried to turn back or meet up with other people instead. Aside from the designated route, the other parts of the map were entirely made up. Because of that, even if someone noticed the presence of the Skull Lord, the possibility of escaping outside the dungeon was cut off. It was intentionally designed in a way that it would get the most adventurers killed. There is another reason for that conclusion. The fact that the morning trapezohedron was buried away from the designated route. Without Kelt going wherever he pleased or without his sixth sense, we couldn't have found it. It's possible that those maps were made that way to prevent us from finding those morning trapezohedrons. There was a man that became a staff member after a guild-sponsored adventure career. Apparently, he was an outstanding employee who had a good grasp of the circumstances of the adventurers, so he was trusted with numerous duties. It seems he even pressed the need for this raid quest to his superiors and ended up taking care of most of the minutiae, like setting the reward money and such, mostly by himself, but his whereabouts are currently unknown. I see, so that's how it is. I let out a sigh. The how and why of those maps getting altered should have been a large clue to the recent incidents. I kept traveling through this Norsun kingdom to investigate the abnormalities for a while now, and just when I finally thought I would be able to find a decisive lead, it fell through my fingers just like that. It's quite vexing, however. I'm confident that the culprit that took care of that loose end is the Household family, or perhaps a faction within the Household family. There aren't that many organizations in this kingdom that could enact a well-executed hidden plot like this. It's just like he said after we cleared the graveyard of sorrows. That the Household family is suspicious. If you think through it logically, then it seems to be the case. Without the support of a large-scale organization, scattering a bunch of mourning trapezohedrons in various dungeons to overdrive them is not feasible. If you think about who could be behind such an organization that requires a lot of money, fighting strength, and other various personnel, then the nobles are obviously the first to come to mind. That's why the Household family is the prime suspect in this case. However, the problem is the motive. If they keep causing serious calamities one after the other in dungeons, one wrong move could lead to the destruction of the entire territory. Even if it's to gather more information about the dungeons, this is clearly overkill. It's doubtful if there is anyone that would gain anything from all this. Now that they made a showy move like this in La Colina, I expect them to do something again soon for sure. However, it was already proven that I am too weak to stop them by myself. That being said, I can't trust the Household family to cooperate with me on this either. If it comes down to it, then I would like you two to follow my lead instead of the Household families. This must have been the real issue at hand. This incident was obviously fishy. I know that it could be dangerous to involve ourselves in this even further, but not doing so might be risky as well in my opinion. Even with the Graveyard of Sorrows, if I wasn't there, then there is a high possibility that all raid participants would have got wiped out, the danger spreading to La Colina as well. I feel that as a noble, and as someone who is aware of how this world functions, I have a duty to involve myself in this case. Got it. If you're fine with me, then I will be happy to assist. Me too. If there is something that I can help with, then by all means. Luz clenched her fist and declared, "Thank you, I'm happy that I've met you two here in La Colina." Carlos gave us a warm smile. With the talk over, Luz and I stood up from our seats, then I put my hand on the door to open it. "Elma, Luz," Carlos called out to us. We turned back towards him. The truth of the matter is that this large land of the Norsun Kingdom is being protected by only a few hundred cream of the crop nobles, knights, and high-level adventurers. That's why I really look forward to your future exploits. We nodded at Carlos, then left the room behind us. With Luz next to me, we were walking the streets of La Colina. We promised to meet someone else after this about a different matter. All that talk was a little too complicated for me, but in essence, there are some people that are trying to strengthen some monsters and set them on La Colina right. Can't we do something about that? Our opposition is simply too big. We can't make any moves without decisive evidence. If they manage to find out that we suspect them, then it would only limit our movements. They may even move to forcibly eliminate us first. We have no idea about the size of their organization nor what they are really after. We can only bide our time for now. However, that situation it's as if their aim was to cause a Zork. A Zork, Luz tilted her head in confusion. It's the second evolution of a Dream Lord. After hunting down a bunch of high-level adventurers fulfilling its next evolution requirements, a Dream Lord goes on a rampage. The dungeon then breaks down, the Dream Lord leading an army of monsters and runs amok in the area. It's the worst outcome of a dungeon which could easily destroy an entire city. If perhaps that was their aim all along, then perhaps they did not lock a bunch of high-level adventurers in the dungeon because they wanted to cut down on their numbers in La Colina, but to serve as a sacrifice to bring about the Zork. Although I still don't think that anyone would be able to gain anything from bringing about a Zork. For the time being, we were able to avert the tragedy that the Graveyard of Sorrows could have turned into, and were able to confirm the existence of a mysterious enemy, which was very much in doubt until now. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a significant victory. "Oh, you've arrived, Elma and Luz. I got tired of waiting for you already. This wily woman kept bugging me, so even 10 minutes felt like an hour." Kelt waved at us. Mabel was standing next to him. Although the rewards for the raid quest were already handed out, this was something like a celebration for that. I clearly got the largest share due to my last hits, so to make up for that somewhat, I was about to treat everyone to lunch. Not like that would be able to compensate for that, but still. The blacksmith Burga was complaining about the fact that La Colina's adventurer industry flourished too much, leaving only those that would try to line their pockets without doing any actual work. That may indeed be the case from a certain point of view. However, even though Kelt and Mabel both looked to be a crafty adventurer like that at first sight, as we got to know them, it became clear that to make a living in La Colina as adventurers, they had no choice but to become like that. Who knows if the conditions are like this because of the people here, or the people are like that because of the current conditions. I wouldn't have minded if you took your time a bit more. I was having fun. Mabel said that with a blank face, making Kelt sigh and facepalm. It seems Keltson and Mabelson somehow became good friends already, Luz said with a strained smile.